Hansen in seat number 9. So we're 8-handed right now. I believe Alec Torelli will be joining us very shortly. Alec, of course, did commentary with me yesterday, play some of the biggest cash games in the world.
He doesn't want to lose lose as much as he should lose.
And we'll see how he plays here. McKeon raises, and right out of the gate, Shaun Deeb, 3 bets.
Getting it in is good for the show. 350. If I bought it for 20, I'd play a lot tighter. This way I can gamble. Did you just open?
Poker Night in America, cash game broadcast. I'm David Tuchman. If you have any questions for us, you can tweet me at Tuck on Sports. I'd like to keep the show as interactive as possible. You can also chat in the Poker Night TV Twitch chat room. Back over to McKeon, very first hand, right out of the gate. The blinds are $25.50 with an optional $100 straddle under the gun, and that has been done most of the day.
Bro, I'm going crazy. I don't see anything but your face.
Maybe it's trying to what it looks like, dude. Are these turning stone chips? I look? Okay.
McKeon with the 4-bet. McKeon takes that down. If you see kind of orange-green chips, those are $25. Black chips are $100. Purple chips are $500. And I believe kind of the yellowish chips, yellow, bright ones, those are $1,000 each.
And I gave him the speech and everything because I wanted him to fold. So I misplayed that hand 7 times yesterday.
See, when you open that, when you press this thing here, the whole menu and stuff opens. But with yours, it doesn't. I think it might be because of the.
Again, if you have any questions, you want to say hi, you can tweet me at Tuck on Sports.
I'm already stuck 100. It's unbearable.
I wish I was stuck 100. That's you, by the way.
Oh
my God!
There's a look at Richard Anthony in seat number 1. Anthony bought in for $20,000. Canuli,
I'm trying to get some lessons from my man Barry here in this site.
wearing the black hoodie with ace-jack, makes the call.
175.
Joe McKeon wearing the Philadelphia Flyers shirt, and they see a flop of ace-8-5, all clubs out there. Both McKeon and Canuli with top pair.
25-50, 1-2.
Anthony's got a pair and a flush draw.
It wasn't the same.
He's not going to stay in.
Yeah, I was like, how do you lose $100 on a pot?
Because it was in a quad straddle.
I'm stuck 150, but not stuck with Shaun yet.
I played better than you. I think you had 3 bets the hand I was dealt.
Yeah. Five, 6 above.
2-7 of spades.
2-7.
Board pairs. Canuli in control here.
2-7's a little rough.
Well, they are going to chop this up, both players with 5s full of aces, if it goes to showdown. And I imagine it will now.
No. I don't think you'd ever add to strategy of poker.
I'm not going to give a strategy. You're going to do a strategy. You're going to have my face.
His looks and your
My
skills.
looks and your skills. We're going to make a lot of money.
Formula.
Go to followabet.com.
Followabet.com.
Followabet.com. I'm going to put Shaun in there, too. I'm going to give him some T-shirts. Bro,
You sure they have my size?
Bro, I'm a mastermind businessman, seriously.
Followabet.
Followupbet.com.
Oh, follow up.
Instead of saying continuation bet, I made up a new term. It's follow-up-bet.
And then you park the URL.
And I patent it.
Learn how to be in the video. Winning poker strategy.
Suck out number 1.
Learn how to dress like a pro.
Who won the first spot? You won the first spot.
Oh, no. It's 5.
Oh, no.
No,
Good try,
C5.
Matt.
Good try, Matt.
No,
Good try.
What was the first hand?
There was no
first
flop.
Oh,
You
That was the first flop.
What did try to cheat?
What is this?
It's like, who won the first spot?
Yeah.
you
Shaun,
guys-
seriously,
first flop?
we're going to make some money.
Over again.
No, we explained it.
You
Doubt it.
So I had to pay this time.
I don't think there's any money in those things anymore. No offense. You can have the market.
There's money. I mean, in what I do, I think it's a niche, but pretty much everything else.
How's it when you change every hand? How bad do I
It's a
run?
subscription, but I mean, I do.
Shaun Deeb wearing his Ted's Fish Fry shirt. That's kind of actually his family business. And they got like 6 locations in upstate New York.
Let's see if I can shut you guys out today. I'm the only one that can do this.
The plan was for me to go there this summer. Turns out it was a little bit further away from where I was staying than I thought. And we could never get it together. But at some point, I will definitely hit that place.
It's black.
If it's a black card, then you kind of know.
Play some open face with Deeb.
Yeah, of course.
drink some beers. It'll be a good day.
You said you knew the suit. That matters. When a bunch of hearts comes out there, you know I don't have a flush. You know, it's not fair to me. Thank you. Thank you. I had no idea.
I haven't talked. I've talked to him like once in the last like 3 weeks.
Right. Exactly. Nice to be the house.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I'm
really
not gonna
listen
play any
anymore.
combo of those three cards.
So, Rich, are you rich?
Doesn't matter.
Are you rich?
Once again, welcome to the Poker Night in America cash game. I'm David Tuchman. We're playing 25, 50, 100.
I don't.
No limit hold'em.
speak
The
of
100 is an optional straddle, but seems to be in play for the most part. You can buy in anywhere from 5,000 to 20,000.
Mistakes. I think everyone's
And in fact, at this
doing the
particular
wrong thing.
table,
I think everyone messed up.
Sean, you're really smart. I don't know why you would do something else outside the poker.
I
I've been listening to
I
you
do
talk
play
about
we have
some
$109,000 on the table.
You were talking
So
to
Deeb in the
Sean.
straddle. Anthony raises to 350
Okay, well, we give you
with
one.
ace queen. Canuli with nines, expecting to call, and he does make the call. Canuli once again, one of the November Niners, already guaranteed himself $1 million as he heads back to Vegas in November for the World Series.
Man, Rich, you're getting out of hand now.
Yeah, you got it.
It's customary to try to win
You got
2 in
it.
a row.
This table much different than yesterday, especially when Torelli sits down. King, queen, queen, trips for Anthony,
I have 8,000 on me. So
I got 5 too. I got cash too. If you
and he
want
goes
that.
check, check.
Thanks, guys.
I feel like I lost 1,000.
You have 7K?
Let me see.
What's your name, buddy?
Alec.
Nice to meet you. T-Mice.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
T-Mice,
Look at that.
Hello. Nice meeting you.
I like that shirt.
Then he bets
I wish you buttoned up one of
375
these shirts, so I wanna
Oh,
see
into a
it.
pot of about $900.
No, Sean doesn't mind.
Seriously, look at what he's wearing, and you're gonna let him give you shit.
Alec Torelli sitting down in seat number 3 with $13,000.
Yeah, but if I had his physique, I could do that too.
Thank you. Smart
I just
guy.
got mine.
Smart guy. If Sean had my physique, he would pay $1 million for it.
And it looks like Canuli's going to raise this.
Now if it came with your personality.
Kind of an interesting play. Now, he just called. I thought for a second he raised, which just didn't really make a ton of sense. I mean, if you're raising with nines, you're raising with nines to specifically get jacks and tens to fold. So after checking the flop, Anthony bets 375 and now bets 1,400.
It's not hard. Even I'm gonna get good jokes into this.
Unlikely, Joe.
Not really consistent with a bluff line.
Joe the Joker.
I mean, if Anthony was going to bluff at this, let's say he had ace 10 or ace jack, wouldn't he probably bet the flop?
We should really have the counties in the league for this.
Yeah, sure. No,
You can wear this shirt on the final play.
I can't pull it off the way you make it sound like it.
Look, he already has a pre-rip so he can Hulk Hogan it. Look at that.
Oh, if I
He's
get
on
bad-
TV with a ripped shirt.
If I get bad beat, it's coming off.
It's already.
See this.
it's
And
fairly
Canuli
on
susses that one out and lets it go.
I just realized.
But yeah, we get rid of
You gotta see
Samantha
how, like,
Abernathy,
literally
we get
it's
rid of
so little over
Dentali,
It matches
we got rid of Siegel, and in their place, we added Alec Torelli, Bart Hansen. No slight against those players, but I do think the lineup today is significantly tougher than it was yesterday. We'll see how it plays out, though.
I gotta put my other shirt on. Richie, Rich, you're controlling the table.
Just running it over.
One in for 13.
Running it over to you.
Running the table.
To get it for you, because you could just give me
Is that watch or phone?
all the money now, and I could just
I
keep it on
was
me.
not.
Yeah.
I want to thank our sponsors, 888 Poker. They got that man in here, Dominic Cristiano, courtesy of a $300 tournament that he won on 888 New Jersey.
Okay,
He was
that's
able to
all.
parlay
Yeah,
that
that's fine. I could just keep it
Okay.
around.
into this appearance.
I get-
He's in for $5,000.
He has to introduce himself.
And whatever he wins, he gets to
Say a little
keep.
bit about yourself and what
So
you
we'll see
like.
how it plays out. Another straddle pot, and the straddle is on.
Spot, huh?
You put us all on the spot earlier. It's only fair.
Torelli raising to 300 with the suited connector.
He's gonna act like he's playing the
Getting right in there.
Definitely.
Canuli calls.
Take many hands off.
That's going to bring in Thomas.
Where you from? That matters.
I'm from Orange County, California, but I don't live there. much.
Hanson not going to call that.
Oh, I have to
And we'll see this one 3 ways.
Yeah, use the spot. Camera too, obviously.
You already flipped them up on the camera?
Yeah,
He did actually look at
I
them.
showed the camera and then I put him here.
I'm sure you saw yesterday. when
Interesting flop.
only one
Thomas,
card was shown
Oh,
on
yeah,
your
there was a
screen.
lot
with the
of,
gut
like,
shot
yes,
to,
you gotta
to
spread
the king high
It was
straight.
funny when people were still, like,
That's not why it's
drawing
interesting.
dead,
Obviously,
just
Canuli with
drawing
top pair with a king kicker. Torelli,
Someone had, like,
the
a
pre-flop
10
razor,
on a certain
flops a
board,
flush
no
draw.
matter what the card was, they were just drawing dead, betting around. It's pretty
You're out?
funny.
I beat you.
You're not out.
You can buy in anywhere from 5,000 to 20,000.
You know, like there was a big bubble with our side bet. You don't have very good equity there. How'd you get down to 12 blinds?
5,000 is a
Fold it
super
all?
short buy-in, actually. When you're playing 25, 50, 100, you're talking about basically 50 big blinds.
You probably would have had better equity than the equity ended up getting anyway.
Turns the 9 of clubs.
Good point. That's probably why he might win.
Torelli turns a straight draw,
Straight
but it's no
knowledge like
good
that.
because if the 10 were to come, it would give Canuli a higher straight draw, a higher straight. Canuli, by the way, along with top pair, now has a flush draw. And you can see that he's an 80% favorite. The percentages next to the players' names.
I'm buried.
Like 200.
We just started.
What?
Did you hang out with in the hotel room as a kid?
Last night?
Yeah.
Well, I just put on the movie. I thought he was going to play, and then
Okay.
he just like put on the movie and just like lay down and went to sleep. It was great.
I want to thank
He was
DraftKings,
awake for like 5 minutes.
Giants, Sunflowers, and Crush Live
He
Poker for
barely goes to
sponsoring
sleep
this,
without,
as well as 888.
How old is he?
15 months.
Oh, yes, I hear.
Torelli checks.
You got him on TV yet?
No.
Jack.
Canuli's going to bet, and a quick fold from
We're gonna do
Torelli.
some, like, thing like what's his name? Curry did. The little interview with him. But,
His daughter's gonna be famous. She's
Oh.
already famous. She's gonna be
Yeah.
really famous. I think he's doing that on purpose. I think he's
Of course
marketing her.
why wouldn't you?
Spot.
He's literally marketing his daughter. It's funny. And she's great for the TV too.
I guarantee you that made a lot of like casual fans root for the Warriors. So.
Hey, nice to meet you, Richard. Pleasure. Dominic. Hey,
That's so
I don't
nice.
think we
man.
remember before
You're
you.
so cool. So nice.
You guys didn't play yesterday either.
Just being considered.
Who played the best yesterday?
Be honest. Don't say me, because I know you're lying.
I think the first 4 hours, Blesnik.
You actually think he played the best?
Wow. All right, so you're a troll. You fit right in.
For sure.
I mean, come on. Some of the hands
You
were
can
not.
see the cards though. So
I
saw
know.
all the cards.
I'm sure he ran a lot of bluffs, but
I
man,
think that
the Jack's call was awful.
That was pretty bad.
that was
against
that
me.
was
Oh,
the
the
first
pre-flop.
4
That
hours.
was first 4 hours because I was still on the show.
Or whatever. Before like the
meltdown.
derail, I think he played the best because he definitely was like the only one that was really
he's mixing it up.
putting people to the test.
You'll notice our
Yeah.
sound is a
Yeah,
little
I
bit
was saying,
off. It's not
like,
synced, but we
live
are
Even though they played
we are rectifying
He
that.
has to tell everyone every hand.
Huh?
The rule is that if you see something on the live stream, you have to tell everybody and
Well,
like be
yeah.
honorable.
I saw a lot of hands yesterday.
Yes, you got to tell us
And now
all
he's
every
playing. Now
single
he's
hand.
playing with everybody. He's stalked
For somebody like me who has a hearing problem and actually relies on reading lips, it's a nightmare. Hanson with the 4-6, Deeb with king 3,
I didn't watch you guys.
I mean, how can I not? How can
and a quick bet and a quick fold, and the hand
Your
moves
hand
on.
is so good to give that speech.
Look at who you're
Is
playing.
that what you would say on the trainer site? Don't fold in the cash game to little blind race.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the Poker Night in America
I know,
cash
that's
game.
very
We're in
cute.
Turning Stone,
Oh, Mike's not-
Verona, New York, playing 25, 50 blinds with a $100 straddle. The straddle pretty much on every single hand. And as I say that, Dominic Cristiano decides not to straddle, which is fine.
Oh, no,
It is optional. Some big names at this table. 2 November Niners, Shaun Deeb, Alec Torelli, Bart Hansen, Matt Glantz.
Okay.
I have watched a number of these Poker Night in America cash games.
Thank you.
This is one of the tougher lineups that I've seen.
You see that weird call that Jared made when I shoved all in for like 1,200, 1,275 or something like that?
There's one of the November Niners, Joe McKeon.
Shoved Jack 9 hearts
PokerNight.com.
for like 1,275. He just like called on the button or something.
Nah, he was out of it.
Called
What did he
Yeah.
have?
10-9 off.
He was out of it.
Oh yeah, I saw that hand. I was like, what is going
You
on?
heard Twitch before?
He made
There
two
were
pair.
some
He-
pre-flop hands that were like
TWI.
very ambitious.
Twitch.tv.
Absolutely.
That
hand
was weird.
ambitious.
Alec joined me in the booth yesterday.
Against,
Did a great job offering his
did he
analysis
have
and
70
insight.
off? 'Cause there was like
And he is letting the players know how the play was yesterday and who he thought was the best player. He actually really, I think he was very impressed with Blesnik early on.
His hands were so
No, he
high,
is
I was like,
Yeah,
there's
right.
nobody was convinced it was 7-3.
Blesnik made some big mistakes, though, in big pots.
Yeah,
That was post.
And that was his undoing.
Yeah,
He
that was
lost
at the end.
3
I mean,
very
there was like 30
significant
minutes left
pots.
in the night and he was stuck 30 something. Right?
Oh,
He
for
wanted to be
real?
stuck 50. He just gave it.
And I think you could make the argument that in all 3 cases, he made a fairly big mistake.
I didn't know like
Cost himself a lot of money.
Pre-flop with me.
Ended up losing about $30,000
I kept getting
yesterday.
ace, king, and pre.
Yeah, I know. Surprised everybody believed you. It's like, wow, these are great spots.
Yeah, trust me, I was thinking the same thing. Like, I 3-bet Jerry like 4 times, and I was just like,
It
it's
was
got to
like
not.
open call raise. I was like, Shaun Deeb's 3-betting with any 2, and then he has like ace king.
Yeah.
And then everybody.
I did this. They were in spots. I'm like, man, I'm so wide here, and I was like, so excited to wake up with something.
Use the phone on the table. So
Okay,
it's not
okay.
on TV.
I'm trying to find a
Ruddican
twist.
was super sick too.
When he fold kings free.
Yeah.
We rabbited.
You know, the
Glantz
whole
raised
reason
to
is 'cause the
200.
hand I
Glantz
play
likes to
with
make it
Bart,
4x. Once again, this is not a
where
straddled
Bart
pot.
got in with kings in the Parliament Hold'em tournament. And I know that that's what he was thinking of, like that his range is obvious to me, aces and king. For me to shove, I only have aces.
Yeah, I don't. I think
You did say out loud you thought you could get him off king.
800.
There's some people you can do, and there's some
Hansen
people
3
you can't
bets. We can't see Hansen's cards.
there's some fun hands yesterday for sure. I mean, it's fun watching all of it.
Yeah.
You know when people are just like have a plan.
I would like to see.
Commentary is great.
Thank you.
Really good.
My first time ever.
Deep calls at deuce 4.
I would like to see like a third of the hands I got flattered by Dentale.
Thank you.
Dentale, if I played the pot, Dentale was like 70% in there.
Yeah.
I'd love to see all those hands.
Dentale was 70% in there for a lot of it.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
It definitely felt more
And
like.
Blesnick for sure.
Oh yeah,
Blesnick and
that's
Dentale.
right. Us two for sure. No one else.
Probably be easier, right?
Like the funniest hand was when he started talking about having a straight on the turn, and I sweated his card first, so I knew he had the.
Hansen with ace king.
Or whatever, and, they
So
go
Deeb
on
actually
river,
leads
Dentale
out here after calling a 3-bet.
Starts talking. He's like 4,500.
Hansen
and
calls,
Dentale just
flops 10 high.
And his face is just
Turns
like
jack
this, staring at him.
clubs.
You win.
Yeah.
It was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Pot is $3,475. So the opener was Glantz. Got called in a couple of spots. Hansen 3-bets from the button to 800. Deeb is the only
He's got one endorsement at least.
player who ended
The
up
rest of us
calling
are
at
very
3-bet.
happy He was in the game. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, but the first 3
Did a little
hours,
donk lead on the flop.
Whatever, maybe I was wrong with the timing, but
I don't know. He was doing some weird stuff.
he was
He
definitely.
was mashing,
But
but
before
like
people started figuring it out, and it didn't work as
I
well.
thought Joe plays the buff
said no
Yeah.
one ever.
when I was in the game.
Said no one ever.
Yeah, I think so too. Like
You guys are being
most
nice.
consistently all night was you for sure.
I click buttons. I click buttons.
Deeb's going to continue firing here.
Did one questionable hand, but other than that,
You can see he has very little equity.
I don't want to say.
You can say,
1750.
just say my holdings. I'll know what happened.
Uh,
Or say who it was against. I'll know who it is.
I'm trying to think which one would reveal less information. You had
Then there's more than one.
6 high.
Oh, against Glantz.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he knows.
Okay. I don't know if you guys knew.
You know when I turned it off?
Yeah.
Yeah, great peel. You had king high. Good peel.
You had a good read.
Well,
I wasn't gonna bluff the turn. And I thought,
Hansen
that
makes the
turn was
call.
me and never
Neither
happened.
player with a pair, and the pot is nearly $7,000.
I was pretty sure that was Glantz's last hand.
Oh, and the river's a 4.
Oh, that's really
Deeb hits a
fun.
pair of
I didn't know that.
4s.
I didn't know that dynamic. See, I missed some of those things in the booth.
It was his last hand.
At this point, you wondered,
For 5K.
does he think he has showdown value, or is he going to bluff one more time?
You can see us if you wait. Can you see
And the only
us?
hand Deeb can beat specifically is ace king,
Under the yellow sign?
but he might be thinking that Hansen
Who's up there now?
wouldn't call a turn with ace king, so he might continue bluffing this. One of those weird spots. Nothing tilts me more
It's true.
It's not as entertaining.
Yeah. I
than
mean,
making the
guys
read on a
can
player,
my goals.
thinking they were bluffing, and yet I can't beat their
Oh,
bluff.
Deep slower with against Matt was so that was so genius.
The problem was they've done it so much Matt knew. But the funny part was no one
Well,
else
he
at the
obviously
table
didn't know if he bet an extra 500.
No, I didn't bet an extra 500. He gave me an extra 500.
Deeb hits a pair of 4s on the river. He has the best hand here. The pot is nearly $7,000.
I said 500. I said, but you can win it back. I'll put it in the pot. You can just match it.
Oh, okay.
So I put it with the money I
I
put
thought
in.
you put your own 500 in the pot.
So I knew he was calling anyway. So I'm like, I'll put an extra 500.
Yeah.
Deeb's going to slow roll.
That's pretty funny.
Goes check on the river. Pair of 4s are good.
Don't worry, I give him the
Actually,
thousand back.
I think you win.
Deeb and Hansen, pretty good friends.
How do you calm me down with that hand?
It's a slow roll.
It was gonna be a great bluff catch too when I did it.
You better get used to it.
It's mine, right?
I'm gonna fold it, I think so.
Yeah. Make sure that it's up there.
I used to play with a guy who
Hansen buys in for an additional $4,000. So he's now in the game for 15,000. Pretty much the same exact thing he did yesterday. He ended up winning 3,000 yesterday.
5 seconds and then finally
Ended up being okay because I was over.
Awesome call. Would have been one of the best hands.
Unbelievable.
But
Really was.
I was thinking about it.
It was unbelievable.
So you can't bluff people like
Best
that.
and you bet and I call.
Like you
If
said.
you're just joining us, welcome to the Poker Night in America cash game. I'm David Tuchman. We're here in Turning Stone in Verona, New York.
You still don't know.
Chinese.
You're doing a great job, buddy. Okay? Keep up all the good work. I appreciate it. You can go look at the
Okay,
camera.
comes around, goes around.
I put a few hands
Did
already.
tell Nolan how much you reloaded, by the way.
Oh yeah, I put 4,000 back in.
It'll eventually be in my stack. Not long. Just calm it down with A-side. Amateur.
Wonder why.
Crush Life Poker says Ace King is good in the cash game.
Is that true? Or is he just need
Glantz raises the 200.
What do you mean?
Gets called in
Like this.
couple of spots. Action on Cristiano.
I don't think it matters.
This is the 888
That's why we
qualifier.
get one card. People have the cards overlapping if he doesn't read it.
I think he has a PLO background. Once again, he won a $300 tournament on 888.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
You don't expect him to be too light,
Because it's a censor, you know.
but if he understands his image, if the people at the table know that he qualified online for this,
Otherwise, it's different.
he could probably use it. He could use that image. This was not a straddled pot. Two players not straddling right now are Cristiano and Torelli. And I don't think Torelli's ever calling this. I think he's either thinking 4-bet or fold. And he's going to give that one up. And a nice smile on Dominic's face as he wins that one.
But squeeze, you owned them. You got to show your hand when you win your first pot.
What? I didn't hear about that rule.
Well,
Don't worry, Trevell won't show
So
it.
Deeb, Anthony, Canuli all bought in for 20,000.
What was what, my hand?
Is that your game of choice, Omaha?
Oh, yeah, I would enjoy if we played that.
You get out much, buddy?
What's that?
You get out much?
Do I get out much? Out where? What do you mean?
Outside. Like interaction with other humans.
He talks with nature a lot.
Yeah, I'm more of a nature. He said he liked long walks.
More
on
of the
beach,
spirits and nature type.
No, seriously, how long you been growing that thing, man?
It's actually almost a year. Maybe this week, next week.
Straddle.
That's
Sometime
it.
Mid-August.
Insane.
Yeah, sometime mid-August last year.
You got a lot of, you got more than me.
What is?
Balls.
I have more.
Hairy balls.
Oh, I do have 3.
Do you? You might. You might
To
have.
make that squeeze.
Canuli raising.
Oh,
This is
man.
blind on straddle.
5K stack.
You
I know, I told them.
Glantz defends. Absolutely nothing there for Canuli.
So you might have.
But he's going to put a little continuation bet out there. It's not going to work.
You should have shown. Now I gotta have
Gave away
some
my
more.
secret.
Yeah.
But then I would have had.
Why do you think I've
certain
called you every
numbers.
time you've opened so far?
If I show like
So
7
you can get
Yeah.
raised nothing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
I bet you
taking
this,
you
I
down
bet
with
you
me.
this right here.
Board pairs, and Canuli is now drawing dead. He'll only win if somehow he can get Matt Glantz to fold.
If we find out you have 7-4 in that, you're gonna get a lot of action. Couple of men to the left, he was dying to call you. He doesn't seem like he likes folding.
Oh, he was gonna raise. There was no call there.
Well, you're the only person here that likes folding.
Play for 5K or don't play.
I don't like folding at all.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
true.
no.
The way you play, that's,
Cash game?
yeah, you can.
I folded the time here and there. cash game, I really don't
You
like.
can't prove to any of us that you don't like the fold.
Go back and watch some of the shows.
Sure. Rather not see your ugly mug.
Scotty Mofo 111 suggesting that the qualifiers often play fit or fold poker, but maybe use image
Why, right? But it's true.
in spots. And I think that's a great idea, actually.
Straddle.
You know, a lot of the qualifiers might not normally play this big,
I don't believe that.
Go half with me.
but I do think there's an opportunity to use your image. At the same time, I think the players at the table might know, okay, this guy's in for one shot. He doesn't have another $5,000 or $10,000 in his
Sure I
pocket,
do. I want you to build your stack.
and he doesn't want the show to end. He doesn't want the party to
I'd
end
love for you to get
so quickly. So you might be loath to get it in light. And I think that might have been why Torelli was actually taking his time with that, with the ace-9.
I'm
The only
I'm
one
rooting for
saying
my
no
boy
by
right now.
shields.
Thinking about what's the chances that these two are at the final table of the main event and you and me aren't? What's the chances of that coming into
Does
this
Torelli
series?
even play?
No, you might have said I didn't play.
Torelli and I did broadcast yesterday with the cash game.
That's where all the best players go.
I'll be here the rest of today. I believe Matt Glantz and maybe a couple other players might be joining me as they get knocked out of the tournament
Playing with these guys on day
for
5.
commentary. Tomorrow we've got the final table of the main event here in Turning Stone, so you can check that out. Scheduled to start at 12, which would mean the live stream would start at
He's got
12:30.
some heads up grudge match.
But you can follow us on Twitter, and we'll let you know exactly when. Nice flop for McKeon, top pair with the King of Diamonds.
Play you heads up one day.
You probably want to bust a few
Years ago.
Gotcha in there.
Dan wouldn't let me join the game.
Hold on, are you gonna follow up that?
When you guys were
I
playing
don't
heads
know.
up here
Oh,
like
yeah,
3 years ago,
I checked.
I happened to be here like with my grandmother, and I tried to get in the game, and he's like, "I'll quit." And I'm gonna tell the other guy to quit. if he
Oh
tries to do
yeah,
it.
oh yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Who's that?
I'll show you this.
Yeah, Zach.
Donkey Dan.
Look how good this was. I had it.
If you have any questions for me, you can ask me on Twitter at Tuck on Sports. You can also ask me in the chat room.
Nah, not really. You know, I just kind of feel like
King 9.
you know they have what they have.
So happy I just enticed you to get 300.
Obviously, when I come
First hand you
back,
played in
you know,
your
it's
life.
gonna
I'm
sit
sorry,
strong.
Do you remember this?
King. Ace King, I'm just gonna
When you
fuck.
roll really big.
Enough
Yeah,
flush draw on top.
exactly.
Lucky didn't come
Well,
king
it's
8-7.
a lot different than.
Come king 8-7, you might lose some money too.
Little T,
They already noticed it when I came
Little T,
back.
what
We're
kind
a
of
little
card you got?
different. A little different when he's in for 80.
Little T, what kind of car you got?
I just actually sold my car.
Buying a
You
new
don't
one.
got a car.
No, not right now.
Bro,
I got my
Right.
girl's car right
you
now.
just got a
Now you
$1
gonna buy another one?
too. You ain't got a car, bro.
Is that your first
You guys
purchase?
Joe- you know what Joe has?
What's up?
Is that your
Joe
first
has
purchase?
like,
Nah.
look how he dressed. He probably
Prius.
got a car.
Prius.
I bought a Prius, so I don't have to worry about buying a car for the next 10 years.
Hold on, you just brought it?
Last year.
Another smart man.
What year?
What?
What year?
2014. That would be last year.
Little T, let me take you car shopping.
So brutal.
What's your
Matt, I know.
style?
I saw BMWs,
Trevelyan, you
Mercedes,
might get
Porsche.
Arsenal.
Yeah, I had an S550.
Actually, have a good can to cost.
You gotta get a car, bro. You gotta symbolize something for the win.
Oh yeah, no, obviously.
A house.
Houses are the way to go. You disagree, Alex?
Yeah, house is probably smart.
Oh, okay.
Smarter than
You were
a car.
shaking your head.
No, it's just
I bet Shaun Deeb gets that one down.
Yeah, I know,
A nice house.
for sure.
Timothy Har tweeted me asking what the time delay was on the stream. We're on a 30-minute delay.
I'll seriously help you with that. B. I'm serious.
that's for sure.
Where are you from?
I live in Buffalo,
Buffalo?
but I own like 30 houses.
I
buy
know,
houses
but I
and
didn't have any
cars.
connected with the multiplier.
I'm actually on the same exact delay as you are as I'm watching the stream and watching the same exact
But I know how to get them everywhere. So if
image that you are seeing at home.
I was have to call 200 and see what flops up. Especially when Trevelyan got in there.
There were some flops that you were going to get stacked on.
I don't even know if Joe.
Agony777 asking, says broadcaster.
No,
It's the same guy who does PokerStars online events. Yes, that is me. I'm David Tuchman.
Oh, I won money. I won. He didn't win money off me. He won money in the game. There's a difference.
That correct.
He's literally going to be collecting like 1.1 and a half.
Yeah, yesterday was actually today is actually starting out the same way yesterday did. First
What
hour
do you
or
think
so,
you're gonna
players
get
kind of
as-
feeling each other out. Nothing kind of crazy. The last 6 hours were insane.
Nothing.
We saw all-ins
I mean,
pre-flop
that'll
with
take your
10-6.
Smarter than a lot.
You should put
Trash talking.
You should put like
The chips are
Tommy's
flying.
not going to do that.
This pays for Joe's.
I mean, early on, I want to say the big winner or big loser might have been,
Can't come get it now.
might have been up $3,000 or $4,000. There just wasn't a lot of chip movement.
Like 10,000 in wardrobe after you.
But by the end of the day,
Yeah.
Samantha Abernathy left up 16,000. Canuli won about 20,000. Blesnik had
I
lost
won't
30,000.
allow. You know he agrees.
You think I can? Thank you.
Yeah.
Got an interesting pot developing here. Anthony
And
flops
Joe grows a beautiful.
the nut flush draw, but he was outflopped by Canuli's king
I
10.
can't do that.
Yeah, they
And Anthony bets 1,200.
No clothes.
Not messed up.
Joe,
I do need new sneakers.
new sneakers.
Yeah,
Yes.
seriously, you got to see these
What do you
things.
think about a
Put
sneaker?
the
Can y'all get a
can you
sneakers?
put the sneakers
Please
on
get
the
a
table?
sneakers.
Come on.
Got it. Please
Give me
get
them.
a
Give me
sneakers.
them.
Can I have them? I'll put them out. I'll put them out for you.
Okay, put it on the table. We got to see this shit.
This is his final table attire.
Yeah.
And his TV.
This is sweatpants.
Like
Joe
there's gonna be a
final
grease circle from his sneakers.
This is
No,
Joe
come on,
Biden's-
put the shoe on the
I
table.
can't do that.
You can put the shoe on.
Yeah,
I'll take it off by
we
after.
don't mind.
No, I'm not gonna do
I'm
that.
gonna hold you down a little.
I'm not
Yeah,
putting
Joe,
grease
keep,
on
we got to. You're trying.
I'm not putting grease on the table.
Joe, just go like this. Joe. Just go like this.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna let you borrow this.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Mr. Bells.
There you go.
No, you know.
Showing off the kicks. Nice
I'm
kicks.
getting molested here. What is going on?
Look at this.
Look at these
That's
things. Look at them. Look at that bottom.
That's what $1 million.
Oh, my hands are so. Can someone got some wipes or something?
Oh.
Shit.
That's what $1 million. That's what $1 million buys.
Just so you don't feel bad, I'll jump in the party with
Oh,
you.
Blank, blank of the turn and river, and Canuli is going to win
Look
this.
at Joe,
And I
you
brought like a
wow, you
bullshit
found a
movie.
brother.
Yo, you guys should hang out.
Yeah, you guys
Wow.
It's for comfort.
Don't really like this bet by
Once
Anthony.
It's like a baseball glove.
I just don't think he.
That I haven't gone out.
I don't know if he ever gets a better hand to
I'm
fold.
not someone, Joe.
Same, though. It's like what your interest.
What's up?
I mean, think about the 6 paired. He's not getting a king to fold. He's not certainly not getting a 6 to fold.
Today because I'm here.
He bet the flop, and look, Canuli's trying to figure this one out.
He's gonna
You can-
provoke.
I might be able to borrow some. Yeah, you can show him our wardrobe. You can pick out a pair.
And with that sizing, it's just never going to get through. I don't think.
Maybe I could just buy my own. Is that allowed?
I think you should have Trevor buy it for you.
No, seriously, let me go.
He'll pick him out.
They'll be Jordans though.
Can't do that.
Doesn't want to look like the T Maestro.
Everyone on this table.
We were at the table yesterday. Sean said,
Yeah,
"What
there's
do
the
I
call.
have to do to be like the T Maestro?"
I did not say that.
I mean, if you were going to
No.
triple barrel
What do I have
this,
to do to get those? He said, "What do I have to do?"
if you were going to triple barrel this and
Much more of a man than you are, so.
Who would
try to get your
He has
opponent
a
to
big
fold a
mouth.
hand better than
Yeah.
ace jack of clubs, I really believe that your river had to be much, much, much larger.
Oh, he had to run on us. So Richie Rich.
Giving your opponent 6 to
Bro,
1,
you really can't outplay
Just
a
wasn't
kid
gonna do
who
it.
Got nothing to do with their money. He don't care.
and sure enough, Canuli now up $6,400. So after being the big winner yesterday, Canuli off to a great start today, the November Niner,
Back to that ice cream shop.
everything going his way.
No. My dad, when I was 15, he was like, here, come on, son. You got to work a real job, you know? It's like, no more poker.
The sheriff says your live tells are easy to spot when you know the cards, eh?
And,
So true.
One time I wiped the table a little too wet.
One of the biggest challenges of doing commentary, and people ask me all the time, and I say, sometimes it's you really don't want to be results oriented, and you wonder, okay, how much of it is your poker background,
I quit.
and how
I
much
was
of it is
like,
the fact that you can just
sorry,
see the
Pops,
cards.
I'm
Why
done.
don't you buy your dad some ice cream powers if you want?
But we do our best
Years, you know?
to
Yeah.
not be results oriented. We got a raise here from Anthony, who just lost that last pot. Cristiano picks up 2 red aces. I think it's a great spot to 3-bet. I'm not going to get
You
tricky,
can't suck up to both.
Hold
And
on.
like
How many
especially
chips
since the guy, Anthony, just lost a hand.
he's got like 60. You better be better friends
He's
with
got
Joe.
60, but it's fine.
Now, in
because, like,
yesterday's
God,
table, where we saw a lot of 3-bets and 4-bets early on,
I disagree.
and throughout
I
the
really
day,
think this is one where
maybe you play the
I had
aces a
discussion
little
with
tricky
Matt
and you just
over
flat.
chances of it.
But we haven't seen as much of that here. Plus, the table is kind of
engaged
engaged in conversation, which sometimes makes players less apt to
or
3-bet.
maybe not.
But you see here,
Anthony,
Anthony, after just losing about $6,000 in the last hand,
Pre-November.
calls ace jack offsuit out of position. It's not a hand that plays well in a 3-bet pot. Heads up.
Gave me his position on Max and Josh.
Lucky for him, he didn't flop a jack.
It's kind of a big deal.
Where can you bet on who you think who the odds like?
Vegas, I think Vegas.
Yeah, but it's always ridiculous big. You're better off like finding someone who wants to bet someone else.
They opened me at 7 to 5, which is probably the dumbest bet I've ever heard of in my life because there's no way I win the tournament that much. There's no way.
This is a 25-50 cash game. Optional $100 straddle.
Prices on people with mediums. But
Yeah.
Like
No,
him,
that's
you
the
probably
best
get a good price
price.
on this kid.
Best price is
Goes
14
check on the flop.
But they're not 14 to 1. They're still worse. They're probably like 18.
Cristiano obviously trying to give his opponent just a little bit of rope
Oh, really?
I think Max
on a
is
7
like
deuce
first,
deuce
so
board.
that's-
Third heart out there. Cristiano's got the ace of hearts. So you can see Anthony is drawing dead.
What percentage?
Not going to stop him from betting though.
I have no idea.
Max says like average stack.
And I think if you're going to play this hand in this manner, I think
He's like average.
the play is to call.
Fourth or
Max is average.
You have that
I don't
much,
really see any value in raising right now.
You have like 3x.
Max is in fifth. But yeah. Average is like 22, 23. Max is like 20. He's very close to average.
Whatever the Vegas price is, I'll bet on Max.
And sure enough, there's the call. Cristiano has the ace of hearts as well.
22 million. They're all like the same. So
There's a few people I like to bet on based on the price. You know,
Yeah.
it's not like I'm like just saying, oh, I think Max is going to win no matter what. Just relative to the price.
think
There's
Max
some
is-
people that I think we're off.
I think
Pretty
Max
safe
is
run out.
because of his previous success.
And Anthony gives up.
Man, I like little.
Easy value bet time for Cristiano.
I like you to come to first.
I don't know. I mean, yeah.
It's weird how those things like.
I don't know what I'm gonna be wearing.
Did you see? There was a
You
great
want-
Twitter picture.
You want to Max to dress you?
No, I might be.
Antonio Esfandiari was not here.
He's got patch already. Been wearing a patch for days.
That might be better. Let him shoot him.
Our next stop is in Florida
Yeah.
at the Seminole Hard Rock
No, not
Casino.
You cannot do that.
Then I believe we will be in Canterbury, Minnesota. So make sure you follow at Poker Night TV. Check out our website.
Trevel's definitely happier. You don't doubt that.
No, Chavel's married.
Still, he's still important to look more.
You still got him good.
But when you're single, it's even more important.
More and more.
Especially when you're on stage.
I have money. I'll have to.
No one's gonna believe you have money.
No, nobody will ever believe. If you go to a girl and said, I got money, they're going to say, yeah, screw you, buddy. What's going on here?
I can show him my picture. I'm gonna have a banner up. In
Cristiano bets small, 1150, and gets called.
Yeah, but if you come like second or third.
Nobody's going to remember.
second or third, yeah. If
Anthony's
anyone
gonna take a
gets
break.
some guy that could
It's
lose.
been a rough last two hands for him as he's lost about $8,500 in the last two hands. Somebody had asked what games Alec Torelli plays. Torelli lives, well, he travels a lot with him and with his wife playing poker.
Just aces, how about it?
But he does spend a lot of time in Macau playing some of the biggest games in the world.
I can imagine.
It's happened before.
Going number
Well,
2.
one of the girls did it one year, and then Phil Locke last year gave away his credit card info on the live stream, which is my god.
Yeah, that was
Then he had to
classic.
cancel it.
Something wrong with that?
Well, yeah, I was saying.
You don't wanna give away
on
your credit
Twitter,
card
someone
info
on like an
on the
old
live
booking
stream?
sheet of like the 1989 main event or something with all the odds.
Nice
all
start
the
for
details,
Cristiano,
like
who's
25
quickly up
people in, so it was
$4,500.
like all the stuff, how
Anthony
they
bought
play,
in
where
for
they're from,
$20,000. He
who
is
they
now
play,
down to under
their
11,
results,
so
it was really cool to, like,
down
see
over
odds of
$9,000
different, like,
already.
known players.
Especially,
But back then.
22 years after the fact.
Was it Helmy?
It's one of those weird things, I think, in these cash games where,
early in poker,
generally
like,
speaking, when you
some
enter a
random booking
casino,
sheet they found and, like,
you're
like,
joining a
Kessler,
game
somebody
that's
posted
already
a
in progress.
picture of it. It was great.
So you have some guys that are stuck and some guys who are winning, and you're kind of joining a dynamic that is already going. Occasionally, obviously, you'll start a new game.
I should be.
And I just think sometimes you kind of need a couple of players to start losing and a couple of players to start winning before the game really gets going.
Sweatpants.
You get some money on the table, people get emotional. We saw that yesterday.
Really?
You're not getting a shirt for the.
Come on, Joe.
What's
You
wrong
should
with
do.
you,
You got.
bro?
It looks good,
This guy, man.
Joe.
I think
Or
they're
you're one of
making
your-
different color shirts.
Agony asking says, I don't know anybody here except Deeb.
Jeff.
So, who are these other guys? Just random players. No, actually some big time pros plus November Niners. We'll go through the table in just a second.
Part of the fun of it.
I just people at least put the Flyers shirts.
Get a raise here from 300. Deeb is going to 3-bet to 1,000.
Nah, he didn't. I got a lot of.
Back over to Glantz, and I tell you this, Glantz doesn't buy in short,
I'd rather people.
so he can fold ace
That's
king
the
suited.
face in the shove, I know.
See what you doing. Little T, what you doing.
There's no way in a million years Glantz is doing
Yeah.
is folding this hand.
Filling it up.
I know
man.
you're shoving, man.
I don't want to let you off too easy.
I believe you'll do it up before. In Vegas, we're going to find you a nice BMW while you're down
You
there.
can make it 21.
The sheriff says, surely you'd want to sit at the table with Anthony playing like this, Tuck. I think this is actually a pretty tough lineup. I've watched a lot of the Poker Night broadcasts,
Give me an amount. I'll buy
whether
it.
they be the live streams or on TV, And I think when you look at this particular lineup compared to their average lineup, I think this is a very tough lineup.
Bigger than second place. Right?
Yeah,
Insane.
who can nobody can afford to buy a piece of money big one?
Do I have like 160 or something?
Glantz is going to 4-bet.
He had aces. I know he has aces. And I'm still gambling with him.
I don't know what happened.
I don't have ace.
Deeb's gambling.
Do you have king?
No, I have no pair.
Uh-oh.
Let's take odds
That's
on
very
that.
bad.
He has a good hand.
Yeah. That's a head.
Deeb's just on a huge gamble here.
Slow roll your foot. You take bets on
That's a
that.
slow roll.
That's what I'm playing. The jack.
Plays jacks. 2 red jacks. Hopefully.
No jack there.
Actually, I think
Glantz is all in for 5,000. Deeb said he wanted to gamble, and here he is gambling. Needs a jack or running cards. Now a jack or diamond would do it.
Let's go. Diamond.
Or deuce.
Diamond. Or a deuce. Or 9.
Oh, it's the ace of diamonds.
He don't got it. He got jack.
Now, yesterday, Deeb had ace king to Glantz's ace queen, and Glantz got the best of him there. Today, Deeb has king jack against Glantz's ace king, and Deeb gets the best of it. So just get it in with the worst, and you win. So Glantz has been felted. Still smiling.
Should I push it over to you?
Who wants to play the dealer tip?
Deeb loves to slow roll Glantz.
He's slow rolling, guys. Someone's got to pay.
Push it over to him.
Oh, he got the king
King
of
of
diamonds.
diamonds.
Oh, my God. Yo, how good does this guy
This is
run?
your first hand.
This guy's a
Oh,
runner,
C9. Pay him 50, and then someone has to pick a diamond.
runner.
The ace of diamonds is the only one that like makes it so unlikely I'm slow rolling. Matt was so convinced I had jacks too.
I
That was
said
the
king of
best part.
diamonds.
The ace of diamonds is so brilliant.
You owe 50 for the tip, and you get paid the slow roll.
Alright, sure.
This guy's just blessed.
That's true. I get the first one. Someone else gets the
Man,
next
this dude would have brought more.
Glantz buys in for another $5,000.
I get some change. You got a lot of chips.
Yeah,
All right, Alec, I need 5 back.
Oh no. I got the cage.
I do not advocate slow rolling unless you're doing it with a friend.
Give you cash, yeah.
And then I'm a huge fan of it.
So I just didn't buy in. But I'll go to the
If you can slow roll a good friend, that's great.
Do we have a break soon?
Yeah, we have a
But I wouldn't
we'll
slow
give
roll a
cash,
stranger.
You want to give me 5, and you play 5
Yeah, I can do
until
that.
Alec gets the strips?
I'll go on break. I just got to go to the main cage and sign and like all this stuff.
Actually, let me do this.
Yeah, we are in Turning Stone in Verona, New York. So I'll go through the table real quick. So seat 1, we got Richard Anthony. Seat number 2, Dominic Cristiano, who's the 888 qualifier.
5 games, Jack King.
Alec Torelli plays some of the biggest no-limit cash games in the world. Spends a lot of time in Macau. Tom Canuli, November 9er.
That's one of my favorite tricks. Yeah.
Currently 6th in chips, the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah, oh, no, I
Matt
said like the gin card, like because I convinced
course.
him maybe I have ace jack and diamond.
A live
I
pro,
knew I
plays a
had big
ton of
ace, he
mixed
made the
games.
ace, like,
Travell
as soon as I
Thomas
three-bet.
lives in the area, and he's been on Poker Night before.
That's why
Seat number 7, there's Joe McKeon, who is the massive chip leader at the November 9.
Jay, what we looking like?
Both Canuli and McKeon have already guaranteed themselves $1 million. McKeon in line to make a lot more than that, as he has over 30% of the chips in play in the main event. Then you mentioned he knows Shaun Deeb. Seat number 9 is Bart Hansen, lead pro at CrushLivePoker.com.
Like you thought it was like 80% I had jacks. So
Does a
like,
great job, great job at that.
When you put it in, yeah, but then when the run out came,
He's a live cash game pro out of the Los Angeles area, well respected there.
you didn't throw over your other cards.
I wouldn't, no matter what.
If you had jacks, you would have turned it over.
Jay, you're not
after
been
the
watching
run out
from me,
came,
tell me.
because you can't slow roll.
I was just.
So at this particular table, my guess would be we've got
I would assume jacks.
You always put me on good hands.
6 pros and probably 2 or 3 businessmen.
I don't have
I know, I
anything
thought
to raise the
Qualifier.
money. Then Joe put himself- he put him- Shaun put him and Joe right
Both players with a pair. Anthony's going to end up winning this one, though.
Especially the face you made.
Why are you not
He the knee on steroids.
Draven Stone says, do you have any history on Cristiano beyond winning the Sadi? From what I heard, he's a PLO player. Obviously lives in New Jersey, but besides that, I do not know.
Well, that was out of pocket.
Oh, of course. You're not watching? Wow.
the first one to go broke again?
Weird.
2
Surprise.
days in a row.
Wonder why.
And you always end up winning. You always get stuck like 20,000 every time we play.
Andrew?
In mixed, it's a lot tougher for you to get even.
I haven't seen Matt get it in good yet.
I think you played late last time, so
My man Matt couldn't get it in no better, man.
he likes to sleep.
Oh no, he got it in against the nut flush. This seems pretty bad.
Those donkeys
got the
always,
stone nuts.
those donkeys
No,
always
there
suck
was
out.
a pair on the board.
What was it fair on the board? I liked it when he started rooting for a deuce or a 9 though.
You gotta like root for all these, so all the possibilities are still alive.
He showed the jack because he knew he needed a jack to win. Just run around a flush. I think that's all Joe's fault too.
I asked for it.
Joe did ask for diamonds. That's when Joe knew I had it because I fist pumped when he said the diamonds. I was like,
So Matt,
that's
we gonna
definitely what I had.
slow roll Joe.
Well, yeah, obviously.
It's tough to slow roll Joe. He just plays ace, king,
He
and
only
ace.
plays the nuts. I know.
Same thing you do. You can't fucking laugh.
Bro, I've never only the nuts.
Yeah.
So Thomas raises to 350. Bart Hansen just called.
Oh, that was out of line. I'm sorry.
And in fact, Thomas actually raised to 150. No straddle on this one. Hansen calls. Anthony's going to come along for the ride.
It's fucking fine. We
I
can
haven't
sweat
played,
each other.
I haven't played any games. Going crazy.
You saw the game.
I think I like 3-betting if I'm Hansen.
Yeah.
Like, I was trying to see his hand. Because like you got up. And,
No, he did too much.
I think I try to isolate Thomas.
for him to limp jam.
No slight against Thomas. I'm just Hansen's in position. Get it heads up. You're on the button. You get it heads up against one of the amateurs at the table.
Wow.
yeah, you played that one great.
You should show one of your cards there. Yeah. You know which one you should have showed.
I know.
Should have showed the ace.
I don't hate calling with 5-4 diamonds. I just think I think 3-betting is probably a better option.
We're out of the pie. So we can do that.
Whereabouts?
On a friend.
I'm on the plan.
I'm gonna look at Shaun.
Oh, you are? Yeah, I live in Sutton Place.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm cold now.
Ramu says, with everyone playing so light, shouldn't someone be light 3-betting? That's what we saw yesterday. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if the game eventually
Yeah, of course. Not even
morphed into
Southern California.
Oh, nice.
that kind of game. But early on yesterday, players played it a little bit closer to the vest as well. So we'll see how this one develops.
Originally, when I was young, my stepdad's from there. He's been there since the 70s.
Joe, I'm gonna give you this.
So he moved out to California actually from there, so I always went there as a kid. Really liked it. And there's a lot of people in New York. It's just so engaging. Like you go out at noon or 1 for lunch, and 10 p.m. you with 10 other people.
I mean, yesterday's game was driven in some ways by Jared Blesnick, who did a lot of light 3-betting
You always meet interesting people. Everybody's really
and unconventional sizing.
Yeah, right.
awesome. You gotta be to pay rent.
Yeah.
It's like a filter. You know, like
So you run your poker business out of New York?
no, we're not there that much.
Yeah.
We have an online marketing company that we run as well. That is really valuable to be there. We just went to a conference called Affiliate Summit, which is there.
Now, going back to that 5-4 diamonds hand, the more I think about it, Travell Thomas had not opened a hand yet, I don't think. And that might have been the decision. Bart might have thought he wasn't opening light. Really wanted to see a flop in position with 5-4 diamonds. If you don't think your opponent is opening light, don't think. And think there's a chance that he might end up 4-betting or he's just crushing your hand. Nothing wrong with just calling there.
Like raked away with traffic and whatever else.
Yeah.
I like that.
Where's your wife from?
Glantz in the straddle. There's Joe McKeon in the orange shirt, Philadelphia Flyer shirt.
It's supposed to be the other way around there.
She was a professor too, and she taught
I got cold.
literature. So
You out?
very hard.
350. Dentale, you ready to join us yet?
Yes.
You're on the list? Yes. Okay.
Matt said you weren't on the list. You see how he looked at you?
800.
You're second up. Behind rep. Rep busted first. Yeah.
I gotta match myself.
McKeon's picked up some big hands. Ace-King, I want to say 3 times now already. So McKeon raises to 350. Anthony 3-bets to 800. McKeon does not 4-bet him, but calls.
I don't look at that. Look at my pen.
You got to imagine the 3-better is going to try to represent that ace.
You gotta help dress me, man.
Does have a good shot. Neither player with a diamond in their hand
Tuck me in.
on the ace-7-3 2-diamond board.
Mike, I gotta get you
There's a
back
check
so bad.
call
Nightmares about that ham.
for McKeon.
Bro, these are stylish
A black 4 could get real ugly. Well, Anthony picks up more outs here. He can catch a 4 or a 9. He's going to continue barreling, and McKeon's not going to go anywhere.
I don't know. He must be rich. He's playing like you and your house. Is it a button? What's the button?
Pot's down $9,275. Here's the river. And McKeon is just playing this as a complete. Anthony thought about it.
2, 4, 6, 8.
Did Anthony just move all in? Did Anthony just move all in?
It's like 6,000. 6,000 effect.
In a 3-bet pot, frankly, I'm actually surprised that McKeon is even taking this long.
What took you so long?
That was Shaun right there.
Yeah, you're rooting for a different card than a king.
Shaun said, what are you waiting on?
I mean, you're losing to a set of aces. You're losing to a set of kings. He does make the call. And Anthony already reaching in his pocket for more money. Huge hand there.
He 3-bet free and bet. I don't know what he had.
Shaun, ace king. So
I told you.
Anthony has some heart. Give him that.
I hit it too.
He went for it. Might have really put McKeon in a tough spot if McKeon only had a hand like ace-10 or ace-jack. But with top 2, obviously McKeon going nowhere.
What was he considering on the river when he bet? I'm just curious.
I just wanted to make that.
He was counting exactly how much he was going to win down the stack before calling. So you could say 58-25.
I'm just wondering, what options were you considering?
Was that what you're was that a slow roll?
Yeah, Glantz just making fun of him there. It's like, what options were you going to do with top 2? I mean, there are boards where you could theoretically fold 2 pair, obviously. It's not like he's got the nuts. But in a 3-bet pot, I just don't see how you're ever folding that hand. You know,
So if he had less than
give McKeon credit, obviously. You know, he under-repped his hand and gave his opponent enough rope to hang himself. And a lot of players
neither option matters.
might have either 4-bet pre,
That was a slow roll.
check raised at some point, ended the hand.
It was only a slow roll for you, Tom.
That was a slow roll.
I've never heard of a shot. It looks like a really nice watch. It's probably out of my price range. That's why I never heard of it.
They're calling it a slow roll. I kind of call it a knit roll.
You ever heard of a shot, man?
Incredibly cool.
170 shot, man. Yeah.
Watches are cooler than
That said, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting it and knowing exactly when your opponent moves all in. I don't think there's anything wrong with kind of like being, okay, wait a second. Let me take 5 seconds.
Really easy to outplay somebody like that. Make it 1,000.
Yeah, with your money.
My bad.
I usually have shuffling chips there. Do I not have that?
I have 8.
They can look on the camera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can you look on camera?
Because we had that
I
problem.
thought it was mine, honestly.
You get above a certain
Look on the
amount,
camera.
it
800 from me?
retains more
No,
value.
just look on the
If
camera.
you sell 800 for me,
The 2 November Niners are killing it.
yes, that's a fair
Give it
grade.
back.
You're not going to sell it for like
What happens?
Four players.
As if the summer hasn't gone well enough for them already.
like you do something like what he did. Crazy.
Jack high flop, 2 diamonds. Bottom set here for Deeb. Anthony rebought for another $10,000, so he's in the game now for $30K.
Shuffle green once now, right? He's grading now.
And Deeb gets no action.
Yeah. Can you make sure they're actually going to the cameras for that? I don't want to.
Someone on the stream will.
Alright, cool. They'll figure it out.
Yes, they will. Because
I'm-
that happened with me with the orange
I'm
chip. Somebody
very
stream figured
confident
it
it's
out.
mine, but I want to make sure. I want to scum you.
I don't think I was shuffling today. But
You were, you weren't.
I'm trying to think if I was. I definitely was yesterday.
Would you shuffle on that side of your chip?
I would never shuffle left. I'd always shuffle here.
Look, because I'm weird. I shuffle left and I'm
I
right.
moved them. What I thought I did was I moved them over to put my cards down because I had them in my hand.
More likely to be yours than mine.
Because it was at 58.25. I took the 800. That was 800 from the 58.25. And we counted down. I took that and stacked up the rest of the chips. Those are.
I'm not trying to steal from you, by the way.
Joe, you're the
Yeah,
last
no, I
person.
understand.
Joe,
I'm
we
not
don't
trying
think
to
you're
say
around.
you're easy. Thank you, Trevor.
It looks like you should steal from people, but
I shaved, remember?
Looks like you should be
I'm never entirely comfortable trying to get in somebody's head and figure out what they're thinking. You know, I'll try to analyze something from a poker perspective. In that case,
You can barely see anything.
Can we be a
if
big
you
brother?
think,
No, sis.
I mean, if Anthony's sitting there thinking, well,
He's a brother. So.
I don't put my opponent on ace-king, which I don't think he would call. I don't think he would just call a 3-bet with ace-king. I think he would 4-bet. So you think the best hand he has is 1 pair, and maybe you can get him to fold that. It's ambitious.
Oh, I was told you were.
Poker, there's a fine line between looking like a genius and looking like an idiot. And unfortunately, we all toe that line sometimes.
Anybody from there move there, and everybody that's from there stays there. Right, exactly.
I got paid, buddy.
Nobody that's from there goes to the
His chop from the World
He
Series.
owes you interest.
That's great.
You can't just hold your money down.
Remember Joe's chop? He said he wasn't paid it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Consistently.
Yeah, that's what those kids. The kid that was at your
It's
table.
hard to
he
leave.
told me.
Feels like the addicting city.
No, you got screwed by someone.
I would never let a guy
This
from
is why you
another-
don't listen to other people about
Well,
this
I thought he
stuff,
got it
because
from
they
you,
have
and
no
he said he
idea.
did.
Might have to go.
I would
No,
never let a guy
there's
from
no
another
problem.
country leave with my money.
There is
without
no
going to
chop.
case.
It's not allowed by World Series of Poker
You
regulations.
can tell there was say it was a chop after the fact.
That's what I want.
I tweeted it out.
It's your money. It's on their
Chainsaw tweets in, says, any chance FBT at Greg Mueller. Greg Mueller, by the way, is at the Stone and we'll be playing cash. No, I don't think Greg is here.
I'm playing 10 behind.
It's the long story. I'm not going to get into.
I can understand with money being what.
Got a tweet from Norma Hansen, Bart's mother. Hi, Dave. Can you give Bart some playable cards, please? Hi, Norma. Chris Freeman asked who the big winner was yesterday. I believe it was November 9er, Tom Canuli, who's in kind of in seat number 4 wearing the black hoodie, just to the right of Matt Glantz. He and Samantha Abernathy were the 2 big winners, but I believe Canuli won a little bit over 20,000. Actually, I'm getting word that it's 18,775, so he was the big winner. So Anthony raises to 450 with 5s. Hansen calls.
I believe what he said.
Canuli's going to 3-bet. He's going to try to isolate.
You take your twin brother with you? That guy.
Coming home with
That gets rid of Hansen.
Probably leave you.
Anthony going nowhere.
Some store, but I'll leave you an American Eagle.
Not a terrible flop for Canuli, as he's got a gut shot, backdoor spades,
I said I'm going to the store.
kind of a dry board.
I said I should take you with me.
He doesn't realize actually how much equity he has.
This can't go shopping together.
Yeah, you're right. They can't go
Like
together.
shit.
And we saw Canuli do this yesterday. I think
I wanted that T-shirt.
I think he'll do his best to 3-bet
I wanted those no-name sneakers.
whoever he thinks he has a handle on. Whoever he thinks is the weakest player at the table, so to speak. And a continuation bet from Canuli gets through. Jimmy Snyder says that Joe McKeon normally play cash games or mainly tournaments or a mix of both. From what I gather, I think he actually started playing cash games here in Turning Stone many years ago. Well, I shouldn't say many years ago. The guy's not old, but a few years ago at least.
If I can, yeah, for sure.
So I think he and Canuli actually play mostly cash games. I know Canuli does. Canuli only had about 50,000 in live tournament earnings before
Philly was fun.
the main event this summer.
We had an action situation.
Well, it was funny because
Oh,
the
you saw
first
the
4
teas-
hours was boring.
Thanks for the tweets, guys. You can tweet me at Tuck on Sports.
Sam just gets
Oh,
some
yeah.
5K with 10-6 suit. That's
Yeah.
great.
I'm just mad because there was a hand where I
Rap drawing dead twice.
there was a hand where I got third nuts for spill. I should have bet folded on the river, and like I just didn't think it through, and it would have like Alex was like everyone thought it was great. But he had like the 5th nuts, and he knows it wasn't like as impressive as Phil made it out to be. Like,
Was I there?
yeah. When I had the Jack 7 on Queen Jack.
Oh yeah.
Mr.
Queen Jack
Fizbin
Jack
says,
7
Tuck, are you still
like,
working
Jack
with the
followed
bike? I am. I will be back in Los Angeles
Against Phil who had Queens.
Yeah.
in about
Check.
2 weeks. Took a vacation after the World Series of Poker, came up upstate New York. My wife and I and our kid had a cabin on a lake in upstate New York near Saratoga. So spent a few weeks here, and when I found out this was going on so close, took a 2-hour drive over here. Both players with an ace. McKeon's ace-queen best. I think he bet, actually. Yeah, I like this. He overbets the pot. I kind of like it. I like the sizing. Something I've been doing in my is kind of experimenting with sizing. I like when players think outside the box. Kind of put their opponents, force their opponents to play outside their comfort zone. I mean, Torelli realizing now that ace-8, obviously just a bluff catcher. McKeon's never value betting a hand worse than that at this price. I think he's going to pay him off, though, and he does. Pays him off. There's the ace-queen. And Torelli tosses his ace-8 in the muck. A nice payoff here for McKeon. Everything going the November Niners way.
He was probably so mad he wasn't dealt ace-king 3. He was just like, damn, man.
I was so mad. I couldn't flop a set with that hand. It was a joke.
Bradley 2P2 says, overbet on the turn while draw is still drawing. A better play, in my opinion.
I don't talk about that anymore.
Can't ever talk about that. Once you make the main event fighting table, you can't talk about it.
You gotta agree. Yeah, I do.
That's a lot of closures in on. A lot of sneakers.
People don't understand how funny you actually are. Excuse me, how funny you actually are to them. Not because of that. Just
I know.
Like
Richard got so much money, he haven't even took. He done brought in 5 times. He's still not on 2.
Normal day in the office.
Yeah, one day I'll make somebody trade that much money tomorrow.
Get a raise here from Torelli, called in a couple of spots.
Man, who cares?
brag about having a behind.
Top set here for Hansen, nut flush for Torelli. This could get ugly. You can see Torelli about a 2-to-1 favorite over Bart.
Sorry to hear that.
Glantz is going to take a shot at it. And that's just going to make it a little bit more convoluted. So Glantz bets what is about $400. Hansen calls. Torelli flops the stones.
Somebody more powerful than the bank.
That's the one thing about cash games. It's funny, you watch poker on TV, and you don't realize that it's edited. We're showing you the best of the best. But if you watch it live, and I do a lot of these live streams, a lot of it is just waiting for a hand like this. I believe Torelli just called. Turns an ace. I imagine Glantz will be done with this. We'll see.
I don't understand how if I gave you this chip that has cash value on it.
It's not real money.
Oh, okay. So I have a question. If I went over there,
Torelli's going to check one more time.
They gave me money for it.
I think Hansen checked as well. And it checks through. Now, Hansen's definitely going to bet this river. Question is, can he bet fold the river? Can he get away from it when he gets raised? He bets 1,200. Bets 1,100, pardon me. So he bets 1,100 into 1825 with a set of 8s. Torelli could be kicking himself when he sees when he hears about this one. But we'll see. There's the raise. Glantz gets rid of it quickly. Back over to Hansen. And it's 3,400 back over to Hansen.
He's working for your tip.
Jack 9, you can't beat. 9-6, you can't beat. And obviously a flush you can't beat.
Do they actually let you in the casino dressed like that?
I don't think Torelli, I'm trying to think if Torelli would raise. The way this hand played out, everybody under-repped their hand. Is there any way Torelli would raise the river with a hand worse than set of 8s? Is he ever doing this for value with a hand worse than a set of 8s? I don't think so. I mean, I don't ran into 2 pair, like ace 10 of clubs or something. Well, he wouldn't have ace 10 of clubs, but let's say ace of spades. Let's say he has the ace of spades and 10. Would he raise with 2 pair? It's pretty thin, I think.
You gave her money?
No, we don't want another one. Oh. No, you just grab that.
That's for you?
No. All right, not too
Yeah, Sam Stein Poker saying he's not raising big with worse. I don't think so either. I mean, if it was a small raise, if he had raised to like 2,700, I could make an argument for maybe he has 2 pair. But I think in this particular case, it looks like he backed into a straight. Or he was slow playing a flush.
I play online poker. You play online?
Like, I don't do the sugary stuff. Man, you got keys and whatnot.
So
Great laydown.
You gotta show up with the bluff.
That's a great laydown. That is a really good laydown by Bart Hansen.
Yeah, we have a rule: if you're bluffing, you show, and if you have it, you don't show.
By the way, full disclosure, Bart's one of my best friends.
What's it?
But I am as hard on him as anybody, if not more. And to only lose $1,500 post flop is pretty remarkable.
He wanted to keep you in. He did it right.
It's a really nice laydown.
I wanted to because I like Alec, but
You gave him 400. You have to save something.
I wanted to help Alec out, but I couldn't do it.
Just bet 300.
Not much has gone Hansen's way. This is one of those days where I can't really hammer him, though. He made a couple of good calls on Deeb with ace-king. Deeb caught his 4 on the river. Hansen lost about $2,500 on that hand, maybe 3,000. And then here, obviously, flops top set. Board does not pair and figures out a way to only lose $1,500.
Do me a favor. Stack the deck towards me. Okay? Appreciate that. I'm the only one you really know.
150. He's known me for longer than you.
Have you? You been playing here or y'all really?
I have a lot of respect for Torelli's game. I do not like the way he played that hand. I know it's easy because we saw the cards. I just think when he doesn't raise the flop, he has to know that Glantz is going to be checking back a ton. Because Bart called in the middle, so you got 3 ways in there. Glantz is not going to just burn money. So unless Glantz actually has a hand, he's going to be checking back the turn a bunch. Hansen flops bottom 2. Anthony with an ace-9. And Hansen could get it all back right here.
If they win. I'm a master horse player. You know I'm a master.
You good at taking pieces?
Oh man, not good
Must
as
be
you
nice.
out. Not good
Oh,
as you
yeah,
out. Not good as you are this year. Yeah, I know. Not good as you are. You much better.
I think with Bart's image, I know Bart doesn't really tilt, but I think the fact that he's lost a couple of hands, he can kind of sell this. And against the amateur in seat number 1, who's down about $20,000, I like raising right away. Build this pot up, especially on a relatively wet board. I mean, there's no flush draw out there, but a lot of straight draws. And Hansen is going to raise right away.
You should tweet at DJ and ask him if he has.
I did run bad.
No,
I took that. I had 3 people, and one guy did cash, one guy robbed us, and one guy.
Give the DJ didn't he use the back?
I gave other people first.
If I knew you so, I would have always been buying you like I ran.
One guy robbed me in Paul.
You don't like me that much until the team nice was just behind.
How much you
Anthony calls. Turns a blank. Hansen not that deep anymore. He's in the game for 14,000, but I want to say he's probably down about 5, so he probably only has about 8,000 in front of him.
Okay, he got
before
hit
this
with enough
hand.
money lately.
Those kind of bright orange chips are 1,000 each.
Yeah, but still don't like getting robbed.
Rungood.com.
You got robbed twice last month.
Second player dealers are now hand for hand.
That includes us, right? We're hand for hand. Too.
No reason to get tricky against the amateur in seat number 1. I think he's just going to keep barreling here.
48.
5,000 behind.
Anthony wants a
400,
count. And I think Bart just said he had about 4,800 behind. And Anthony calls. Pot now 7,700. What a great run out for Bart. No scare cards. I don't think anybody at the table thinks that he is bluffing right here.
41.
4,100.
That's funny. Oh, good.
And Hansen bets 4,100.
Call.
Anthony calls. And Hansen gets paid off, nearly doubles up there.
41.
Goes back to what I was saying yesterday.
Well, that's more money than like.
When you're faced with a big river bet,
I know, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
kind of ask yourself this question. Does my opponent
It would have
expect
been
me
a
to
good
fold?
joke if it was.
If it was.
Does my opponent expect me to call?
You should learn. Just make sure
You also have to understand that that run out is not, they're not good bluff cards. The nuts didn't change. Those aren't cards that Bart would necessarily use.
I just wanted you to remember that.
The fact that he kept betting, I don't think any of the pros at the table thought Bart was bluffing there. Anthony in front of the 10,000, so he's up to 40K.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh, I'm about to say that. Man, you freaking do. Not that day, though, bro.
Did we forget that guy?
No, we got him.
Yeah, that was the one where your slow
that was
roll.
our first guy, the first guy?
I paid.
No, it was
I
second.
got him. Yeah, I paid for one.
Yeah, the slow roll was the first hand.
When you got stacked, Matt, remember that hand? That was the first time I was there.
That's a
I don't remember that.
great couple of hands there for Hansen.
For diamond, diamond.
He loses the at minimum
Wonder why.
What-
with a very good second best hand, and then wins the absolute maximum with bottom 2 pair.
Alec missing
Flop
his
bottom
straddle.
2 pair, I should say.
Blackie.
I am. Forgot. Remind me next time. I'll do it.
It's always my job to be the straddle.
This is ridiculous. Maybe y'all saving me money. But I really want to.
Travell, if you keep playing so tight, we're not inviting you back.
I really want to play.
Then just play blind.
Or just
Like,
pretend
once
you
in over, you
have
have to play blind if you're gonna play as tight as you are to make up for it.
Yeah, I'm playing tight. You seen the best hand.
You
I
played
had.
one hand.
He
I
did
played
straddle once.
3 hands.
He straddled?
He straddled.
Anthony is just getting crushed right
Of course
now.
you did, Joe.
Not his day so far.
He straddled. I talked him into straddling, then look at it.
Matt, your stack doesn't look very intimidating.
No.
Matt, could you explain the strategy of not
Not
having
much
a lot
going
of
his
chips on
way.
the table compared to having a lot of chips on the table for the
I
fans at
just
home?
like to get it in, so like if I have 20,000, it's much less likely to get it in. And I'll play
Oh,
tighter.
you got 20,000
and
pretty
my
wide with
opponents
you.
play tighter. If I have this much, everyone's gonna play like everyone's gonna do what Shaun did.
I got
Just
it
get it in
good.
with King Jack.
I'm gonna do what
If I
Shaun
have
did.
20,000,
10K.
Shaun's not gonna get it with King Jack.
I don't know
It
about
seems
that.
much better.
I don't think you can say it was
40%
King
for
Jack.
a royal.
He got it in with the nut flush. It's a difference.
The reason why you play suited cards, Matt, you know, reds are more lucky than black, right, Travell?
Yes, they are.
You straddle.
No, they're not. Black is the luckiest.
Did Travell fold again?
I'm gonna start showing you my fold cards.
Oh, I gotta fold first.
I might. Can I play his discards? Phil, just fold aces to me. I'm gonna shove it.
I'll take Shaun's hand, and Shaun can take your hand.
Bet.
But you have to
Sure.
fold first before Shaun takes it.
If you ask anybody knows me, I'm just as loose as you in the cash game, but with the cards I'm getting,
Yeah,
You are
that's-
not as loose.
I just
you
want
should
to
have. Let me switch seats with him, and then I play loose.
Yeah, you have permission on Glantz, and you haven't played one hand.
Travell, I'm probably V-pipping more than anyone on this table, and I want you to know.
Torelli
Shaun's
Cannulli in the
has more
blinds.
position on me than he has on you.
You're getting.
Torelli's still in the lead.
Besides the
You're getting.
You haven't
And he goes
seen that
check,
one
check, as
discard.
both players have a pair.
You showed down like a queen nine suit, like okay,
Yes.
but you didn't even show anything
They
close
fold
to
by
that.
then. They fold by then. At 7-4 suited against his big blind.
Who's big blind?
He
Funny, when both players end up having mediocre, marginal hands but have showdown value,
5. Oh, 8s.
it's actually when pots usually are fairly boring just because both players are happy to get the showdown and hope they can win.
It's another 5? All right. Sir, please be professional on the table. You're representing Parks Poker.
I was steamed because I got to take a tip on it.
No, they'll throw a tip heavier because they're nice enough to not break it.
Yeah, I didn't know about that too.
No, for this show, we have not. I don't think they've charged rake one place yet.
No wonder you play.
That's the biggest reason.
That's like $7 in EV. Can't miss it per hour.
They might have charged the sugar house. I think it's within regulations they have to. No? PA's a stickler on that. I'm surprised.
They can give a pass for any game. You can get a
Not
pass.
PA because they want the tax revenue for every game.
You can't get a pass?
No.
350.
We've gotten passes at your mixed game.
And you're just not supposed to.
Oh, okay.
Come on, put it on without
Throwing
looking.
parts under the bus.
Vincent asking how long has this been on and what time does it finish? We're here all day. I want to say that we're probably going to be here till somewhere around 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight, Eastern time. We started today around 1 o'clock. The players will take a dinner break, probably somewhere in the range of about 4 minutes. Holy shit! It's Joe Stapleton. Stapes is in the house. I'm going to throw shit at him.
They also own Rivers, and they're opening up Rivers in Schenectady. They own like 2 or 3 other properties.
Stapes is here. Stapes, come on up, buddy. Come say hi.
Yeah, they're like
I can't believe Stapes is in Turning Stone. I'm blown away by this.
I'm scared of this having check raise. He said check raise. I want to believe.
He's been stalking me for years. Dude's got a total crush on me. He does. That's cool.
Good luck, all in.
Jack. Just a jack.
Yeah, I just noticed Todd Anderson. I looked down over the. So we're in this actually like this huge event center, and on one side we've got the cash game going on, and our crew is filming it. On the other side, we've got the poker tournament going on, which is in day 2. As I mentioned, the final table will be tomorrow, approximately 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm looking over this, and I look out, and I see Todd Anderson
I think the Poker Night in America had.
of Poker Night in America, of course, talking to the one and only Joe Stapleton. Huge fan. Good friend of mine, and a great guy. And I think he's so talented, funny, just knows his shit, and very entertaining.
Can't wait for Alex's next excuse.
I know he's not for everybody, but for my money, he's one of my favorites.
Yeah, they might.
5K south. Good luck.
Hey, it's my straddle.
400.
I know you know.
Good luck.
Young Vince says, commentator celebrity death match. What would we play? I'd love to do some sort of Stapes challenge. I don't know what we'd do, though.
I think I'm going to play this one. I hope though.
There's a strong possibility.
Hold up, Tommy.
He's
Pause.
funnier than me. I'm probably a better poker player than him.
Tommy pause.
I'm trying to think of what else we could. We'd have to do something stupid. I bet I could outdrink him. We could do a drinking contest. Totally do that. That would be great.
Now we got to have it. That's the
not
problem.
nice.
Now we can't just like. Yeah, we can't just go. No, I
Oh
wouldn't
my
have
God,
gone
I'm
anyway.
so sorry. I'm sorry.
Trying to get the nuts.
Could we? You think we could make a drinking match, me and Stapes? Would that video go viral? It would. 'Cause Stapes would be funny as hell. Canuli 3-bets here. You see what I'm saying here? Canuli trying to isolate Anthony. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I wouldn't be doing it with 9-4 suited out of the small blind. I believe he is in the small blind. I just think you have to know you're getting called more often than not. And I know your opponent's going to miss the flop. It's just a situation where now I've got to play the hand out of position. It's a hand that really has almost no value. Mr. Fizbin says bartending challenge. I bartended for like 4 years. I don't know. I don't know if Stapes has any bartending experience or not. I know he has drinking experience.
I want to see it turn in a river too.
And Cannuli's gonna bet and win it. That's pretty tight from Anthony. So I stand corrected. I don't know. I still don't know if I like it though. Out of the small blinds.
No, we don't.
I'm all for
don't look at the
attacking
hands.
the
There's
guy who's on
policies.
tilt,
Oh, really?
Yeah. Are you getting
like sharks to blood. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, usually the show.
I'm
we
probably
say
doing it when
show
I'm
we
in
don't look at the
position.
hands. Or see
Or
what my
with
text or Twitter, like,
more playable
flags, you
hands.
just tell the
Hands
table
that just a
what
little bit more
information you
value when I get
I'm
called.
definitely not telling you guys. No, I'm just kidding. I'll tell you guys.
Hey, make some suggestions, guys. What kind of celebrity death match could we do?
There's no way Trevel's gonna. All right, Trevel folded a flush draw. He's very sad.
I folded the
That's
first
all
one.
that
That's my
happened.
best hand of the day.
You should apologize to him though,
folded my
for making him
favorite
fold the
hand.
hand he had.
I folded my favorite hand.
Ace queen.
No, he had Jack 10 of clubs. You made him fold.
I wouldn't have
3-5.
folded
You
Jack.
should apologize.
I might have not folded ace.
I think he's an idiot for folding. But I think
Yeah,
you should
Joe would have got it
apologize.
in with ace queen.
No,
Me with 10 jack.
Jack 10 suited. You have puppy feet.
You would have definitely got it.
You have puppy feet, kid. Sure.
450.
Some of the back looks like they've gone through a shuffle machine. That kind of like they have like marks and stuff. Kind of like
No, I love it not.
Try to. Yeah, I mean, I'll inherit it.
Oh my God.
McKean in the straddle with ace king. Time this guy's picked up ace king.
I'll inherit a quarter. It'll go to me and my siblings equally.
I seriously think he's lost like 3 hands since day 2 of the main event. It's just unreal.
One manages it. The other
All
one
right, good
works.
deal.
Stapes has just walked in here.
You're not calling.
He just
How are you, my man?
has it.
Good to see you, buddy.
This guy just always has it. I think this guy just always has it.
Show the buff.
This dude literally, McKeon, he's lost like 2 hands since day 2 of the main event. That's unreal. You gonna come in? Say hi to the audience? They're all like, they just want to, they want to hear your.
That's not possible, dude. It's not even fun.
It's pretty fun for me.
Where's that stupid thing?
Nice.
Oh, there we go.
That's not the real
It's
life.
fancy. It's like you're a singer.
It's called 100.
You better hope this
You see why I was waiting on to have cards before I play? He has enough to do your behind. I can't play a freaking hand.
I just hope it continues through November for you, Jeff.
Jesus Christ.
If it stops cold in October, you're not.
What's up, my man?
I feel like I should be translating something for Starfleet.
Yeah.
I'm standing in the hall of Klingons. Sorry, no offense to any Klingons out there.
Right.
You know.
Joe Stapleton, guys. How are
Hey
you?
guys, good.
What-
Hey, thanks for having me sitting here. This is great, Dave. Nice to see you, by the way.
You as well. Hey, by the way, welcome back to the States.
Thank you. Yeah,
It's good to have you back.
I just moved to New Jersey, the 6th borough of New York City, and so I heard this was going on, and I got in touch and said, "Hey, can I come up and just take a peek?" And because I like it, I like the show.
Why Jersey?
Because I wanted to live near New York City, but I wanted to have air conditioning and a king size bed and a parking space.
Well, okay.
And also, maybe one day we see some companies we're familiar with in New Jersey.
Oh, I see.
Maybe we play online poker there one day.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That'd be cool. It's good stuff. Well, it's good to have you back in the States. I see you already got a Poker Night in America T-shirt.
that's it. That made the whole ride worth it. 4-hour drive, no problem. Got a free T-shirt.
I haven't gotten a T-shirt yet.
Really? Do you want mine?
No.
Do you know of all the things I actually work for? I never get free stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
I want.
Like I'm still playing at home with a Mansion poker chip set. All the poker companies I work for over the years, I have a Mansion poker chip set. I don't have a full tilt set. I don't have whatever. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on this stream or not, but I don't have any other.
You can say anything.
I can say anything. Okay, I'm allowed to say poker stars.
Yeah, you can totally say that. Totally fine. I actually, you know what I want? Okay, so our sponsors in the top right corner, you see
Yeah.
Giants with that like
Yes.
buffalo thing.
Yeah.
on it?
What are they?
Giant sunflowers. I want that T-shirt and I want that hat.
Now hold on a second. Are the sunflowers giant?
I don't know. I can neither confirm nor deny
That would upset me if I got them and they were regular size sunflowers.
Yeah.
Still, I'd be like,
Just like-
guys, come on. It'll better at least be a giant bag. It's a big bag. Okay,
It is a
good.
big bag.
All right, good. Story checks out. Are people gonna get mad that we've been chatting and not talking about this domination situation?
No, we've been talking poker for a while. It's fine.
Okay,
Dude, it's
cool.
you. I've been like literally. I was just talking about how you've been stalking me. I was in England.
And here I am.
And it, like awkwardly, like how convenient you like came out to England just when I was like there, and you just showed up at a bar, and I was like, okay, then I'm here and you're here.
We're 2 ships passing the night generally. This is the one point where we were like passing each other
Like-
probably.
Like, dude, if you want to date, just ask me out.
I am so glad that we've finally gotten this out in the open.
Yeah,
and
it's
we
totally
can
fine,
talk
man.
about it
I'm okay
freely.
with that. I mean, I'm married, but my wife and I are, we're open.
Are you cool? Is she cool?
Yeah, she's cool like that.
Okay.
Hey.
The thing is, I am completely out of options in the
Yeah.
female. Like I have worked my way through the entire order, through the whole lineup. Now,
All of have you worked through England and that's why you're back?
I've worked through 52% of the population of every country I've ever been to. So I think I've tried Canada next.
They probably go. Toronto is nice. I heard Toronto was great.
I had a blast in Toronto.
Weren't you just there for Negreanu's birthday?
Yeah, it was amazing. There was 800 people's party. For some unknown reason, 600 of them wanted a photo with me. I felt like an actual bona fide D-list celebrity.
Thanks for the
one
invite,
night.
man. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Hey, Dave, you want to fly from LA to Toronto on your own dime to come to this
that
party?
sounds
I
like-
could
yeah.
get you in.
I would have totally gone.
First of all, I would hope that if you genuinely wanted to go, you would just holler at your boy,
I would've.
and I would have just said, no problem, you're on the list. Done.
I was actually, I've been, the wife and I are on vacation, and we've got a cabin on a lake in Saratoga, just outside Saratoga.
Oh my God, that's like where I'm from.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I used to work at Saratoga Racetrack when I was a teenager.
I was there like 10 days ago.
Really? How'd you do?
Fantastic. Lost
Yeah.
miserably. I went for like the trifectas. I wanted to win real money.
Oh yeah, you
And-
got to go for the bombs, for the Hail Marys.
Yeah, and I failed miserably, but we had a really good time. But anyway, so there, I'm on a lake and I'm drinking like a case of beer a day. So I'm not sure if I would have gotten myself motivated to go anywhere. I'm actually surprised I got here.
Oh, they even made it here from there. Well, that's a good thing that my parents didn't know you were there, because my parents feel the need to invite over any friend of mine they've ever met to be like, come stay at the house. If I look, we know you probably wouldn't want to, but if you're ever passing through, we have plenty of space. Like literally every person I've ever introduced them to, they invite to come stay with them.
Will you let me know where your parents are? Because I'll stop there.
My
I will
dad's-
totally stop
My
there.
dad's coming here actually right now to have a little bite to eat with me later on. They live in Albany. I mean, they're like right. You have to pass through if you're. Well, you're not. You're flying, right? Where are you out of?
I'm driving.
Driving.
I
to
drove
where?
cross country.
Where are you driving? So you're driving west from here, back to California.
It's hard to drive east, yeah. No, I'm gonna go back to the lake.
Okay.
And then I am driving down to Long Island
When you're
for
at
my
the-
parents' 50th.
When you're at the lake, you'll be 30 minutes from my parents, and you will have to pass by their house to go to Long Island.
Done. Dude, I'm doing it. Does your mom cook?
She does. She's pretty good.
This is great. Is your mom?
You like pasta? You like a sauce made from scratch? Some meatballs? Some,
No,
some
that sounds.
sausage?
Who the hell likes that? That sounds terrible. God, no. I'd rather does she have frozen pizza?
Yeah, some Kraft macaroni and
Yeah,
cheese.
that's my
yeah.
favorite.
Shaun Deeb, who I was playing in this game, grew up basically in the same hometown as me. His parents own a restaurant, a fish fry, that I frequented many times as a kid.
I was talking about it earlier. He has been pimping his fish fry business on me. I've been wearing his. Because I'm cheap. If somebody gives me a free T-shirt, I'll wear it. So I've been wearing the Ted's Fish Fry T-shirts.
You know what I'm gonna do
left
just
and
to
right.
upset him? I'm gonna wear the Bob and Ron's fish fry. That was their big competitor. Ted versus Bob and Ron.
Bob is awesome though. He's really good at fish.
We do. Bob's not as good a poker player, but he knows how to fry up a cod.
Yeah, he does. He's really good at that. Joe Stapleton, guys, here for Poker Night in America. So what are you doing here?
Honestly, it was just I saw that this was going on. I'm a fan
Right.
of Poker Night in America. I think it's great. I love the fun atmosphere.
You're gonna jump in?
I love the cash game. Absolutely not. Can I say the F word?
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Okay.
Fuck no. Will I be jumping in? No. But I just saw that. I'm a fan of what you guys have been doing with this show, and so and I'm just trying to reinsert myself into poker in America, because everyone doesn't know I'm here, and people don't know what the heck is going on.
Hey
with
guys,
me,
Joe
so
Stapleton is here.
I'm here. I'm back.
By the way, they suggested a celebrity. Dravenstone just says Tuck is gonna hit on Stape's mom. I'm not gonna hit on his mom.
My mom's a huge slut. You won't have to. She'll just go for it.
Sweet. Man, married, it's like it's been a dry couple months.
Exactly.
What the hell is it? Oh, so somebody suggested a celebrity, a commentator death match, and I was
Okay.
suggesting, I was like, I don't know what. I said I'm not sure what. And now that Stapes is back in the States, I'd actually love to do something with him, but I'm not sure what we would do. And I thought, somebody suggested bartending, somebody suggested open face Chinese. I was like, that's
The thing about me is I don't like competition, which is why I don't play poker. I just don't care to win. So I'd love to do something with you if I could be on your team for something.
We could do a drinking contest. But
Me and you versus
two other
yeah,
people.
Sure, that's something that I could be down for. And the other thing is there's no, I don't think, genuine rivalry between any of us, and so I don't I like all the other commentators so much. I was listening to Bart on the broadcast, the last one they did. Was it at somebody's house?
Yeah, Vegas. It's some random house.
That was amazing.
They just knocked at somebody's door and went in somebody's house in Vegas.
Like, this house looks empty. Real estate's cheap here. The door in.
Well, I mean, the chances are in Vegas, it's like, what, 71% of the homes are empty.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not a problem.
Yeah, I love you guys.
No, it's funny. The poker commentator world is kind of a small little niche. And whether it's, Hardigan or Lon, Norman Chad.
Lon messes with me on Twitter or not, and I can't tell if it's a joke, so I just tend to ignore it.
I think honestly, it's funny. Hardigan used to say that as well to me.
Yeah.
And now that I've gotten to know Lon, he's really actually quite witty and sarcastic. And we've hung out a few times now, and he's real. Like, at first, I thought the same thing. I was like, what a dick.
Yeah, I can take a joke, and sometimes I'm like, oh, I've many times in my life typed out these responses to Lon that I end up I'm like, just sleep on it.
Right.
And I end up deleting it the next day.
Which, by the way, anytime that you write something in social media and you think, should I? You shouldn't.
No, don't do it.
That said, though, so I've been hanging. I know Lon a little more now.
Yeah.
We've hung out, we've talked, we've worked together. Dude's like witty and sarcastic and really funny.
Well, the thing is, I give the benefit of the doubt anyway. Other than Lon, who I wasn't sure about, Norman Chad's been amazing to me over the years. You and I have gotten along great over the years. Bart and I, Hardigan, Jesse May is like one of the nicest people on the planet.
Yeah.
Never talk shit about anybody.
Nick Wealthall's an ass.
Nick
is such an ass. He's such an ass.
You can say that,
totally
right? Because you're close friends with Nick.
Yeah.
No, Nick, honestly, Nick is maybe the talented poker commentator. No offense to anyone who's around. I think Nick is so unbelievably funny.
Joe, you're
Like,
so
blows me
two-faced.
away.
You were telling me off air that I'm the most talented. This is ridiculous. No, Nick is great. Nick's actually funny too. You and Nick actually are similar in the sense that you both have a comedic background.
Right.
And he's got more of a poker background than you.
Yes, he does.
But-
Everyone does.
But I mean, you guys, I think I really enjoyed actually listening to you. You guys did a couple of Poker Stars things together. Like there were a couple of like the Scoop radio shows.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that there was no poker,
They let us be a little silly. Yeah.
and I like that. I thought that was funny.
Well, and that's what I think that we need a little bit more. Maybe not no poker, but this here, right? Like this is brilliant. Like I love this show. I love that it's a cash game. I miss commentating on cash game. I miss watching cash games. I'm so glad this is out here. There's a fun atmosphere. The players are talking. It's a lot different than the setting you get on the European Poker Tour for example. Which is not to say that there isn't a place for that either, but this is just different, and I like that.
Yeah, I kind of like the sweet spot. I think the money at this table is actually kind of, it's not so small that we're bored.
$25.50.
And basically a $100 straddle. That's every hand.
Nice.
But, we've got like 125,000, 130,000 on the table. The big winner is going to win like 25, 30K.
Right.
Big loser. It's not such a ridiculous number.
Right. That you don't have to have like a ton of reverence for this.
Right.
Because it's not a 100 game. It's not a 100, 200. It's not 200.
We could theoretically imagine that, maybe one day I could play in this game.
Yes, I mean it's conceivable when you're like, are you going to play? It is like if I had said maybe, like there wouldn't be a bunch of people calling bullshit out there. I mean,
you're not playing high stakes. I'm not playing high stakes ever.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. This would be puke stakes for me. Like
me too.
Throw up, vomit in my mouth, and then hide it somewhere for a few hours, eat it later, vomit it up again, because this would be way too big for me. I actually
look at Torelli here. Torelli turning his jacks into a bluff.
There we go. This is a fairly interesting hand. Let's focus on this for a second.
Yeah, Torelli is he's overbet the pot. The pot is $675, and he bet $2,000 into it. 100% turning jacks into a bluff to get an ace or possibly a queen to fold.
Do you think he's going to get Jack 9 to fold? That's the question.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's one thing to get past Deeb, but I'm not sure if he gets Hansen to fold. By the way, Hansen's got a pair of sevens, ace, king, queen.
That's true.
He can play the board.
That's a weird one.
He does not play the board, and Torelli gets away with it.
And you hear Deeb say, that's a weird one. But yeah, he overbets the pot, big smile on his face. Torelli actually joined me in the booth yesterday. He did commentary. Pretty smart guy. Like he knows his stuff.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, he plays that 2,000, 4,000 no limit game in Macau. Can you imagine that? The blinds are 2,000, 4,000. What?
Hold on. Oh, God.
So what was the...
Look at your engineer was all over that. It was mostly for effect that I was doing that, but he was like, nope, not on this show. Not on my watch will there be a burp on the air. Stapleton.
So what was the birthday party like?
It was this bar called Real Sports in Toronto, which is the biggest sports bar in Toronto. It's attached to the stadium where the Raptors play.
Oh, cool.
So it's like 2 levels.
Nice.
Open bar from 8 p.m.
8 a.m. like this.
to like 12:30 a.m. Tons of free food, magicians, caricature artists. They had Sony came in and set up like 5 PlayStations. They did a charity poker match between Daniel and like a World Series baseball player. Phil Kessel was there, who plays on the Penguins now, I believe, Pittsburgh. Yeah,
Kessel, great hockey player.
Absolutely. Charity poker tournament. Daniel won 25,000 to his charity. They gave away charity like 15 to second, 10 to third. I mean, it was really cool. Away tons of iPads. Gave away a Tag Heuer watch.
Did you win anything?
I think I was ineligible as I was handing out the prizes to people. But look, hey, I won at life.
Yeah, dude, you are
at life.
What's next for you now?
We got Barcelona coming up. EPT Barcelona.
So are you okay? So people that don't know, the people that love watching you on the EPT with Hardigan, is everything status quo? I mean, now that you've moved back to the States, are you still doing this? Responsibilities exactly the same, or what's going to change?
They are nearly exactly the same. The only thing people might not hear or see me in anymore is stuff they didn't know I was doing to begin with. So occasionally I would do like a promo video for social media department when I was in London, or I would do like, hey, can you voice this commercial for us real quick? I'm still doing EPT live streams. We're still doing EPT TV shows. I'm still doing the weekly podcast, EPT Not Live. Still doing all that stuff. I'm going to do some of it remotely, and some I'm flying back and forth. I was in London last week. I'm flying to London again Tuesday. So it's business as usual.
So you're racking up the miles.
Racking up the miles, business as usual. Now, it does, like this year's the first year we're not televising Barcelona. So it's going to be just the live stream from there. So there's going to be a little bit less work for me. So I've got a little bit more free time, which is why I'm able to be here in the States. But I have not changed my relationship with that company in any way.
That's great.
Yes, I'm very lucky. Somehow I have yet to be fired.
People probably want to know. I want to know. I don't really care if people want to know. This is all about me. Speculation that you're moving back to New York, not only because you miss the States, but your good friend and your former co-worker, Scott Huff, is in New York and has one kid, another kid on the way.
Correct.
And is there a chance that Stapes and Huff is coming back?
Okay, so here's the way I explain it. So I hung out with Huff. I landed on July 3rd is when I moved back to the States. July 4th, I was
wow,
with, I was
going to say, that's kind of...
It was amazing. It was a nice
July
feeling.
3rd.
July 4th, I'm in New York City on his watching fireworks.
Sweet.
Beautiful reunion. And he kept, so we did a Periscope that night, and he hinted at the fact that he would be willing to do the show again. But here's how I'm choosing to interpret that. I'm choosing to interpret it where your wife or your girlfriend hints at the fact like maybe they want to have a threesome. And you're like, I'm not sure if she's joking and I'm not sure if she's serious, but I don't want to push this too far. So I'm just going to wait till she brings it up again. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Huff is like dangling the carrot of like maybe we can do something again in front of me, and I don't want to scare him off. I don't want to act like I'm too into it. Or eventually, when your wife brings up the threesome, you don't want to ask her dead away because you're afraid she'll say no. You're afraid she'll go, I was just joking. So.
Or I mean, if you seem too eager on the threesome front,
right,
you could be in a lot of trouble.
Exactly. So I'm just gonna let him come to me again. And also, what I'm gonna do probably is do a couple things on my own, or maybe with another friend. Like I was thinking of like getting a friend maybe named Guff. We could do the Guff and Stapes show, and then all of a sudden Huff's like, what's this now?
Exactly.
What's this Guff and Stapes? Because, that's another way to get a woman's attention, is to make her think your attention's elsewhere.
You're single, aren't you?
Yeah. Very single. Very single.
I'm shocked.
I have to treat Huff like a woman. So, yeah. So, I would love to do it. In all seriousness, it would be a huge burden for him to have to do this. He works between 60 and 80 hours a week. As you mentioned, has a 2-year-old, has another baby on the way. For him to say to his wife, yeah, I know that I have like 4 hours with you every week, but I'm going to spend 3 of them with Stapes now. It's not the easiest sell. Like in my early 20s, this is something you would chastise your friends for. In my 30s, I understand. I get it. Family's important.
You live with your family.
Yeah, I mean, the kid thing is, it's the one thing with the wife because you can always figure stuff out. But yeah, I mean, obviously having a 2-year-old myself. My kid, by the way, is like a week older than
your kid's gorgeous, by the way.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, really cute kid.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out who the father is. Good-looking guy. And by the way,
you got to figure out who the mother is. That's the hard one.
By the way, we're looking for perspectives for the next because we're talking about having a second kid. We really want a different father.
Oh,
So, yeah.
I think, I mean, it's the 90s. Like, go ethnic. You know, get something.
Well, she actually, my wife said she would actually love an African American baby.
Yeah, just get something, you know, that, I mean, you'll tick all the boxes. You'll look progressive. We're all about being, like, diverse now. Let's just throw a non-whitey in there.
I think that's a problem. I think that's a great idea. Nonetheless, though, going back to what you're saying, yeah, I understand. I mean, I know the guy, Huff's got a great work ethic, but 60 hours of work, a 2-year-old, another kid on the way, a wife.
Glantz.
It's a lot on your plate. It's a lot. I told him I would make it as easy as possible for him. I would prep the entire show, including travel time between his house and my house. We could get it done in 4 hours. You know, that's a big chunk of time, though. But that's being realistic. You know, it's an hour each way, basically. He lives on the Upper East Side. I live in Jersey City. We'll see, though. So the short answer is, after all that,
Maybe.
long-winded, maybe.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, the fans would and myself, we would be glued if you guys could join team.
It is the thing that I'm most proud of in my entire life. Of anything I've ever done was the Huff and Stapleton show. Still available on iTunes, by the way, if you guys want to check it out.
I know there's some really outstanding episodes.
Thanks, man. That means a lot. Thank you.
No, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, I get pitched all these shows, and I would say 95% of the shows, I'm like, yeah, I'm not watching that. I'm not listening to this. This is just whatever. You know what I mean? I can't.
Time is
I don't
limited.
have time for it, and I'm dealing with other stuff. But in all fairness, though, that was one of the few shows that I wholeheartedly listened to.
Thanks,
and
man.
enjoyed.
That's really nice. I appreciate that. That means a lot. And we got a hand shaping up here, by the way. Let's focus.
Well,
on
we
this
did,
for a
but
second.
Canoli just let it go.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just quickly. I mean, Torelli really hasn't 3-bet much, and Canoli, by the way. So we have 2 November 9.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Canoli right there in the 888 black hoodie.
Okay.
He's currently 6th in chips. And then we have the overwhelming chip leader, Joe McKeon, who's got like 35% of the chips in play. He's wearing the Flyer shirt, the orange shirt.
He's in the orange.
Shaved
Okay.
head.
There we go. Thank you very much.
It's almost as if they're listening to me. It's shocking. Yeah, they are 2 November 9ers. And then you've got a couple of good players that have come down. This is actually one of the tougher Poker Night in America lineups.
This is his girlfriend.
For the most part, I
You
think.
guys had it. Helmuth was here yesterday?
No.
He wasn't.
He was not here.
That's weird. Someone tweeted at me, Helmuth just mentioned you in the live stream. I don't know what he's talking about, but the guy,
I saw a tweet. Helmuth said he lost like 100,000 in a home game yesterday.
Oh, he was streaming something else. Okay, got it. I just assumed this was the only streaming game in town right now. I mean,
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I mean, Helmuth is, by the way, so exciting news for anybody watching at home. Poker Night in America, the tour, new TV show coming out in early 2016. Maria Ho and myself will be doing play-by-play. Jason Somerville and Phil Helmuth providing analysis for that show. So look for that.
Four people in the booth?
2016. I think it's 2 people. It's going to be like traditional NFL type thing, where like
you'll throw
play-by-plays, and then you've got the like halftime show.
Got it. Okay.
Which is pretty cool.
Are you upstate or city?
How long are you in town for?
Oh, okay.
I'm just here for the day because I actually have a
Yeah.
I have
I thought you might be near me.
a business opportunity in the city tomorrow that I got to be around for. But
Sounds good.
I'll tell you about it off the air. I don't want to jinx it.
No, hey, good luck to you.
Thank
Good luck to you. If you have to go, man, feel free.
Well, I'm going to continue on with the little tour I was doing, but maybe I can stop back and see you again
Sounds
in a
good.
bit.
Stapes,
Thanks
take
for
it
having
easy,
me.
guys.
I've been there like 3 months. Ashley's mad. She really wants
Guys,
to go.
you can send Stapes your well wishes. You can tweet him at Stapleton, and more importantly,
Good old days.
urge him to get Huffs and Stapes back on.
Twitch stream
Actually, it's
going
better.
on.
Actually, just tweet at Huffs at Scott Huff. You can search for him, tweet at him, and just let him know how important it is to start that show again. Pressure him. Peer pressure is a big thing, and I'm a big believer in it.
So I should just tell her
1150 re-raise.
On which hand? 3 spades left.
when there was
So back to the poker game. I hope you guys enjoyed that brief interruption.
The only hand.
What did you have?
Oh.
You got a bluff?
well, nobody found out anything new about my hand. So
That's
I mean,
kind of
I
unfair
already-
for you.
I
You didn't know
already know
his
what I
hand. I really think it's unfair.
You don't remember what you had?
No, I know what I have, but is it on me?
No, it's on me.
Weird spot.
I can confirm that I had a set.
Got an open from Deeb.
I was pretty sure.
Glantz with a 3-bet. 3-bets have sparked up.
Maybe he didn't want it.
Didn't he just call?
Thomas with jacks is going to flat. the 3-bet.
You, buddy.
And we got it heads up here. So we've seen some more 3-bets there. Nice. By the way, do you see how quickly Canuli folded those 10s? Saw a 3-bet from Torelli, and the 10s just like went in the muck insta. Very impressive.
I'm gonna check and make you think I don't have it.
One of the things I love about this business, and one of the reasons I love doing the World Series of Poker Live in this stream, is because we get so many different personalities in the booth. Like whether it's Stapes and, you know, we can talk more comedy and have a good time and keep it casual. Or, you know, I get somebody like Alec Torelli or Brian Rast or somebody like that in the booth, and we just talk poker and we really focus on that. It's kind of what I love about it. The freedom to go in different directions and go on tangents. And I know that's not for everybody, and I'm sure there are some people at home that are like, stick to the poker, you asshole. But obviously we've got a pretty broad audience, and we try to appeal to everybody.
Tuesday. It's weirdest thing. I'm so busy. The whole poker room is jammed on Tuesday. Yeah. I get Philly. There's like
So Glantz bets 900 here. Thomas.
HOE. But like between Parks, Sugar House, and Harrow's, there's like 110 tables going on.
Thinking about what to do. Thomas wearing the purple shirt. And he's going to let that one go. Thomas plays pretty tight from what I noticed.
Next best hand is yours.
I had you on the flop. Saw your hand.
Yeah, you think you can have me beat?
I said you played it great. That's all. It's so sad.
I know you have.
I wish you had like 10K or he had 10K for your token. I just said you played it great.
What? Top 2? Thank God.
Playing base queen.
I had you down 3 outs, pre-flop.
I'm aware, so I folded. I feel like 10K.
Getting a lot of nice Twitch remarks and everything. Yeah, no, I would love to work with Stapes one day.
Clubs.
You folded?
You guys play no hands.
Your
Maybe
stack
play a
wasn't
little looser.
intimidating.
Hopefully a time will come at some point where somebody produces a TV show and hires Stapes and I. Todd, are you listening?
300.
I said sometimes, hopefully one day somebody will produce a TV show that and hire Stapes and I to do it.
Yeah.
And pay us millions. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. Yes. But I would do it for free, just because of the love. Hanson with kings is going to raise here. Thomas picks up jacks again. And once again, jacks are behind. At least the jacks were ahead before. Deeb was a straddle. Hanson opens under the gun, so would it be indicative of some strength, obviously. I don't think he's opening in first position with garbage. Bad flop for him, not necessarily because he's going to lose, but because he's going to kill his action. I mean, if this flop comes out like 9 deuce deuce, something like that, Hanson could have won a pretty big pot. And instead, he'll either fold the best hand or win what will probably be a small pot.
Yeah, I mean, almost, because you have an ace. If he calls, too.
David Tuchman here for Poker Night in America.
Yeah,
Run out is 6-6, and I think this will probably end up going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could actually go check bet.
Kings, it's like,
I don't know if Hanson's going to bet this or not.
There's some chance
just
he
the
has
times he
queens.
has aces.
He was up.
No, actually, Thomas. I'm sorry. Thomas actually bets. This is kind of a weird bet from Thomas.
Was never called.
He bets 800. I don't know if he knows why he's betting.
Folded like half. I mean, the pot's already.
And I don't mean that as a slight. But he gets Hanson to fold the best hand. I don't think,
I swear to God.
and I could be wrong, I don't think Thomas was bluffing.
Oh, you didn't.
I don't think Thomas is betting jacks there to get kings or queens to fold.
Like, who's 5 bets out of position?
But could he get value from worse? Maybe. I mean, kind of one of those weird mergy bets where maybe he gets value from a 10 and gets kings to fold.
I legitimately don't know if you're. I can't tell you for a fact. Like,
Stack Jack and says, nope, good bet, bluffing. I don't think he was bluffing.
I might fold it.
Something like that.
I don't know, man. I never played the guy. I thought the guy played really well.
You made a very
Somebody else saying it was a blocker bet.
Because he told us he had 10s. I didn't think he did.
Yeah, he did.
really did have 10s.
After he goes check, check, and then
Well,
check,
that was part of the
call.
reason I was saying is like,
I don't think he needed to do a blocker bet, though.
Jared's free betting
Singing
100%.
Kings are queens when I made that
And
comment.
then he like slotted and trapped him.
But the fact that he was willing to do that with 10s, I knew that he might be 5 betting
He
with
doesn't
10s.
know what
that
happened.
can't.
He just clicked the button
So
on
even
the
if he
box,
does it
so.
10s 15% of the time, like Jack 15% of the time, it's an like he just has too many hands that are
Guarantee
folded.
you he thought he
He's a
was
super
ahead.
nice
but he
guy.
wasn't.
He's
I thought
just
he played
nervous.
really well.
He just was
But
nervous.
here's the thing, I don't think it was a bad fold. Like you guys,
Wow, you're
I'm
popping it up
actually saying
for him.
450.
Oh, come on.
He said it all day yesterday. I just let him say it.
Make it
I really don't think it's that bad.
He likes to Dustin.
When I got it, I play. When I don't, I
Yeah, maybe it's not bad.
I mean, that's Barb. Me and Barb discussed a lot of big hand where it's like there's plenty of spots to fold kings to me.
Yeah.
You don't get it. I get that.
I don't know.
You got a
That
black and
wasn't
green.
one of the spots to full case, though. That's clear.
No, you don't know.
It's a sick hand. I mean,
that's a good one.
If Shaun has aces, he has aces. That's the way I look at it.
I'm
that's
screwed. I tried to
didn't
re-raise it to
didn't
the
like
Shaun myself.
the girl call in between or something?
Somebody called in between.
Yeah.
She called in between, right?
There's money in between. Maybe Jared did too.
No,
I think
Samantha
Jared
applied the
opened
500.
at some point.
No,
Get a raise here from
Nah,
Thomas.
Siegel opened
Siegel
150.
opened, yeah.
This is an open from
No, I think
Cristiano.
Siegel opened to 150.
No,
It was
no, no.
A raise
500.
from
500.
Thomas.
I was in the hand. I would remember.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, yeah,
A
yeah.
4
I
bet
knew there was something
from
going on
Deeb.
in between that. It was kind of weird.
No, man.
Action is on Cristiano.
That was maybe the most.
I actually think this is a pretty easy fold for him. I don't think he's deep enough to set mine. And you've got to realize that Deeb doesn't necessarily need to have a huge hand. You're not going to just automatically double up when you flop a pair of when you flop a deuce. I think that's a good laydown. Nice read here by Deeb.
You're playing great, too.
Add kings.
You're playing great for the game, bro.
Yeah, kings and queens.
You didn't fold queens.
He didn't have kings.
What do you do if I just click back there?
Fold.
Probably shove. People want to fold kings. Fold other.
Add kings.
He has it. He wants to straddle. I'm protecting my butt. You in there? Yes. Got him. I like you a lot now.
Do a round of straddles. How about that? Leave the whole.
I mean, I'm doing it anyway.
We've been
so-
doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Little T, we've done it.
Everyone's straddled at one point. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's done it.
So let's just do straddles.
We have been. What are you talking about?
I mean,
Straddle. Make it official.
no, I mean, some people have not done it 100% of the time.
We can,
I'm
like,
saying a full
I'd say we
round,
just do the full day of straddles.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, we
I
can
just
make it
did
official.
earlier
So,
to
like,
keep
To
it
be a-
the-
Keep the peace.
Yeah. I mean, I'll do it for a little while, but
It's almost more fun when
That's
people are
understandable.
deeper though. Even though
Well, the
straddles
straddle
is
will
fun.
get people
Yeah,
deeper quicker.
That's true.
I mean, that's what happened another time.
Yeah, that's true.
It's that easy to take your button, Joe?
I'm a tight player. You know this. Often
It's good. It's good when you straddle because then you're forced.
Can you raise to 350?
Good to know for the mean, you know.
You have the Shaun Deeb.
Yeah, because that worked the
You
first time you did it.
just get placed in with the
You
straddle.
need to take my big line, too. Just
The funny thing is,
try
in
as
this
much
game,
as
I've
you
gotten
can.
an all-in pre-flop more in non-straddle pots than straddle pots.
Do one for
There's
one.
been a lot of.
We're even in all ins meeting because I beat with ace king versus ace king yesterday, so same thing.
Is that a straddle pot? Yeah, that one was.
Playing 9-handed here.
Did you guys run it once?
Matt only
Richard Anthony in seat 1. The 888 qualifier. Won a $300 tournament
That's why I thought he had a lot of money.
on
once.
888 New Jersey. That turned into a $6,000 package to come here. Had a pretty good day. That's Cristiano.
They get pissed.
Dominic Cristiano in seat number 2. Obviously, he's not in this seat right now.
There was like an argument once about, and Matt's like, everyone knows I've only right one.
2 hands in a row, and then you tried.
Seat 3, Alec
Well,
Torelli.
like some people like
Unless you run it twice with every
Big time cash game player.
Alex,
Has
you
a
gotta
lot
realize
of
we
big
play a
go
lot
limit
of like
hold'em.
mixed games with big bets.
It's
The limit
insane.
players.
Tom Canuli, the November
I hate
9er
the
in seat
variance
4.
of,
Matt
like, a
Glantz in
pot.
seat 5.
always used to limit.
Travell
Yeah,
Thomas,
exactly.
we're looking at right there.
They're losing a larger chunk. Like it's gonna take 20 big bets to get it back.
Chip leader at the November
Or
9,
10,
Joe
whatever they
McKeon
have the cap at.
in the orange shirt. There's Shaun Deeb, and of course Bart Hansen on his left, just to the right of the dealer wearing the CrushLivePoker.com
Yeah, I could see that.
patch.
It's good to be the guy that only does it once, because then. And they know.
Brian says, what would you recommend to buy in for? Table minimum, max, or somewhere in between? Generally speaking, if I'm playing in a game that I like playing deep stack poker. So, I want to be really deep. the only times I kind of short buy, and I talked about this yesterday, the only times I'll short buy is if I don't know the players at my table. And what I'll do is I'll put a short buy in there, and I'll give the game 30 minutes to an hour or so. And then at that point, I will either reload and buy a lot more so I can play deep stack poker, or if I don't think the game is good, I'll just get up and leave. So, I mean, I think if your bankroll allows for it, and I assume if you're playing in a game, whatever game you're playing in, your bankroll would allow for it. I think if your bankroll allows it, to me, you buy into the max. And, you know, I like to have 200 big blinds.
The other card connected way more on the flop, so incorrect.
I'm not a big believer in short buys.
You're just getting out of line. You know, we're not playing that.
But I think you can't go south in a game. So let's say, you know, let's say you're playing in a 5-10 game, you don't know the players at the game, and you sit down, you want to buy in for $3,000. The problem with that, or $4,000, the problem with that is if you don't know the players you're playing against, there could be a guy on your left who's just an absolute shark who's going to make your life hell. And now you can't go south. So I'd kind of rather figure that out while I'm short.
Just hoping it wasn't diamonds.
It's not diamonds, it was close. $350. Pains me.
Wendy Weissman asking if Canuli is a cash game player besides making the November 9. Yeah, what I hear primarily he is. He only has about 50,000 in live tournament earnings. Canuli in the center of our screen. We can kind of see the back of his head. He's in seat number 4. He's got like 52,000 in live earnings. And from what I hear, he's a live cash game player at Borgata. So Thomas raises to 350. Hansen 3 bets. Thomas calls. And I kind of like this. I like isolating Thomas. If you're going to play a hand like Ace-7. The delay is 30 minutes.
13.
On the straight draw. You saw Shaun Deeb with one flush on straight draw on the flop.
Nice aggressive play from Hansen. He takes that one down.
And right before it.
Everybody get the button, they get super powerful.
Matt, you tired, buddy? You want a coffee or something?
No.
It's unlike you.
Want a beer?
Have a green tea.
Good for you.
Got super powerful on the 3 by 3.
Trying to think how we're getting rid of him.
Huh?
Trying to think how we're getting rid of him.
I think I had the best hand in the other one.
Good draw.
Oh, so you wanted to take that back?
Yeah,
I know that's what you was doing. You thought you had me beating the other one, so you said you're going to steal this one.
You didn't steal it. I mean, I saw your hand.
A lot of people want to play.
I saw what you called.
Well, I'm definitely going to pick up at the break. I'll go.
You might
go with that.
Oh, you're going to go. That's cool. I think that'll be really good.
Just now?
I'm not nearly as good as you guys are.
You guys are really good.
Oh, yeah,
but you're really good.
If I came anywhere near the flop, I wasn't folding.
Really?
That's why I just called.
Tuck's really good too. He's really
Let me
good.
get this straight.
Deeb raised to 300 in a straddle
He
pot.
knows how to like lead into your skill set. Like, yeah.
Like
He's
a
so
gut
good
shot.
at like. Dude, you realize how many hours he does at the World Series?
It's
Like,
unbelievable.
his schedule is insane. I tell him it's
He knows
the most
how to,
impressive.
Like, ask the right questions to stimulate.
Yeah.
Like he's really, really good. Like seeing all the little things, when to be quiet. Like he's really good at that.
Can't get that good.
You get stacked.
Wait, just last hand?
Check.
You think he had that over there? He didn't have an over there last hand.
Should be this time.
Of course, if I'm beat, I get stacked. That's usually how it works.
You're not good enough to fold.
Yeah.
Remember that time you tried to shit on people down there and then Shaun just re-shit on you? That was fun.
Anthony bets 500 on the Queen 8-8 rainbow board.
Jeez. That looks like it hurts.
Yeah,
Put it in your pocket. Yeah, don't do it on the clip. Put it there. Take it up there. Put me up.
Son of Silly asking for a graphic with the plus minus for the players. We'll get that up for you in a little bit. I know our crew works on that, so they'll get that up at some point.
No, you watch. You click it like.
Player's probably going on a break fairly soon, I assume.
Sorry, I keep forgetting that there's two different things. No problem.
Yeah, they don't believe in breaks in
Anything
America.
is getting into that.
You get like 1 6-minute break and then like 1 21-minute dinner break.
I'm starving. Wake me up. I'm really, really hungry.
I've got to get a catheter. Do this.
Yeah. The food court.
Sorry, I probably have not shown like 70 hands because I keep thinking.
But look at this. I don't get a break to go to the bathroom, but they bring me water.
Alex, when you're dealt the cards, separate them. And
Yeah,
then
So now I'm definitely going to pee my.
One habit, it's always
Yeah, as soon as I just realized there's two different monitors, I'm good. I just keep thinking there's this one. I gotta put them like that. I'm like I'm the one card specialist. There was one hand, it was so funny where it goes like raise call.
I think this is rake free, right?
Some guy has a 10 and he only shows one.
Yeah, there's
card.
no rake. That's the one thing. One thing that's great about the Poker Night in America, they don't take a rake. So you play in this game, there's no rake. Well, it's worth a lot of money over
It's like
over 16 hours.
Did you know yesterday when somebody was only like both their cards weren't on your screen? It was made it so much harder for you.
Oh yeah, the Twitch rail was very corrective of that. Because there's so many times where we get the graphics.
By the way, if you're not
wrong,
sick of my
and then
voice,
we're like talking about strategy or whatever.
I
and
do a
we're, like, watching the
podcast
action on the game, and,
called
we get
Under the
betting
Gun,
action, like, completely wrong.
where I
Usually
interview.
Tuck's really good. But
Generally, I
usually the
interview
betting
some
action
interesting
wrong,
poker
so,
players
"Oh, like that."
in the industry.
We're, like, berating
At least I
people
like to think they're
for
interesting.
action.
Occasionally, I'll go off topic and talk to a fantasy football guy or something like that. A couple of weeks ago, I talked to Mike Clay of Pro Football Focus. But I've had Jared Blesnick on. I've had Shaun Deeb on. I've had David Baker on. Brian Rast. Max Steinberg I've had on as well. You can check that out. Check that out. Under the Gun podcast. It's free.
But it's really, really fun.
And I do that weekly over at crushlivepoker.com. So you can check that out.
Oh, I can't believe he had
Let me know what you think.
Kind of cool.
Oh, it'd be cool if
Yeah.
And let me know who you want me to get.
it was like 2 hours.
Well, we were
At
trying
some
to get a
point, I'm
longer
going to try to
delay,
get
but
Joe
it wouldn't
McKeon.
work. Yeah.
And
So you
then
can play get a feel for the
everybody
table.
rotated in and did the commentary. That would be cool. Are these streams archived? Does anybody-
Yeah, they're archived on the website.
On
Okay.
Twitch.
The few people asked.
Yeah.
Some
asked
of
me
them
about
on
it, I didn't know.
YouTube.
Yeah. But usually it's not the whole episode on YouTube. It's usually like a clip.
At fours. Nice. That pocket's so big.
You called the turn, right?
Not bad. I expected that one.
What was the turn, Jack?
King.
Stuff you'll never learn in your life, man.
Spearmint 55 asking says Turning Stone is a few hours away from New York City. Yes, it is. We're just outside, pretty close to Syracuse. Trying to think of the major city in the area. It's pretty close to Syracuse, so about 4.5 hours from New York City.
Yeah. 1, 2.
2 hours from Albany, an hour and a half from Albany, so to speak.
The last time of the night.
I just remember you were all in a few times. I don't remember if you ended up winning or this.
Yeah, he wasn't ahead any of them. But.
Somebody asking for Brian Hastings. See if I can get him on the podcast. Yeah, I know Brian. I'll see if I can get him on there. In terms of buy-ins, by the way, guys, Anthony in seat number 1, he's in the game for the most. He's in for 40K. Cristiano just in for 5. Torelli 13. Canuli 20. Glantz is in for 15K. Thomas just 6. McKeon just 10. Deeb is in for 20, and Hansen is in for 14. Hansen raising to $300. Torelli 3 bets to $1,200. Back over to Hansen, trying to ask exactly how much he has.
Like 11.
Yeah, I think I got 11. I got all these incorrectly stacked black chips. This is 10. So I got 11 behind. So I started with 12.
Hansen's never folding this. Just a question of whether he wants to flat with the queens or whether he wants to 4-bet. Anthony gets out of the way and it's heads up. You can see Hansen a 4-1 favorite as we go to the flop. Hansen had kings in the ace popped. Now he's got queens in the ace flops. Torelli's actually got some showdown value here with a pair of threes. Pot's 2,800. That's in the top left corner of your screen. Torelli's going to bet 1,100. Hansen calls. Oh, wow, what a turn. Torelli turns to pair. Hansen can really beat nothing. Can't beat diamonds. He doesn't have the queen of diamonds in his hand. Can't beat the ace. Torelli setting up the shove on the river. At this point, hoping Hansen's got a big ace. And hoping that he gets sticky. We can see that's not the case, though. And my guess is that Hansen will be forced to fold. But he's cutting out chips, and he's going to make this call. Pot now over $11,000. Hansen looking for an ace, a 9, or a queen. Instead, it's the 6 of hearts. Pot's $11,475. Hansen checks once again. And I imagine Torelli will shove this. And he does. He was setting that up. Build the pot up a little bit for himself.
Are we getting pizza?
Torelli moves all in for $7,000. And a quick laydown by Hansen.
Nobody ever believes it.
Huh?
Good.
I believe you.
I didn't believe you that hand.
I just believe
as well.
Matt can confirm I believe you.
2 believers. 3 believers. 3 folders.
He might not have had a hand to call with, though. He could have just said king high.
Yeah, typical check call twice. King high.
It's possible. It's crush live poker, float opposition. No pair, no draw. Turn and a draw.
No plan on the river.
The plan is always to get there. Very key plan.
Hansen back down to about $11,000. He's in the game for 14, so he's down about 3,100. Our big winner, Canuli, is in the game for 20. He's up 12.
Might have had it.
I think he is the big winner today.
Can't get that button up, kitty.
300. Not versus these
Not when
stuff.
Shaun doesn't straddle.
Can't give that 25 up, can you?
Nope. Can't give the 50 up.
I got a Chevelle's 300 in there.
See, dude, I need a seat change. I can't even freaking play.
1350.
Oh, jeez.
Act before I look at his hands. You don't get a read on me.
Thank you.
Can't play freaking hands, man.
What you got left there, Matty?
Nice hand there, buddy.
What you got left?
I just want to say that you should shove.
I know. I'm gonna make it a 3,900. Alright, I call.
You got to slow roll so I can tip him.
I don't think I'm mad though.
I'm trying to set up your slow roll,
Alright,
buddy.
I call.
You're terrible at
I'm
this.
sorry.
Queen 9 of spades. I just wanted to see the flop. Can't see the flop at all.
At least show one card each. Come on.
Nah,
Yeah,
because it might come.
We gotta see something.
8 high flop. Glantz all in.
That's a pair.
McKeon did make the call.
Way ahead.
Glantz gambling wants
No
to do
longer
it.
ahead.
And unfortunately for him, he's way
I
behind.
don't think you can win yet.
You guys ace queen.
I don't think you can win.
Ace 10 is going to be good here.
You're drawing dead with one card.
And Glantz now losing another
How'd you miss
5,000.
it? Matt showed one card, was drawing dead.
Oh, he pulled a suit jacket. Oh.
You look good.
What kind of shoes? You still got the same shoes?
Where'd you borrow that?
What?
One of the restaurants here?
Alec.
Oh no.
Okay.
Just give him a 5 up the table.
You just play 5 behind. Or, well, you only 8, right?
Yeah, I'll go to the cage,
Yeah.
and I'll just give you my money while I'm gone because it's like your money that I'm taking.
Hey, you want 5,000 now?
Run
I'll play
good,
5
Doc.
behind.
Well,
I'll
should
give you
reduce.
8K.
We should reduce
I'll
how
give
many
you
people are playing
5,
behind.
I'm gonna play
So let
8K
me
behind.
give him 5. It's easier if I'm just 10 behind. Then like
Okay.
it's simpler for the table if you have only one person behind.
Yeah.
So that way it's easier for the bigger stacks.
Is
That's
it,
the best way
is it
to do it.
okay? Because if I have to go to the cage, I will.
Well, I mean, just
If I can
when
wait an
we go
hour.
on the break, yeah.
I will, 100%.
Yeah.
I have plenty to grab.
Anybody hungry for some almonds?
I'll
Surprised
have a
make
few,
sure one
actually.
flip, right?
I have some walnuts.
very
too,
surprised.
I'm surprised that I had to wait till the turn. It was bullshit.
Nuts are like by far the best thing.
I run like that. I'm just trying to
Joe,
flip
do you
flop
understand I'm
between
like setting up a slow roll
I made
for you?
it.
Oil.
And like
I'm
maybe
no, I
He goes,
don't.
I
That's
don't
the
think
problem.
I'm
that's what I'm
I know.
How do you figure that out?
We got 2 bad.
and I'm like giving him a good opportunity to get a good slow roll.
Oh, I forgot I stacked Glantz. I got to.
Yep.
No.
Shit.
Why not?
I'll walk over there in a second.
Oh, new dealer?
Yeah.
It's like
We can give it. It's you guys are pooling, right?
Oh, are you pulling?
Yeah.
Oh, here you go.
is that the post, yes?
No.
Sure.
Shaun,
Yep.
this is your fault for not giving me that seat and giving me this seat. This is all your fault.
No rake, no post.
I wouldn't have walked out here.
Just don't abuse it.
You go to the bathroom every
You want the race?
No, I wasn't ready for this.
Coming back every
Just
button.
like
Gotcha.
Because he's gunning for you, so he raised it.
Low
You were
grade,
gonna fold
well
anyway.
produced.
You made nothing with the
Like
queen. Nine.
vegetable oil is
You
like
lost the
worst.
max. You're gonna lose.
Besides
Anyway.
hydrogen.
No, I'm talking about,
but
I wanted yours the other day.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
It's
up
just like,
Much as I would love to do it again.
what would they?
they use like corn oil,
Here's 5,000.
soybean oil, or they use canola oil.
I wonder why that tasted so good compared to like the random like Wegmans organic and the thing.
And they also like fry them, which heats the oil really high, and it oxidates and it becomes like cancerous for your body. Check. It's not like you're gonna get cancer if you have it. It's just like
Now I don't want
not
to even
not good to
I'm
have.
just kidding.
No.
Always makes you feel like a piece of shit, whatever you're eating.
Well, I mean, I'm eating them too. It's the best option. I'm just saying, if you could buy nuts without oil.
You a good eater? You eat pork?
Pork?
600.
No meat?
Try not to, no.
You don't eat chicken?
I try not to, no.
Oh, we can't hang out, buddy.
Of course you like chicken butter.
Of course I like chicken. I
We're
can't
gonna go
eat
to
a
the
good
chicken
piece
place.
of fried chicken, man.
We're gonna go downstairs to the chicken place.
I just don't like fried food.
That's what I want.
I really
chicken.
try not to eat fried food, but
I
chicken,
don't
I
like
can't.
it. It's not like a
What's
sacrifice
wrong with
for me.
you?
I can't
just
not
generally
eat
don't
fried
like
chicken.
I feel
grew
bad
up
when
on
I eat
it.
it.
Yeah, I can
Hence,
not eat,
hence fish fry.
yeah, I can not eat fried chicken.
I just feel bad.
I'm from Philly.
That's
We
why I'm
fry
probably
it
the second
before
best
we
looking
put it
person
out.
player at the table.
Take a look at the leaderboard here. So Deeb in for 20. He's up 9,000. McKeon in for 20. He's up 3.
Number one.
I'm sorry,
to the right.
McKeon's actually in for 10. So he's actually up 13. My bad. Cristiano, by the way, our 888 qualifier was in for 5,000. So he's up $26.
The Twitch stream.
Glantz our big loser so far, as he's stuck about $15,000.
Twitch stream, clearly.
Did you guys hear that conversation?
Oh.
No.
We're trying to get Sam to rate everyone on looks or who she would sleep with.
No, we did not say that.
Yeah, no, that was the original thing was who would you sleep with?
Yeah,
And then
It's a little.
Tali said, well, wait, then Tali had,
little derogatory.
Alec, you had the best one. He's like, well, how many would you sleep with? Like, it's obviously multiple. I was like, you don't realize how that's way more offensive.
What, the
She
little
was
girl
really
that was in
wrong.
here?
Yeah.
Like it's
She got it
Did she
down
do
to.
anything?
kind of unfair to put her in that
Oh, is
spot.
there no straddle this?
Pretty
He tricked you, buddy.
Oh well.
3
The old book.
Yeah, there's no straddle this.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was really impressive.
straddle too.
Basically, just never want to heat.
Unbelievable.
And then when they make them with these, they like heat them to get it to bind.
Ace, queen, 4, both players with the same hand.
It's not like they just take
McKeon
off
free
the
rolling.
nuts, right? They fry them.
Dietitian, I can tell.
Probably helps
You look
with
at all
all
the ingredients on the
I
back.
used to be really like more.
This is November 9er versus November 9er. McKeon in
I
position.
just forgot about it. Like if you don't read it recently, it's like I forget exactly why everything happens the way it does.
You're a lean guy. I can lose 20 pounds here. 20 pounds.
Well, you got a lot more muscle than me, so it's a trade-off.
I weigh like 210, bro.
210.
I'm like obese. Legally.
Yeah, but you have a lot of muscle, so
TMI is not the best judge.
yeah.
The doctor said I was obese. Morbid obese.
Your
You said
cholesterol
you're
level, that's much more.
It's a little bit.
Yeah.
It's natural. My whole family cholesterol is high. My whole race cholesterol is high.
And vitamin D deficiency. It's
I
harder
don't
for
even
it's harder
know
for
what that is.
vitamin D. It's absorbed by the sun. So if you
The
take your
bluff.
vitamin D count, it's like
Only was a
likely
bluff, though.
deficient because it's harder for
You
people with
saw
darker skin to absorb vitamin D. That's why a lot of
Black people, you would say.
Dark skin.
Dark
The darkies.
The blacks.
Serious.
The blacks.
You should check your vitamin D levels.
How do I check my vitamin D level, bro? How do I get it down?
Blood.
How do I get the vitamin D level down?
No, you gotta get it up. You gotta get up.
Yours
Take a
is
vitamin
probably
D
low.
supplement.
Yeah, you
Just like take like
or you
a
sit in the
multi.
sun. Yeah, you take vitamin D3.
You want me to sit in the sun?
I don't sit in the sun because I don't want to get. I
Yeah,
don't want my
I think I need a
Protect
tan.
your straddle,
skin to
bro.
get bad.
Or
But
protect your straddle,
I just take vitamin D.
Protect your
Oh,
blood.
straddle.
Yes, no?
Oh, sure.
Straddle.
Vitamin D.
Alec, you're next.
Over
So
the
leave
counter.
100 out
Oh
there.
yeah.
I can get that over the counter, vitamin D.
Yeah. The vitamin D3. Take like 2,000 IUs a day. Measure your blood levels first. Maybe you're not deficient. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But,
Sound like a dietitian.
I mean, it's like $20 to do. $10. You know, so it's worth doing.
Get rewarded for the straddle.
Come on. Trust
We're
me,
all
the
rooting for
entire
you.
table is not rooting for Matt.
Matt's not even ready. Oh, you should do that and call.
That's what Fishcake was doing yesterday almost. I mean, he would call and then
Vitamin
check
D
the card.
deficiency.
I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong.
I just learned something new.
No, thank you.
I take a piece, honey.
That's usually your pickup
Yeah,
line.
could I have one as well, please?
Yeah, I got mine measured.
I
I was
got the
like
next one, alright?
10 points below the range.
Oh, you taking them? Yeah, that give us 200.
I don't spend any time in the sun, so it's not surprising. But
Yeah, I learned about that stuff a lot with
Can I get
newborn. They're
450
like,
change?
depending on what time of year they're born, they're like they might have to take supplements. Like take them outside for like 5 minutes a day, like keep them in the shade, but just let them get something. Because like a lot of infants, that happens to them.
yeah, especially depending on where you live. Like
Yeah.
if you live in Philly in
He's
the
the wine
winter,
guy. He haven't eaten.
Like,
He
You
can't
want
do
wine?
wine.
you almost have to
Uh,
supplement.
We'll order a bottle after the break. You brought me. I know what I want. I don't need the list. Thank you. I'm just kidding.
Oh, we bet a
You're
we bet a
kidding that you
bottle of
don't know
wine,
what
a
you
glass of wine, and I bet that he would fold kings.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'm owed a glass of wine. Now that you mention that, talk to him in
Got
the
it.
booth.
At what minute during the hand did you guys make the bet? Because I'm sure for the
After
first 3
he said
minutes.
he had 2 kings. But you guys said he said it in the.
He said it
immediately?
right. Yeah.
And
He
I
said
was
like
like-
Shaun knows what I have, aces or kings. Like
Okay.
he didn't call, so
Yeah, I think it was like after that we proposed it, and then we talk
Yeah.
about it, and then no, 30 seconds after that.
You did get to see the
As soon
rabbit,
as he
right?
said that you knew he had kings, I was like, wow, okay, he might actually fold it.
yeah.
So that's when I
bad beat
realized
for
he wasn't slow rolling you. He wasn't like inducing you to shove or something. I was like, okay, well.
Him folding kings is the reason you lost yesterday. You would have won.
Yeah, I would've-
Would you guys ran it out and you would have won?
Yeah, and
They
Samantha
ran the
folded
You
flop.
ran
king.
it twice, right?
Yeah, probably for him I would have ran twice.
Yeah, because if you run it once and he's like, I mean, unless you
Yeah, the money's never back.
unless
Well,
you just say like you don't care.
well, I ran him once, a couple times. I was just like,
When you're running it twice though, you're chopping a lot there. When she
Yeah.
folds a king.
well, I mean, I don't know. Like,
No, I'm just saying.
yeah.
Like
Yeah, but
you
if
didn't know that, but if you do run it twice there, you're gonna chop a lot.
If he would have said, if I call, can we run it twice? You would have definitely said no.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would say no for sure.
that's. But I feel like if I say no, he should call. But I don't know if he's on that
I don't
level.
think
Yeah, I would have thought about. I'd be
Yeah,
like,
say
At that
no.
point, I'm just gonna make him like sweat it out for whatever whatever his money is important to. I mean, you're not getting off that easy. if
well, I
I'm
didn't know he was
gonna
getting picked up as well. But I knew he was getting picked up. Then like, it's kind of like the that hand.
He wasn't getting picked up.
the
He
big
didn't
game.
know.
Oh, he didn't know?
He volunteered.
Okay. Well, I think he realized he was scared money at
Yeah.
that point. He was happy to get picked up.
we really wanted him to stay and see what would have happened after that. I think it would have been interesting to see.
You showed him that ace king?
Yeah, I mean,
He asked him in the middle of the hand, we show.
no, he didn't.
I did.
No, I was just gonna show him. I would show if I had aces, ace king, like fours. Like I don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah.
Like, but I show my hand a lot. I don't
Yeah,
really
yeah,
care.
yeah. It's not. When you
Different
agree
than him.
that you're going to show, it's not really a tell.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't even think I answered the question. I don't think he
Yeah.
asked me.
No, but I mean, even if you said yes, it's like, oh, okay, well, you showed me anyway.
Yeah, I show the bluffs I show when I have it.
What hand did you say it was like?
Cristiano
play?
checks
no,
his
me and Bart
tens.
played a hand this summer
Oh, okay, I wasn't there.
where there was a lot of discussion of whether he should have folded kings pre-flop to my aces.
You actually had it?
Actually,
I know, everyone's so shocked. It was in pot limit hold'em 300 blinds deep. Like,
Oh, okay.
Still.
So you played a tournament.
yeah. And he was the first one to go out of the tournament. When the next biggest stack was like 32,000, 30K
wow.
starting.
Didn't you almost get busted out right after that?
I went down to 20,000. Yeah, I lost a bunch of like. I had a really active table. Like
How'd you do?
Kerry Katz and Andy Filchek were there, so there's a lot of big pots being played with marginal hands.
Guys pointing out on Twitch, that's the 5th time McKeon has picked up ace king. McKeon really hasn't gotten out of line today, and that's one of the reasons why. Sometimes, if you pick up a lot of premium hands,
well, I always tell people,
you notice a player not getting out of line because it's one of those things where they don't want to play more than, say, 22 to 26% of the hands.
So we were going to swap 5 when we kept having different stack sizes.
If they're picking up so many premiums, a lot of times that'll account for,
You were like on day 3 then?
20%, 17%. So it just puts you in a position where you know that if you open more than that, your opponents are already
I'll always be known as that guy.
Suspicious that maybe you're getting out of line.
Mattisau hand. So just keep trying to one up.
What hand's this?
The Mattisau slow roll one that was on this show.
Oh no, I gotta see it.
Oh, you haven't seen that one? Oh man.
Cannuli bets with top pair. Cristiano put it to the test here.
Oh no, I'm gonna YouTube it.
He was literally really upset.
Yeah. Shocking Mattisau got upset.
He's such a classic
It's like, oh man,
person
Phil
to
Hellmuth took a
slow.
beat and complained. Yeah. Real surprise.
He's like an epic person to slow roll on this show.
I don't understand how anyone
Called
that
you
like
so many names.
cares about poker hasn't seen that hand.
I don't know. I'm so bad with those sorts of things.
Yeah, I thought from this show, because we talked about that on the Philly show. But you know it.
I know. I'm so bad. Alright. I'm gonna make up for that now. Hang on. It's just epic that you flop quads.
Did you see the hands before it?
No, I'm just so happy that you flop quads right now.
Oh, you don't know, but before that hand, he lost like a 30K pot, misreading a straddle, like an open raise. I'm thinking it was a straddle, and he got in queens, like Tom Snyder's aces for like 30K, like 50K each, when he was like up a bunch in the game. And this is the exact hand.
Cristiano raising here
what
with
made it great.
tens.
So brutal. You did it right then. I couldn't do that. I don't think.
Interesting raise.
Glantz is the first person.
I mean, you could certainly make arguments for raising. I could definitely make arguments for just calling. But I think if you're raising with tens to fold to a re-raise,
I think the other VIP room is better than playing.
it's a mistake.
Yeah, we thought we were going to be there, yeah.
What do I do? Just pop it in. We can run this way.
Ooh, levels.
I mean, if you're raising here to try to kind of like get your opponent to commit with a worse hand because maybe they think you have clubs, something along those lines.
I don't know. The tournament's usually downstairs.
Oh, you whispered.
And Cannuli just folds.
You whispered.
The 8, nice laydown by Cannuli.
Wait, Matt is yelling across the table to Greg. He's like, FBT, FBT. He's slow rolling. Like, and Mattisau's in his cove and cannot hear it. Everyone at the table knows except for Mattisau and Christy. I think Christy didn't know what was going on.
You guys can't get us that? I don't know. I think you guys are gonna pay, right?
You should have waited to the river to show him. Like, I call.
Oh no, it was. I did plenty on the turn.
Yeah, no, I saw. This is classic.
She said 3.
And when we were like showing cards, so there would be like no holding it.
Not bad. Ace club with it.
300. It's 100 to have something brought up.
Yeah, y'all gonna cover it, right?
I'm just surprised. Does that matter to you? Can you not afford to take like
Straddle here from Glantz. Deeb raises with ace-jack suited. Glantz is going to at least call this. Who knows? These guys can get it all in pre-flop, the way they play.
Bro, you don't supposed to be cheating.
Sorry, king-queen offsuit.
Just
Once again, this is David Tuchman for Poker Night in America, the cash game. 25.50 blinds, the $100 optional straddle, which seems to be in more often than not. Players buy in anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000. Richard Anthony, our big loser so far in seat number 1, stuck about $30,000. Glantz is going to 3-bet.
Oh, there's a queen dead. I'm against 2 queens.
Oh, that's right.
And they're all in, and it's a call. Ace Jack versus King Queen.
Jack.
There's a king.
Come on, king of diamonds.
How do you have 2 queens with a dead queen?
I didn't even know there was a dead queen. I didn't see that.
Really?
Yeah, it's Chevelle exposed
I
under the gun.
didn't see it.
I said I had an ace of clubs.
Pay attention.
Oh no.
I know he's got queens. You have queens. You win.
I don't have queens.
Then you have a flush.
You moved on. I don't have queens. I swear.
You have a flush then.
No, I do not have a flush. Tommy, do I have a flush? I don't have a flush.
I just have a jack.
Okay. You're probably gonna win.
I got anything good for once. Queens. You got it in with a dead queen. That is so bad.
Yeah, it does.
Is this where you get up and leave now, Matt?
You had to wait
that?
long. You gotta let the pot almost get shipped to
I
him.
mean, how is there a dead queen?
You gotta
He
let
gets in
that
with
pot
king queen.
get him shipped to him.
Not very soft. What?
He wanted me to let you get shipped the pot, but that would be too obvious.
I mean, you were too happy with your hand that I knew I did not win. Like, it was,
No, but I didn't know if you had 3 jacks. That was the problem.
That's true.
You got anything good?
Take a look at the chip counts here. Canuli up 12,000. McKeon up 12,000 as well.
yeah, the
Deeb up
resale
about,
roll.
well, Deeb just lost 5K, so he's down, probably down 2,000 on the day now. Glantz just doubles up there, still down about 4K in a day. Hansen down about 3,700. Cristiano up 4,600.
Wow.
Thomas down about 3,000. So no,
Well, you would just flat it pre.
we have basically one player who's down a lot, and that's Anthony. Anthony's down about $30,000. You are watching Poker Night in America. We're in Turning Stone, New York. Well, we're in Verona, New York, at Turning Stone Resort and Casino.
Would have been a more interesting hand for you guys to play with.
I used to come here when I was in college in upstate New York. Haven't been back here in many years.
That's literally the guy that juices up the game, gets even and leaves.
Million is 20K.
Sorry, I thought you were filming. You kind of.
I want to move it.
No, I'm sorry about that. You like moved the cards and I
did a really good one time.
My bad.
You can see what's flip, but
I'm just emotional.
I think that's a good spot. Last time I checked.
What are you doing?
I mean, I don't know the math. I think I'm favorite.
Against me?
Ace King of Clubs versus King Jack of Diamonds.
Compared to Joe's life. This is my life,
Yeah.
and this is Joe's life.
Okay, okay. Bye, baby.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know the math.
Well, I mean, Matt, diamonds are better than clubs. That's a proven Nevada
When
state
Joe's
law.
rooting for diamonds, diamonds are definitely better than clubs.
Ace, Queen,
Right
8.
now there's 2 diamonds and 1 club.
Pair of 8s here for Anthony. Canuli
Hey, what's your wife's name?
She's got
with the
kicked
gutter.
out. Yeah.
Checks around.
With the
What's her name?
But isn't it something like
Yeah, let me see the baby.
It doesn't
I
count.
walk out with
Don't quite understand the check by Cristiano with Ace King. And it checked to him. He checked it back.
I think it's anyone under 18.
There's a small difference.
I mean, I'm all for kind of
can't take him
mixing
to a
up your
bar,
play a
like-
little bit. I just don't know on a wet board
There's
like
a weird
that.
like Nevada law we found out about.
Like why? Like if
I'm
they're
glad
under, like,
I mean, essentially, when I'm asking myself if I want to bet or not, I'm just thinking, okay, well, can I get called by worse?
This one-
Can I get better to fold?
Oh,
I think clearly on an
Well,
Ace
there's
Queen
actually
8
Nevada,
2-diamond
stop.
board, you can
Mark
get
is just giving you all this money
you
to
can
play.
get
As long as you're
a worse
breastfeeding,
hand to
I'm
go
wherever
to.
you go. A weird law that we found
You're not
out
the
about.
first.
What?
You're not the first to assume that.
Wonder why.
How did you get any good against?
Because you're awful at
I mean,
When's the last time you got anything?
earlier on, there was a hand where Cristiano checked back aces, and I thought that was a different spot. It was a heads up versus Anthony.
But yesterday.
Wow, and he checks back the Ace King again. Yeah, Cristiano's in lockdown.
Yeah, but of all the times
can
we've
kinda
had
tell.
it and this 14
I thought maybe he was checking it back, kind of just
I got it in good
disguise the
strikes
strength
and
of his hand, under-rep his hand, get some value on a later straight. But
First one was a flip.
I think he's locked up by a $5,000 win, and he's really happy. And you know what? If you don't normally play these stakes, I have no problem with that. I don't make judgments on like somebody else's finances. You never know.
And then I got it in.
It was a fake flip though.
All summer, I cover the World Series of Poker, and I see players fold their way up the ladder
Then I got it in like ace
to make an
10
extra
king jack,
20,000,
also in that
30,000,
tournament.
100,000, whatever it
Ace
might
10
be.
king
And
jack was your
hey,
second double up.
to each their own.
I just remember having.
You know, we play for the money. We play to make money.
No, you had the.
And you got to realize Cristiano was on a $300 free. I mean, he got in this for $300. So
You had King Jack versus Ace 10.
looking at this
And Ace King versus Ace Jack.
everything in front of him is basically
For sure.
profit.
We had the 3 all-ins in an orbit. The
No,
third one was the one you were ahead on.
What was the hand?
That Ace King Ace Jack.
But I think if I'm going to be playing that way, I'll probably just get up and leave.
30 blinds.
Call it a
button to
day.
Small blind. Yes, ridiculous. The 3-bet call Ace Jack.
In 100K.
Yeah, that should matter.
I know there's a
It
show.
does, I mean, it just does matter. That's all.
Just contemplating if I look, if they folded me or not.
It's just because it's 100. If it was a
I mean, I'll tell you this: if I'm at table and I know that
Similar amount of yourself in the
a
100K
player
versus
is in
5K.
lockdown, and they booked a win, and they want to leave a winner,
No.
you can bet your ass that I'm going to be doing my best to try to punish that player.
I'm not willing to waste time.
Nice toss.
And I want to see if let's see if McKeon picks that up.
So I use 5, right? I
10.
use 10. I use 10. He owes me 8. So
I hope you trust that those are the right
And he owes me 5.
Well, they
But
can
I have 10
only-
behind on
I
the
was
table.
13 when I
Yeah.
put out, so. Too bad.
So why don't we
Two
just
pairs gonna win.
switch
I
it?
thought I was winning. Oh, Queen 10?
Alex,
Okay, you're right.
you owe me the whole
Not pretty.
13,
Okay, fine.
and Matt owes me 2.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah.
How long is our break?
I'll have to go there.
You would have.
We get lost a lot.
I've noticed that
I would
sometimes
order-
actually you can
order
if you're paying attention in live poker, you can really you
Joe
can
was
pick some
trying to
great
order,
spots.
yeah.
There's
You
some of these
got
like
like
live
a-
intangibles we'll call them, where you see a player kind of like
I made a pair on there involve your sure I'm winning.
make a comment
Where'd
about
Joe
how
go?
he's leaving in 30 minutes and he finally got unstuck,
I can order him this, yeah.
or he's psyched because he hasn't won, he hasn't booked a win in
If you bet 50, I would have just been like, here.
2 weeks, and he's finally got a win.
Diner in the tavern?
And if you know that guy is like up a little,
You have like
you
Jack.
can put a
The best
lot
place
of
to go
pressure
is
on that
actually the
kind of player.
tavern right out here. No, but you go to the tavern that's right out these doors. Order from there and then have
And
food.
my impression is that
Yeah, we're
Cristiano
short now
is
because
not
we can
looking
walk
to
there, just
play a
literally
big
right
pot
across
unless
the-
he is nutted.
Yeah, exactly. And then I can pick it up on the way.
Again, though,
Hey, Joe,
I'll
can you have the
reiterate it.
tavern menu?
I'm
You
not
place
making
an
a
order there
judgment
for
on the
us?
guy.
Thank you.
If you
I'll-
don't normally
we can
play
just walk
stake
over
this
there.
high,
No, since you're at 4 o'clock.
it's a lot of money. We're talking about the guy's got $10,000 in front of him.
Like it's yeah, it's the restaurant when you go upstairs by the escalator.
I know you want to right now.
Someone's gonna pick it up for us, right?
Let's have it waiting on the table.
Oh, you mean sit? Oh, you mean sit there and
Yeah.
eat? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the cage and come back and I'll eat.
Yeah.
After.
We saw it later yesterday with Ruddick as well. Ruddick folded kings, and he even said, he goes, if I was playing in a smaller game, this is a big pot for me. This is a lot of money for me.
It's
And
a shame though, but
if I was
the
playing in a
other really
smaller
good
game, I don't
restaurant
think I'm ever
is
folding the
Steak on
kings.
Yeah, they closed
Oh,
the
yeah.
room.
And he decided not to come back after the dinner break because he felt like it was affecting his game. And I think a lot of players will play differently
Like nothing really.
if they're
happened.
playing
I
too
just
small
I had kings.
You didn't get dealt in
for
by
their
the-
bankroll, or if they're playing too large for their
You
bankroll.
missed your button for the second time.
And both can be equally as bad in different ways.
There's all these black screens you blend right in.
You really didn't see me. That shiny old.
Stop giving Glantz 2 buttons.
Oh no, that was a different hand. We're talking about the hand against him. It was like ace 9, ace 9 3,
Yeah.
4 6.
The diamond run out. So you had a low flush.
Mangled this hand.
To the 5.
We're playing a little bit shorthanded here. I mean, not terribly shorthanded, but we got a few walkers. And I think that's something when you're playing poker you want to pay attention to, because the game does play a little bit different. I mean, if you're playing 9-handed and 3 guys get up and suddenly you're 6-handed or 7-handed, whatever it might be, the game's going to play a little bit different. You can open up a little bit lighter. If you have any questions for me, you can tweet me at Tucker on Sports. I want to thank our sponsors, of course, CrushLivePoker.com. Check it out. The best site specifically for live poker training. Giant Sunflowers.
Were you in the college?
DraftKings, of course. Season rapidly approaching.
It's always in Philly.
Yeah.
Yingling is like.
And, of course, 888 Poker. Yingling.
It's their
Local beer. I've been drinking a lot of Yingling. Yingling, PBR.
That's my dad's favorite.
Sam Adams and Yingling were like the only non-Budweiser beers
Yeah.
for the longest time.
All right, who wants to see the menu?
That's it.
That's real share.
It's a tavern. I've been there like 6 times already. I'm over it.
Oh, you've been to 6 times since you've been here?
We're ordering food, so we'll get it for the break.
325.
don't have like chicken tenders.
I'm trying to lose 15
They have mac and
pounds.
cheese. That's healthy.
Trevin Stone says, PBR, you are a hipster. I am very far from a hipster.
They don't have a lot of chicken.
They have meatloaf. That's not bad.
I drink PBR because my 75-year-old father-in-law buys it by the case and it's there at the camp. So we drink it on the lake. Drinking a little bit of the Saranac, which is a local. Decent.
It's not even open.
We're drinking so much in the lake, though. It kind of all kind of really like lighter beers.
He doesn't. He just cooks
Can't
like
drink
it.
some of the heavy ones that I really enjoy when I'm back in LA.
If you order now, then we'll have the food ready.
All right. Mike, you still in?
We're playing 25-50 blinds.
Who's gonna? We have to write it down.
$100 optional straddle. Torelli outflops Hansen, way ahead of him here. Not only does he have a pair of 8s, but he's got a flush draw. Hansen with very little equity, as you can see. He needs a jack. That is not a diamond. He's got 2 outs.
T-Meister needs some cards.
So I'm getting up. I'm quitting at 4. to go to the booth.
Rim Dog Poker says, drinking PBR on the Tuchman compound in the woods. Yeah, very much. That is the case.
Volunteer to have anybody go.
One thing I did do, I got to tell you, if you've never done this, it's pretty cool. I went tubing
Random draw.
on the Battenkill River, which basically is you take a rubber tube,
And I'm stuck.
like a heavy-duty rubber tube, and you basically sit in it, and you float down a river, drinking beer.
That should always be the thing.
It's about a 2.5-hour float down the river, and you float down and you drink beer. Did that with my wife and her family.
But he wasn't that
No,
tight.
he wasn't that tight.
If you've never done it, highly recommend it.
Playing every hand.
Zeno was actually playing
He had
hands.
2
Trevell was
different gears.
pretending.
Yeah.
The first, before dinner break, he was like totally
You,
different
the
than
hand I
after dinner
played,
break.
you wouldn't play none of them.
He changed it up a lot.
Yeah, and you played the 2 times you had Jacks. You played them both great, buddy.
So
Yeah. That's
where
what I
is
was
it?
saying. I didn't know what.
They're ordering food. Or did you order pizza?
We just induced them. I can't believe I'm not making it 1,200 in the dark. I can't believe I'm looking.
Oh, okay. Because they're ordering like room.
That's against him. I folded the best hand. I mean, I folded the good hand.
Yeah, you played that one great.
Another straddle here. Thomas with the ace-jack.
So just
He
order
raises
beer?
to 350.
I'm not wearing the jacket.
We thought he had the best.
He thought he had it.
I didn't think I had the best hand. First time I ever had this. I'm glad to have that.
Oh, yeah.
First time I've ever had it.
All right, T-Meister.
Still, you mail to write down everything, or okay? There's like 5.
Top 2 for
I think
Thomas.
we can
Nothing
meet
there
over
for
there.
Anthony. And this one, probably just go bet fold, and it does.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe.
That's just alcohol.
Well, at least Richard didn't get. At least, well, it's not that Richard didn't get hurt. At least you didn't get healthy. Small pots, whatever. Yeah, I keep
We'll
them
give
in
him
the
that.
Yeah.
You got your tip,
If
right?
double through you, I'd be very
You
disappointed.
didn't?
I'm sorry I'm not getting ace king every hand and flopping an ace.
Sorry. Speak up when your first hand be on, so we don't forget.
Thanks, Ryan.
I guess I just.
T-Meister. T-Meister. T-Meister.
All the people at home are still not rooting for you.
Who would you root for? But the All-American boy.
Probably Shaun.
I am the all-American boy at the table. Look at the competition. I'm the family man. My kid was just on set, you know.
I'm a family man too.
Yeah, but your kids aren't here. Like, they're just on a little card. They can barely see that. Yeah, I know you carry this around, but no one can see this. Go show the whole card cam, like, here you go.
Okay.
You know, that's what you gotta do.
Try to be
hippos over
quicker
here.
about it.
It's a hungry hippos
Okay,
game.
here you go.
Joe, the All-American family boy.
Well, I'm the boy.
He got his mom, his pop.
Definitely a boy, that's for sure.
You'll lose your manhood soon enough.
Someday. Maybe when I'm 60.
I just can't wait. I just want it to happen. It's gonna change him. Seriously. Just start dressing
You
better.
guys are so brutal.
I'm talking about yourself or me?
I'm talking about you.
Why?
You cross that line some point in your life, though,
I'm
man.
just being serious. When you pop your cherry,
Yes. How do you know my cherry hasn't been popped?
because you would be dressing differently, you know, getting swagged out.
I'm not gonna agree with that, but
Tommy,
there's
Strip in front of
100. There you go.
this is dealer tip.
So he won't get dressed up for the final table.
Oh,
Tommy,
what was
that's
the
you. Get dressed
What?
up for a girl.
That chip rolled in from him, but
That's
you owe
what
50 to the
Dan's
dealer.
saying.
okay.
This is a tip. Explain. I tried to explain. You don't care.
He doesn't understand.
Are you guys still talking about me?
Because this is a very important topic.
Did you check?
Yeah, I checked.
We're all a
All
lot
been out
more
for you,
informed than you guys all think I am.
We're not trying to give you a hard time. We're trying to
You know much about
make
the
your life
anatomy.
better.
No,
No, not that.
That's my choice.
Code class.
That's my choice.
Anybody else want to see
Anybody else need the menu?
You didn't get anything, did you, Team
Yes.
Master? All right,
My handwriting's
look for
awful.
chicken
Sorry.
I just want a pizza. I don't see it on here.
Frank Ocean wants to know if Cannulli was a winner last night. I think actually Cannulli was the big winner last night. 2 days in a row. He has
I just want pizza.
he has
Whatever
pretty
I
much
need,
paced the
I just
field.
want pizza.
I want to say between last night and tonight, he's probably up about $30,000. Hansen picks up a pair of queens on the turn. Torelli, though, with the ace of spades. Hansen has the jack of spades. Certainly an action card in the turn.
Oh, Matt goes first, of course. Okay, turn it off. Turn off your mic.
Hansen and Torelli have gotten into it a few times. Torelli kind of holding over
Hey,
Hansen.
hold on.
I don't think because of play, though. I got to be honest. I think it's more of just he's, you know, he flops a nut flush against Hansen's set. If anything, I actually think, and this is no disrespect to Torelli, I think Hansen's actually gotten the best of Torelli.
Tomatoes.
I drove him up here.
Torelli's just kind of outflopped him.
I can help him out anytime.
Doesn't go in the
We
bathroom.
don't
I
want
don't want to make
we
it
won't-
look like the Glantz. So take
No,
the small
I've
deal.
gotten a glance of Matt. I've gotten a glance of Matt Glantz's life,
900.
and he will never ever have time for it.
Yeah, I'm busy. But I mean, I could take an
An
hour to
hour
take him
out
shopping.
of your day. Yes, you would.
Chevelle, you ordering food?
No, we're going to get chicken.
I mean,
I
actually,
gotta get chicken. Little collard
We're getting
greens.
chicken.
Little collard greens, little chicken.
Watermelon.
my wife can fix
What
him
color
up.
drink?
My wife can fix him up in one afternoon, get him all set up.
I'll fix them up in 30.
Listen, your wife.
Your wife's
Ashley's a little younger though, so Ashley
Yeah.
might be better.
That's better.
She's got a baby to deal with, though.
She loves
He's a
shopping.
baby.
Yeah.
Torelli bets 900 here.
She might teach him some other things
Joe,
if he's lucky.
I'll just have my wife take you to like King of Prussia Mall for one afternoon. You know,
Hansen
she
puts
give
the
you a credit
test.
card and you go with her, and she'll just tell you what you got to try on, and she'll tell you this works, this doesn't, and you'll be set.
Once
No
you start
thanks.
dressing
Well,
nice,
you
I don't need
no,
a second.
you don't even need to
Look
try
at Jill.
out.
Jill approves. Jill's
once
saying
you start
yes.
dressing nice, you'll never
I
go
don't need
back.
a second, Mom. Thanks. Though.
Well, your first mom needs to do a better job.
Just so you know.
No, it's his dad fault, bro. You gotta blame the dad.
Oh, the mom buys the clothes.
Oh yeah, your mom's
Just so you know, good quality women are not interested in the sweatpants, sweatshirt,
T-shirts.
t-shirt look.
This is what good quality women want,
Yeah, like look,
Jill, right?
This is a great example.
right? What a good quality woman want.
Hansen makes the call.
Not for your guy.
Nice call there.
What do you think about his sneakers?
The sneakers need to go. Oh, you haven't seen these yet?
You haven't seen these?
You haven't. Adidas.
There's a look at Shaun Deeb wearing Ted's Fisher-Eye shirt.
Jill, stop being nice.
For the most part, Hansen actually hasn't really made a misstep today. Did fold kings against the double barrel with the jacks when Thomas made that, but
Yeah, I know.
I think he correctly read Thomas as like value betting and just didn't think that Thomas would value bet a hand worse than kings there.
Or are you just totally oblivious to every
Wow,
conversation?
It was in the pot.
It was 3 hands of discussion about food.
Thinking about it.
He's too smart.
Yeah, I
You
get
know
it
those
with,
smart guys, how they really are.
There's been actually some pretty good play
What
today.
kind of degree you got from Syracuse?
Some nitty, some good.
Called TRF. Those in the community.
Not quite the action we saw yesterday with Blesnick
I used to
and
be a teacher.
Dentali
Yeah, exactly.
I don't
Like, it's
believe
just
it.
and Samantha
No
Abernathy.
butter, no vegetables.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
no butter or anything on my order.
University of Buffalo.
That would be awesome.
Jimmy Bluffett asking if this is the lineup for the rest of the day or will there be changes after dinner break. We've got some alternates and we've also got some people in the tournament. So as players get knocked out of the tournament, we may get a few changes. Wouldn't surprise me at all if after dinner break we had some new players in there.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just no oil or butter or anywhere, like no dressing or anything.
I know we're trying to order food for though.
Yeah. They got like it's a tavern, wings, mac and cheese,
Yeah.
meatloaf, chicken pot pie, that kind of stuff.
Tacos
And then
are good.
side
Pizza,
order,
soups
soup,
are good.
vegetables.
Do they have like a Caesar salad or something?
Yeah.
Almost.
How does it feel to get thrown around like that?
Can we do this?
By him. Like, that's embarrassing. He's just picking on you. He tried to pick on Matt, didn't work.
Caesar
No.
salad?
He was
Have
got
Caesar salad.
Hey, I didn't get
He
that
won
one.
the hand. He still got
I got
it.
that once.
I would have rather had, like,
There is a
10
Caesar
Jacks.
salad on the menu.
I hear you.
If Joe doesn't win the main event, he'll always be known as
Yeah, that'd be
the
great.
kid
Chicken
that
now.
ruined poker.
What?
If he doesn't win the main event, he'll be known as just the kid that ruined poker.
Well, even if I do win the main event, why would that
No,
change?
if you win, you'll be known for winning the main event. Different.
That could be both. Confirmed ruined poker, though.
You got him going now. Look.
I'm about to crack him. He's on tilt because we picking on the clothes. We
hope I
got
pick up a
9-7.
Oh.
I know.
No, that was just because I thought you were very easy. I just wanted to beat Charbel on a pot.
So the deuce thing that you just won.
Get a raise here from McKeon.
Okay, maybe you're right.
3 o'clock news. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
Ex-Modus says
How are you
McKeon
not
will
in
not
this
win the
pot?
main
What is
event.
going on?
Well, the odds are against him.
It was 350.
I mean, while he's got the chip lead, he's certainly not a favorite against the field. I don't know what the actual odds are. My guess is probably about 3 to 1, maybe 5 to 2, 2.5 to 1.
500.
My bet for the main event this November 9 is Max Steinberg.
I don't really take that careful notice.
You're money behind, right?
Yeah, 10 behind.
McKeon's got a ton of equity here, obviously. Can catch an ace, a queen, a king, or a heart. And McKeon's double barrel is going to work there. And in fact, he actually picked up even more. He could have caught a 9 there as well. A 9, a queen, a king, an ace, or a heart.
You have the ace of hearts? So I guess
Did not have a pair, but had 45% equity.
What?
I'm pretty sure you did.
I had a pair? I did.
Just a reminder, tomorrow we will be streaming the final table of the Empire State Hold'em Championship right here. Same place. Approximate starting time, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So if tournaments are your thing, check that out. We'll be here tomorrow for that. Got about, I'm going to say 5 hours left in the stream today. They will take breaks at certain times. We'll see how that plays out. Once again, this is David Tuchman for Poker Night in America, 2550 cash game. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Oh, he had the ace of hearts?
Definitely less action than yesterday.
I might have had the ace of hearts. So.
And I'll say it, I think yesterday's show was probably a little bit more entertaining.
You probably had the 3 of hearts. We had the ace of diamonds, one of the two.
If I could somehow
You understood I
go
was
back
the
in
opener,
time,
Sean was the caller, and you didn't, like,
I would have done the solo yesterday
I don't think so.
That's a good hand.
and had Alec Torelli in today.
You had a king and an 8. That's better than a random hand, and you're complaining.
When I read it.
Do you understand that you ran good?
If you have any questions, good time to ask. Send me a tweet at Tuck on Sports, or you can ask in the Twitch chat room.
trust me, I'm trying my best to keep you there.
The shuffling is the worst. Shuffle one extra time.
Yeah.
Do not listen to him. Just
Berate the dealers. You're great. You're an
I didn't say
honorable
you was
human.
bad. The shuffling is not. It's never the deal.
Berate the dealers shuffling.
It's never the deal.
Whoa. What show was that?
It's a queen.
360 there.
It's always the queen of clubs,
That
guys.
was pretty cool.
It's always the queen of clubs.
Matt, you know, queen's dead. Get it in with king, queen again.
That was the same card.
Yeah.
The best part is you had the king of clubs too, so that was like a flush blocker, as well as a pair blocker.
Right, 7 out.
So wait, Joe's the straddle?
This might be the first time the entire day you've played on it. So
Cool. I'm gonna
yeah, you're
make sure I have to
fooling us all.
raise that.
You're gonna fool us all, buddy.
350.
All right, now I got to root for Tervel. You've made it personal.
No, you gotta win.
I'm just kidding. I'm rooting for myself.
Triple through.
Right.
I really want that
Cannuli
guy.
raising. Thomas calls. McKeon calls as well.
He's just seen that.
Careful. I seen it.
See this one 3 ways.
Did you see what I was
McKeon with the best of it now. Pair of 9s.
I mean, I didn't see anything. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not.
Cannuli had raised on the button. Checks it back. And now Thomas is going to bet with 6s. My guess is McKeon calls and Cannuli gets out of the way.
This messed me up. This
I probably would have rep spades.
McKeon hits 2 pair, a better 2 pair, I should say. On the river, Thomas decides not to represent the flush. fairly easy value spot for McKeon. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get called, and he doesn't get called. Not much going Thomas's way.
I have it this time.
He's showing spade.
Yeah. I have 2 clubs in my hand.
If you got a pair, you got me beat.
3 pair triple.
Got a pair, you got me beat.
That one's.
Everybody playing with their own money.
Bob, if it makes you feel any better, you weren't going with that.
You saw one, right?
Buy-ins anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000. Richard Anthony is in there for $45,000.
Even if that picture card
I'm
was a king,
talking
you
to
weren't
you.
winning that part.
Yeah, he just like.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to
Yeah,
figure
it
it
was
out.
like this.
The November Niners having a great time.
Hey, by the way, he's still win senior
I
card.
know. I still lost. I knew what you had.
You weren't, even if you're paying like I was a king, you weren't going to win that pot. So. Seriously. I king 9. I'm going to win.
Yeah, Glantz in the game for about $20,000. I want to say he's probably stuck, maybe 7 at this point.
I know. I call with the queen of clubs. Then.
He did win he did double up with King Queen.
I'm such a gambler.
It's really tilting that you just keep having.
Get a raise from Hansen.
I'm having crap.
Anthony 3 bets.
Hold up. Don't act. Sean, pull over.
That's literally a losing strategy.
I knew you weren't going to get double days.
You were right. Just in case.
Then you're on TV for your force and more action
Yep.
for your player hand.
So true.
Hansen calls. He's out of position against Anthony.
Thank you for talking to him.
So heads up here. Pot's about 1,800.
And that's.
Both players get a little piece of it.
You don't touch one.
Why?
I have. I don't know.
There goes check. Oh, and the turn's a
No,
queen.
it's because this spot is. There's something wrong with this spot on my body.
Not much going Bart's way
On the
now.
other shoulder, I wouldn't care.
Maybe you should go to a doctor. You have
Yes.
money.
Through like 3 or 4 days of the main event, I couldn't move this arm at all.
I bet you the girl you're
What
texting
is
last
it?
night
What's the
fixed
matter?
I don't know.
You only
Shoulder?
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah,
you're in the
area.
issue.
Hey, we got to work
I
on it.
couldn't. I legit like could barely move my arm. Like I'm gonna look like if you saw any of the pictures, my arm's like this the whole time because I just can't like.
You're in your parents' health insurance, aren't you?
And there's a raise.
Happy to remain.
And a queen really actually makes sense. A lot of times when the pre-flop raiser, in this case 3-better, checks back the turn
Do you have a sharp like shooting pain in your back? Go to the
and then
Right here.
wakes up on the I'm sorry,
Get
checks
him
back
right
the flop
first,
and then
then.
wakes up on the turn. You kind of got to like figure it out. Okay, what makes sense?
I'll go chiropractor first. They might mess it up work. Go to a real doctor. See if it's not something major where they're willing to do anything.
If you don't have anything
Yeah,
serious.
if it's just a touch up to make you like.
Like the pain's already going away. It's just really.
Kinda surprised Hansen's called that.
If the pain is going away, then probably it's not.
Yeah,
something that-
it's probably.
But the way he just reacted to being touched, like,
Yeah, 'cause
it's
he's
very
been
Hansen
sensitive.
checks.
It's there's something not right there.
Yeah, definitely. It's not 100%.
You gotta go
I really like Anthony kind of betting big.
Right off the bat, though.
Make it look like maybe he
Sort of
picked
the
up
last thing you
clubs.
feel, though, you know? If you have like a problem or if there's something like tweaked, you're gonna feel that at the end. Could be tweaked.
Make it look a little bit more bluffy.
Yeah, no, I was going to go to the doctor when I got home from Vegas. I was having time.
Yeah.
Because the pain went away. So
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
It was
3,000.
pain went away, and I was waking up every day, and it was feeling fine. Like I was using the arm. No
it
problem.
didn't make any sense. Zeke.
Right at the end.
I mean, checking back a queen makes sense because you've got some showdown value.
No,
A lot of
it's
players
like
would
the
check
shoulders,
back
too.
a queen.
Like if I move the arm, it would just-
Or they might check back an absolute monster.
I could do this. Like I could move this half.
Yes, he's kind
I just feel like Anthony did not have showdown value on the flop. He would have bet. We've seen him do that throughout today. Bart does finally
He also pinched.
figure it out.
He also
I just feel like if Anthony had a hand that just said no showdown value, isn't he checking that? Isn't he betting the flop?
We gotta switch seats.
I got him.
If he had kings, he's not going to suddenly raise the turn and then bet the river too. So it's. I just don't know how many bluffs he has in his range there that aren't betting.
Oh,
the
you're
flop.
really pulling him in.
Yeah, that hurt. You were trying to.
That was a little. He wishes Dentali did that to him, not you.
Yeah,
I would punch him in the face.
He liked that tally much more than he liked me.
I'd punch him in the face and then run
You
away.
would not punch him in the face.
crazy.
Have you ever thrown a punch in your life?
Punch him in the face.
Yeah, Alec Torelli obviously not joining us today in the commentary booth, but he's at the table, which is great.
I mean,
Very happy to see him playing. Torelli, by the way,
And I didn't mind it. It was the first time. Every other time, it's like I'm sad.
plays some of the biggest cash games in the world.
Punch him in the face and then I would run away.
I can see that.
Hazem says you could be bluffing medium pocket pairs there. I suppose it's kind of a weird line to check back a medium pair on an 8. Like if you 3-bet with like 7s, which is weird. First of all, most players aren't 3-betting with 7s.
Sean?
and then he checks back on an ace queen 9 board and then to raise.
Want to play heads up?
No. I'm a team player.
It's not a line you see every day.
I'm not a team player, bro.
A lot of things have to happen there for him to be 3-betting. So for him to get to the river with a hand like sevens, that played that way.
Slam dunk to just score on you.
If you play basketball, how you dress, it would be a slam dunk to score you also. There's no way you can play basketball.
I bet I'm a smarter basketball player.
Who needs smarts when you got skills?
Everybody.
You do gotta be kind of smart. Chris Paul smart.
I was
To be a coach, not to be a player. I think white guys from Duke have made it to the league. Didn't do shit.
I mean, in that particular hand, by the way, well, it turns out that he checked back the marginal hand, the queen, and then hit trips and raised that then. If I was in Bart's spot, again, it's very easy because we see the cards. I might even think he actually has a set there or a full house.
I laid down a hand to you, by the way. That was not an I'm trying to
Ace 10?
No.
Mine was better than yours.
I mean, you could make an argument that maybe he picked up a club draw, so he's trying to rep it. But if he picked up a club draw, why isn't he betting the flop?
Tommy's 70K deep.
I got my other
I'm sorry, if he didn't have any showdown value, why isn't he betting the flop? You know, if he had a hand like
key to poker, just don't fold the shot.
Does Shaun even try to play a hand?
King Jack,
I
King
always have
10.
it, guys.
He's 4-bet me from the big
By the way,
Oh,
King
that's
10
right.
got there as well on the turn.
I wanted to do it from the small one. So yeah, you
On the river. That is.
He does always have it.
My brain is,
your stack. He might not always have it.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's me bad. He could have light against this
No
crowd.
straddle. No straddle.
Is it Joe's button again?
Yeah, no straddle
Still
though.
open at 350.
I think
He'll
it's
slide it.
I think it's a good time to bet since it's Joe's button.
Sure. I'll probably fold. I'm more likely to fold than play.
Joe, he really trying to prep himself against you.
Hazem says, yeah, okay, I just thought he may turn a medium pocket pair into a bluff. Yeah, no, hey, listen, that's how, you know, it's funny. I get a lot of tweets about, like,
Give me a 10 to 1
I get asked a lot to ask the pros that are alongside me when I do commentary, you know, how did you get so good? And more often than not, it's just talking
He's
poker.
gonna look at your outfit
You know,
and start laughing.
find like-minded individuals to discuss the game and talk about it. So, you know,
The talk got him going.
that's what I like. I thank you for throwing that out there.
You got punished?
I got punished.
You got punished.
Yeah.
You're lucky it wasn't
Talking
straddle.
to
You
you,
got half punished.
talking to you, someone else interfered. Someone else smelled something while
I was just so
talking.
disappointed there was no straddle when I saw you for 200. I was like, wow, that sucks.
Yeah, you got half punished.
Well, that's
Half
good
punished.
draw.
Yeah, because no straddle. I just want you to know you're 0 for 2 making a Joe's position comment now.
I know.
And
The
Joe's
third
1
one,
for
the
2,
third one,
so-
I need to have it now.
Stack Jackin says Cannulli has been kind of low-key crushing this table. Yeah, he has. He's picked his spots. Isolated Anthony a couple of times, taking advantage of that. Picked up a couple other hands here and there, and he's quietly up like 13,000. This is after winning 18 or 17 last night. So he's up 30,000 in 2 days. King high flop. McKeon with the best of it now. Glantz with a gut shot. Not much there for Anthony to like. Tim BMX says Tuchman doesn't welch in his beer bets unlike other people. Yeah, no. Hey, if I lose a bet, I am always going to pay. Bink. Glantz hits it. Glantz hits Broadway.
Thank you.
Going on dinner break in about 25 minutes or so. And it looks like they're going to give us an hour. Wow. I will tweet pictures of my beer then on break. You can follow me at Tuck on Sports. My apologies during NFL season because I do put some NFL tweets out there as well as I cover that as well. But yeah, Cannulli is I'm impressed with Cannulli's play. I really am. And McKeon, I think both November Niners showed us that they aren't flukes. Showed us exactly why they were able to maneuver their way through a field that was larger than 6,000 and gets to November 9. Obviously, anybody who makes the final table of the main event has to get lucky and has to run like God for a few days. But you got to play well as well, and these guys have both shown. Canuli and McKeon have really impressed me the last couple of days. I think they both pay attention. I think they play their players. I think they use their position. Cristiano, by the way, up nearly $6,000, and what a score! I mean, he got into this for $300 on an 888 saddle. Great job by him.
You run bad, you run good. Get the best river in the deck.
Yeah, if you have any questions, by the way, you can always shoot me a tweet. I'm pretty active on Twitter. I haven't been as active during the summer as I was on vacation, but once I get back to LA, though, it'll be all poker and all sports for me. Kind of get excited to play some fantasy football. Got a few leagues that I play in. I play on DraftKings as well, one of our sponsors.
No, you got 20. He means 20K. 10K right there. You got another 10K, right?
Yeah, 10K behind.
Four. If it's you, four exactly, you guys should literally like go to lunch together.
Torelli in the straddle.
Go lunch, like just the four guys just like chill.
Get a raise here from McKeon. Hansen in there as well. Yep, there you go. So Deeb 3-bets to 1,000. Hansen calls. McKeon's going to call as well. So three of the better players at this table locked up in this hand, and McKeon is going to flop trip kings. He's a good player, and he's running well.
Yeah, everyone knows each other, yeah.
I don't understand that system. Like day two is going to go so fast.
It's going to go so fast, right?
Y'all got 3 days?
From 9 to 4 the first
shouldn't
day.
go to 5?
Second day they're going from 4 to heads up, and then third day's heads up, and
Why would they go 3 days?
that's the new system.
Yeah,
What
why they
happens?
doing
What
3
happens
days?
if? What happens if?
That's so ridiculous.
If it goes all in 3-way? On day
Yeah,
2.
obviously.
Both players check to Hansen. And Hansen with 2 pair.
Very possible he has like 150 million heads up and 10 million. They're just go to
Bets here. This is not a bluff.
very likely.
Right, yeah.
It's just
Why are they
ridiculous. They
going
do
another
3
day?
days.
People coming
No,
down.
here's the thing. Like, 2 days isn't enough.
McKeon calls.
So they want to have it.
Deeb gets out of the way.
East Coast.
Pot is
So it ran
4,500.
too
No,
late.
pot's
Already
5,800 now.
Yes.
Turns the jack of
That's the issue.
diamonds.
So by doing it that way, they're going to get better ratings and put on
Could
better
very
shows.
easily go check, check.
It's so likely he could have like 150 million. Someone else have 10 million heads up, and then it's like one.
And it
hand
does.
goes to-
I think if you're McKeon, you've got to bet this. Hansen's hand just looks like a mid pair a ton.
He's over 50%.
Now you may not get called,
It's 35.
but I don't think Hansen is going to bet the river very often.
45%. He thinks
I mean, when Hansen cold calls a 3-bet, he's going to have like 9s,
Below average for
10s,
Joe's definitely better.
occasionally
than
jacks,
average table.
but he's not checking back jacks.
Real polite.
8s. In this case, he happens to have 7s, but it's like, are those hands betting the river when the spade comes off?
And also, there's been a
Just
deal.
because you could 3-bet
Well, first off,
25
like
big blind stacks
even
all
thinking
day.
like he's just direct.
Ask Tommy about that.
He's like 35% just to get first, like just without ignoring skill.
He did abuse.
but also,
Were you at the
He's
table?
35% to win.
When there's two tables left with him?
35% of the chips.
Okay, I get
So-
what you're saying.
So that
I
means
had
you only
one
need to
of the
be
times,
15% to get second.
Big blind had
Like,
right.
and so that alone
Was he at the
is
table
higher
with
than
you?
50%.
Two tables left?
No.
And
You're
like with his
lucky.
chip advantage,
I don't
like
understand what
he
this-
just has
this
so much.
kind of-
It takes so many more hands from the buffs up there.
No, the final 10.
It's so much easier to get
You were
rich.
definitely
And he
the
has so
second
many
most
like
active,
his
though.
expected value is
Yeah,
to
when
gain
you
chips
sell
with the whole
it
final
on
table.
Yeah.
Being the chip leader.
You can like pull a 20 big
You have
blind
no
stack
idea. At
so
one point,
easily.
I was in
They
14.
like can't open.
They
And,
can't open. They can't re-rate. Like
They can't, like,
Stern was
4-bet
taking
unless they
5
jam,
minutes.
yeah.
No,
You didn't
it's
care,
insane.
right?
And
You were
no,
happy
when
about
I
it.
was in 14th, I cared
No,
because there's 14 left. I was in 14th place out of
No,
14.
they don't,
I was
they
like,
don't enforce it.
I was like-
so
Or not
you can
judge,
keep
I
it
was like-
so
big.
You're
You
not allowed to
make
make
sure
sure.
no, but I was like, I had 15 big blinds at the time. It was like, you know,
All right, Tommy, before you act, I just want you to know I
You didn't
raised your
clock him?
straddle. I forgot to say, is it Tommy straddle?
Now you get 3-bet.
Oh, I'm still getting called. He was grabbing 250 when I said that.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, crazy to think it's that important.
But the thing is,
Think about per orbit. How many hand?
Top
what do you
pair
think
here
the
for
big
Canuli.
blind 100 is?
I think anytime the two November Niners get matched up, I think it's really interesting. Now, yesterday they were side by side.
Being flat means that the other players should be like.
McKeon having position on Canuli.
But even if they're kind
And I thought that was really intriguing. But anytime those two get involved in a hand,
because he has a flexibility.
I think it's quite interesting.
One decision, it's their whole tournament. He makes one, it's 20%. He still has the chip leverage.
Yeah, or no, he makes his 1 3-bet, which is like 7 big blinds. And for them, it's
They're all min raised. It's like
yeah,
4.5, 5
big blinds. Yeah.
I didn't see check and let me get blinds.
I mean, people know if they generally
Never give me
call light
a
with
sneak
close to the
peek
chippy
like
V,
that
then
until
ICM doesn't matter as much.
your
And some
hand.
of those
Amy Connor asking the question, which is more important in a cash game, position or bet sizing?
You know, it's too easy to 3-bet at 20 big blinds.
Kind of a weird, it's hard to kind of separate the two and say which.
Maybe you want that 3-betting range, though.
Josh made a really good fold against him with 2 tables left. Top.
I think they're different.
He always has it.
It's like saying, is it more important to eat spinach or more important to eat, have protein?
At that point,
You need both.
at the end of the day.
That said, I
said
generally, and the position's huge in poker, whether it be a cash game or a tournament. And I generally look for excuses to play hands in position, look for excuses to not play hands out of position.
No, that was like number like 70.
In a no limit game or a pot limit game, sizing is, one of the weapons you have in your arsenal, as opposed to limit
But it was
poker.
Such a tough fold because of the spot.
And I think it makes a lot of sense to use that
Like 3 times what he bet left, so I showed.
He hit a gutter.
He
So.
tanked a long
to your
time.
best advantage.
Because it's so likely you're just abusing.
But I think for the most part, many amateurs and inexperienced poker players get themselves in trouble because they play too many hands out of position. Thanks for the tweet, Amy.
Being a big stack in this tournament is so huge.
It was fun.
Such a big advantage.
It was insane.
And it's even like with his, where he's like 3, 4x people. Like it's like
If
being
other
double
people
is
know
different.
about ICM, you have a huge advantage. 'Cause
Even if
they're,
they don't know about
They
ICM.
know. I mean, they're going to know by the.
In I'm iCal, good game, tweets in, says Canuli just 3-bet bluff Cristiano with 8 deuce suited. Cristiano folded free earlier about punishing Cristiano. Yeah, and that's, what, we're looking at Canuli here. And that's one of the reasons why I'm really impressed by this guy. Yesterday, he was 3-bet isolating Samantha Abernathy. And I thought it was a great idea because Samantha was opening pretty late and then also calling 3-bets with really speculative hands.
We're at 200,000.
So Canuli was playing against Samantha in position and usually had the best hands. And then today, we see Canuli doing the same thing to Anthony in seat number 1, and now doing that to Cristiano as well.
He always says that his
Canuli has really impressed me. He's up $14,000 today, won about $18,000 yesterday.
He was folding quite a bit. He had one of the stacks he was supposed to.
Depending on what the odds are,
but like the last
I may throw a couple of bucks on him to win the November 9 as well.
I think fighting.
I am going to go this year.
Wait,
Really excited. I'm friends with Max, and I want to cheer him on. But I may put a little bit of money on Canuli and Max. While I respect McKeon's game, I just don't think the price will be good enough to make it worth it.
Like he has to raise fold so many hands and keep the bubble going.
McKeon, by the way, up 14,000 today.
Yeah, you lose the value of that hand. Just so much fold.
John says, if you're staying in Lake George and you're a beer guy, come over to Vermont. Best breweries in the country if IPA is your thing. Yeah, I go to Vermont every once in a while. Got a good friend in Maine that sends me some beer up.
There's actually
So-
St. Joe's has some spots for that. Like
Southern California, which is where I live in the LA area. It's kind of been a haven for breweries as of late. I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood of like 150 breweries have opened up in the last 5 years
They actually can't
between San Diego and LA. Some great beer. Having lived in the UK, I've been all over Europe and Germany and Belgium and stuff. I've had some amazing beers, and it used to be the case that European beers were so amazing, and that's where you go to drink them, and American beers just sucked. That's not the case anymore, though. Nowadays, you go to your local your local bar. They might have 24 beers on tap and another 25 or 30 in bottle.
But DJ said you're his boyfriend or something.
So
No, I think Travell said that you.
I think we're kind of in the golden
No, I think
times of
DJ
beer
said
right
it.
now.
DJ said
I'm
that.
loving it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Them actually my boys.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I told him you're going to replace your set of friends.
Matt Purcell wanting to know, he says, why such a weak bet from Hansen? He only bet $1,300 into a $3,100 pot, and I think he's referring to the King 3 board. It's a pretty dry board. I mean, it's one of those spots where Bart's pretty much way ahead, way behind. You know, and you try to think, okay, well, by betting that amount, he keeps cards in his range. There's no real draw out there. So you got to start thinking, okay, what hands are going to call you? Bart's also in position. He's assuming his opponents are probably not going to float him with nothing from out of position. So when he bets, it's like, and he gets called, it's a made hand because there's no draw out there. So I think a small bet on that particular board texture was correct. I think on a different board texture, you might switch it up a little bit. Jack, Jack 5, 2 diamonds out there, nobody with anything. Ace high still the best hand and continues to be the best hand. And I think when you start thinking about sizing, you know, your bets, whether they be on the flop, turn, or river, you know, you've got to put a lot of things into your decision. And especially with bets on the flop and the turn, you know, obviously your stack size, your opponent's stack size, who you're playing against, what your opponent thinks about you, so forth and so on, but also board texture.
Check.
You know, what kind of hands can call you? What kind of hands are going to continue on?
Was it?
Oh yeah, that's
Matt?
a 5, Matt. Again? That's the third.
You know, deciding whether, you know, are you value betting or are you bluffing? You know, and if you're value betting, you know, how much can I bet and still get called? If you're bluffing, how much do I have to bet to get my opponent to fold a better?
Trying to get a king high to fold, but
I wish you was watching full crap.
queen 10 of clubs. Queen.
King,
Oh,
queen.
you'll be buried.
You been watching?
When I said Travell would play my hand, I was actually telling him the truth.
Me too. I was telling you.
That's true. Yeah,
Queen
yeah.
10 of clubs. It's the hand exactly that he was
Yeah, but then I showed it to Shaun, and Shaun said, "Oh, this must be a real piece of shit." Would you have played that hand? I mean, that's playing the hand.
Yeah, and a lot of guys are talking about Cristiano saying he knows how to play. He's just kind of on lockdown. And I agree. I think from what I've seen, I think I like his game. I just think this is probably, and this is all conjecture, I have no idea. But my guess is that this is probably higher stakes than he normally plays. And at this point, he probably does not want to play a big hand without a big pot without a huge hand.
I've given away enough.
Cannuli raising the 350.
Giving up, no. Giving
no
it
one
I'm just
else
away.
not gonna pay that much for.
Like anyone else is giving me money back.
He's only worth
Yeah, I
2
don't
to 1.
blame
No, the ICM he's only worth 2 to 1 over you.
I don't believe that. Has to be
I
honest.
mean, that's just the math.
I have like 5 times.
My name ain't Earl says, Tuck, how much was the dinner bill last night? Yeah, so after dinner last night, I'm saying after the show last night, we went up to the steakhouse here at the Turning Stone Resort and Casino. Nice steakhouse, by the way. Really good food. On a 9-9-5 flop. Nobody's got anything. Cannuli is the pre-flop raiser. Deeb with a gut shot. And so we went up there. My buddy Andrew Welch, Bart Hansen, David Baker, and Rhett Porter, and Chris Hansen, and Todd Anderson all went up there for dinner.
I told him there was
And so we had some steaks, had some wine, and we played credit card roulette. And I guess it wasn't my night because I guess I quote unquote won. So I got to pay the bill. Wasn't too bad though for a steak dinner. It was only about $750.
If I get second, I get the 4.5. So
That was a very expensive steak I had.
I know Shaun thinks you are, but you're not.
I think Shaun surprisingly has a very small amount of respect for my game. So.
That's not the point.
No, that's why like he thinks I'm getting second.
No, he's just clueless. It's just not that easy.
I agree with you.
There's just a lot of randomness.
I'm aware.
Somebody might run as.
But yeah, there's a picture on Twitter
I'm
that I
aware.
favorited and retweeted. I think that
Cool part is if they do that, though, they'll catch up.
Had
with
me.
They won't be like ahead of me.
paying the
No,
bill.
they ran like you did. They'll be.
I run so bad in credit card roulette.
Depends who does
Blinds
it.
are a bit bigger.
Well, yeah.
I think I played it like
You
8
gotta like
times.
3x.
and my expected value would be like I should have lost like twice, and I've lost like 4 or 5 times already. I get picked like half the time. Stop playing it.
But Jacobson was like the best player on that table.
I mean, it's
How
relevant,
much
but
is that relevant when you start with 12 big blinds? How relevant?
Everyone can start. No, he didn't start with that much. He was the shortest.
Yeah, I got a bunch of people saying only $750 for dinner, cheap. I mean, considering, like I said, it was like 6 guys at a steakhouse, and we had 2 bottles of wine. It wasn't bad. That included tip too.
At least 25 days.
I mean, I think the bill was like 615, and then I left like $130, whatever it was, $125.
He's, as you can see, he's not that rich.
So it wasn't bad. I'll put it away. It could have been for normally if you were to say, 6 guys at a steakhouse.
He might move out of his parents' house.
And Rep Porter and David Baker can eat too. Welch also. These are big men. I think Rep Porter and Welch is probably the biggest one of them all. But Welch, Porter, Baker,
There's a lot of difference between gaining 9.
they're big boys. They can eat.
Oh,
come on.
Supreme Terrific says, Tuck, you can take me out anytime. Dude, how about you take me out?
People will buy because it's so high.
I figure all my credit card roulette karma, I'm saving it up for one of those big ones where it's like, $3,000 bill.
That's when I sweated an ace and then
Although I'll probably be so scared that I'll get picked, I'll probably just buy out.
I mean, like,
not that they don't believe you, but that's just such sick variance to play.
Well, that's why I did
Yeah, Jimmy Bluff is saying if you play credit card roulette with Tuck, you're plus EV every time without a doubt. Yeah, no, for sure. Like I said, I went to Picasso at Bellagio with my my wife. We were just dating at the time. My buddy Bart and another girl, 4 of us. The bill was like $1,400. We played credit card roulette. I lost that.
And the fact he doesn't.
We went to a Thai restaurant in Vegas during the World Series of Poker with a few buddies. I lost that one. I lost last night.
Especially because like first place has so much extra value. That
exactly.
I run good in life, so I'm okay with
so
that.
you end up getting first.
Let's see how Cristiano plays the Ace King. I am curious to see how aggressive he will play this. Remember early on where he 3-bet with Ace King? He raises here to 225 in a straddle pot, so it's a small raise.
Yeah. I'd rather not care about the money.
That's for sure like the way to play.
Yeah.
Especially if everyone knows that too. Like, fuck. 7 hand, they know you're literally playing for first.
You're like,
McKeon's going to call this. He's going to use his position.
I did something like that.
I think Deeb is going to 3-bet this. Oh, I was actually going to say I think this is a really great spot to 3-bet. You get an opener who doesn't want to play a big pot.
Rep told me about the bubble.
And then you get a little bit. Then you get Thomas who calls, who's real tight in the middle. McKeon's going to be calling super light. And then the interesting thing is that I think if Hansen recognizes that Deeb is making this play, he can actually 4-bet this. Be a huge play. You're going to get. I mean, you get all sorts of folds because Hansen's kind of built up this equity. This is a great spot, an absolutely phenomenal spot to 4-bet. In fact, I thought McKeon might even. Yeah, that's a great spot to 4-bet. I love it. What a play by Hansen. I actually thought that McKeon might 3-bet the button, but his hand is so playable, and he wants to play that in position. If his hand was worse, like if he had like King 4 or Ace 6, McKeon probably would have 3-bet the button. But I think Deeb is 3-betting that a ton, and I think Hansen recognizes that, and he is going to 4-bet this. And that's going to put a ton of pressure on Cristiano. I think he's going to fold. And frankly, I think the entire table might lay this down. We'll see how it plays out. I think Hansen has kind of built up this image. And it's going to be a great pickup. He's risking 2,900 to win about 2,000.
Yeah, I'm saying even if you have it, ace queen. Or wait, was there an ace out there, or is it not? Oh, right,
Cristiano knows exactly how much he's up.
Jack 5 fall.
Yep, he's going to let it go. Not surprising at all.
I'll give you one.
I will definitely guarantee that.
Just a great spot to 3-bet if you're a Deeb, and I think if you recognize that it's a great spot to bet if you're Deeb, then if you recognize that, you can 4-bet because Deeb happens to be at the top of his range, but he doesn't have to be here. He could have done this with Ace 5. He could have done this with King 3.
Oh, I probably put my money with you.
Now the question really is, does Deeb think that Hansen recognizes that? He does.
Not a pair, but ace.
Deeb just moved all in.
Oh my god.
That's good poker.
Fucking Shaun
I got to tell you, I like the Hansen play.
Shaun knows how to play poker.
I like the Hansen play. Deeb just one-upped him. I love the 3-bet from Deeb. I love the 4-bet from Hansen.
Yeah, that's why you're.
And it's just, good poker being played by, some really good players.
One thing to say about you shouldn't say that, like, because like that removes good cards to me. Like that's why, like, it makes my shove easier with that information. I was shoving anyway, I think, but like you saying that it removes like queens, jack, one of the calling hands that he might 4-bet call.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, you should say so.
He was just like
Most likely removes ace king.
What did he say?
ace king, ace queen, some good cards. I was hoping it was an ace king, and then
And middle suited cards.
Ace queen, he's like,
If I was staying for the second 4 hours, I probably would.
Yeah, that's
I don't want to just like in 4 minutes.
Sometimes a play doesn't work in poker,
We should.
and it's still a really good play.
I mean, if like people want a sweet change, I think we should just.
I think the action's been good. I don't understand why.
I caution you to judge a play's merit based on its
No, I'm just
results.
saying if 3 new people are coming. And he
I think
wants
too often we do that in poker, and I think once you can separate yourself from the results, and you can judge your play based on the actual play and not the result, I think you can really improve your game. Trip kings here for Anthony. Thomas with a bad ace. And in that particular spot, I wholeheartedly think that was I thought that was a fantastic play.
Close to Joe because they like to touch each other.
No.
By Deeb, I thought it was a really great play by Hansen.
Yeah, I really don't want him like grabbing my cards, flipping them over. That would turn
Yeah,
him
that
off.
happened. You saw that. Yeah, you saw
did
that.
that
It
a
happened
few.
a couple. That happened
I think
3 or
that's
4
really
times.
like not.
And my guess is that 4-bet from Hansen works against most players.
That was messed up.
I think that's
The small pots, I didn't care about. That one was like, come on.
I just saw you like you
It's like
called
he
the
raised
last one.
pre-flop and he folds.
You thought I
the
was
big
really
blind and he
squeezing
looks-
wide.
Yeah,
Two
that's
points
what
out.
happened. I don't like king queen.
I mean, still, you should do.
I bet on a scare card, but I had it.
Maybe should've called him.
And I saw the hand after.
He did it like 3 times.
I guess that.
No,
Oh, he did that to
yeah.
me, yeah. He did it to Jared once?
Jared once, yeah.
Bad call.
I mean, I did it to him in like super small pots after.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah, for sure.
For the most part, I was never in the pot that I did it in.
Yeah, it's way different when it's against the person in there.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
when it's messed up. So.
Dravenstone says, what if Cristiano shows? Then he wins.
Okay, yeah, he owes me 13.
I mean, obviously, Deeb and Hansen are both counting on the fact that he's not doing that unless he has aces or kings. I mean, I don't think Cristiano's folding aces or kings, but I think he's folding everything else.
Hey, leave the bottom party
take
alone.
And there's 1,326 combinations of hands. There's 12 combinations of aces and kings total. So
There were 3 spots I could have done.
it's really hard it's just very unlikely for your opponent to have aces or kings there. The fact that Hansen had a king in his hand and Deeb had an ace in his hand makes it even less likely. There are less combinations of aces and kings in Cristiano's range. And because of that, it's just, we saw he folded ace king. I mean, I don't think that was a terrible fold, by the way. I mean, you get a bunch of calls, you get a 3-bet, you get a 4-bet. Do you want to go to war with ace king? Maybe, maybe not. I don't think that's a terrible fold, but I think, Deeb knew that Cristiano didn't want to do that. Hansen knew that Deeb knew that. But then we go one more level, and it was Deeb knew that Hansen knew that Deeb knew that. My brain hurts. I think the player's going on dinner break. We see Richard Anthony is our big loser as of now, as he is down 18,500. Shaun Deeb and Art Hansen, both down fairly significantly. I'm kind of surprised Deeb is down that much. I thought he was about even, or if not up. Canuli having a great day, up nearly 16,000. McKeon. Our math is off. I don't know who's in charge of math here at Poker Night in America. Ignore the plus minus. Our math is way off. This is like math by my wife. My wife, we go out to dinner. My wife has to. She always gives me the bill and says, "How much do I tip?" Because she's great at English. She's a great writer. She teaches literacy to kids. Math is not her forte. Fortunately, I'm pretty good at it. So the players are on dinner break. They're going to go on a 1-hour dinner break. So we are back at 5:30 Eastern time for the live stream. Make sure you stick with us here at Poker Night in America. Let your friends know about it, and you can tweet me at Tuck on Sports. Good stuff.
No, he's still in the tournament. He's multi-table. I thought about it.
Came in with 144,000.
I like the way their logo is.
I have
too.
some of their
And I
polos.
left with
Like,
zero.
yeah. It's just
All right, tip
because
five.
of these guys, they might give a hard time about.
No, I went bust today. I came in
Poker night.
56th, I
Yeah.
think,
Can we get
and it paid
drink
45.
service? Okay,
Congratulations.
Yeah, there's a
You
lot of
outlasted
logos
me.
that aren't on.
And Shaun, yeah, you got in the game.
I got 63rd.
At
I
one
got the
point,
last
it
one.
wasn't allowed.
And
When
Shaun,
Tally was there, he saw it.
Shaun saved 5,000.
I played great.
You played great today.
Oh, I'm starting to get cold. Starting to get chilly.
Who missed their straddle, Alec?
Yeah, that's true.
This is a tip.
Always
by
you
the way.
every time I look up.
It's the first card that pays the tip.
I know, it cost me
left
last
card.
time too.
One to the left.
So what'd you end up having?
For you, the right.
That's all I was saying.
Giving your position on the table.
I think it was king. Forget it. Kings or queens.
Damn, everybody's so deep. I wish I had no money. I would put it on the table.
All you do
Yeah,
is
true,
look
though.
around,
Yeah.
and you would have seen how many chips everybody had.
Oh, shit. Everybody is deep today.
That's the number one. Don't play with your whole bankroll.
If you're
Oh, that's
cheating,
a
you
true
might as
though.
well.
If you what?
If you're cheating.
That's a 3.
He's got a fair
That's
point.
true. I guess that's true.
Alec, you have
Huh?
So you
50.
did tip
Oh,
that.
okay.
450.
It's a good hand, though.
How does the first
First card.
hand? No, the
Oh, the
5K hand.
wine,
That's what I
yeah.
was thinking about. That I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even win the hand.
Oh, the wine's way more than that.
No, I know that. I was just so confused. I wasn't thinking. Guess I'm running good. I never lost before.
Where's Matt? Matt's not playing?
No, Matt's
No.
doing commentary.
That's
No
in the
way.
booth.
Where's the booth?
Upstairs.
Up there with
But
that
they're on
yellow
a
sign.
delay,
Just
so
right
it's
there.
Oh, it's great.
I guess I didn't get the seat.
No, you're in.
Oh,
This
it's
is
me.
you.
I mean, this seat.
No, that's me. Don't go too far.
850. You want to switch seats?
Where are you?
Because that's the seat that really was kind of. I'm right here.
I don't know. They told me to sit here, so I sat here.
Travell, you can't change seats, buddy.
It just opens up a whole.
Yeah.
whole thing.
Because you're getting hit with the deck.
Besides that. Be complaining either way.
Okay, I'll just keep this deck. Then go all in. Then switch seats. I mean,
You're gonna
that's
switch
fine.
seats.
I ain't going to switch seats. That's fine. I would take
You're running that up if you want, but
Check.
it's just behind
I have a pair.
Pair of sixes. Can beat that. Fives.
Good hand.
Ace hearts with it?
5 of hearts. Good thing I didn't pair the 3. I would have had a fire.
I probably wasn't folding.
Thank you.
What's up, buddy?
Did that end up getting to a 5K pot?
Thank you.
8-16.
Right.
Didn't get to 5K. Okay, I'm saying.
You've been playing there for a while?
Huh?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
should
playing
count.
there.
21 is the end?
I mean, you beat me.
Yeah,
Like, that should count double.
5K total?
5K total, yeah.
5K.
Mostly PLO.
PLO runs?
Mostly.
It's gotta be.
And then the
good,
mixed games are great, obviously. Atlantic City.
You get a couple plays mixed?
too.
You're a smart guy. You can learn the games.
Yeah, I should get my pencil sharpened a little bit.
Travell, you have 5K behind, right?
No, this for now.
Oh, fuck that.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
If I was moving over there, I was going to have 8K behind.
You said you know what I folded? You have
Hello and welcome back to the Poker Night in America live stream. 2550 no limit hold'em is what we're playing. We play with a straddle generally. $2 in addition. We are up in Verona, New York, up at Turning Stone.
Like adjust. I can't go too high.
Beautiful resort and casino. Haven't been here since my my college days, and I got to tell you, if you're ever in upstate New York, this is a place to go. Very, very cool spot. 5-5-7 flop. And it looks like, oh, look at this. Dentale back in the game. Gotta love that. So we lose Matt Glantz. And we get Dentale in the game. It looks like we got Rep Porter in there as well. Thomas just moved all in for 1250. Thomas very short stacked. Travell Thomas has been on Poker Night numerous times. And we continue on. If you want to follow us, you can. Over at Twitch, there's a chat room over there. Porter in for 10K. And Dentale in for 5K. We'll get that updated right away. Just going on the table really quick. Richard Anthony in for 45K. That's in seat 1. Seat 2, Rep Porter.
I believe it.
We lost Dominic Cristiano, the 888 qualifier. Stepped away, about a $5,000 winner. Alec Torelli, seat 3. Canuli still in there. Mike Dentale. Travell Thomas. Joe McKeon, the November 9er. There's Shaun Deeb. And then, of course, Bart Hansen in seat number 9, just to the right of the dealer. Playing 2550. If you want to interact with the show, you can through the Twitch chat, or you can tweet me at Tuck on Sports. Try to keep the show as interactive as possible. Joining me in the booth is Matt Glantz. Matt, how much were you in the game for? Was it like 60K?
I was in for 15K total.
15K.
Three buy-ins of 5K, and I finished up a massive $50 winner.
You won $50.
So a little bit
So after
less.
losing 2 buy-ins, you made a good comeback.
Yeah, after losing 2 buy-ins, I got it. I got it in good when I was losing, and got it in bad, and then won some back, and it was nice. So those $50 win today, a little bit less than Joe McKeon's win yesterday. I think he won 75 yesterday.
Right, better than losing. It's better than being Blesnik.
That's for sure. Lesnick did not have a good day. He texted me this morning, and he was supposed to play today, but he just didn't feel up to it after losing so much yesterday. Just didn't feel it.
Yeah, he lost about 30,000 yesterday. Our big loser today is Richard Anthony. So Matt Glantz, David Tuchman in the booth here. For you, I hope you're enjoying the Twitch stream. We're back tomorrow, by the way, for the Empire State Final Table Championship. I think I got that name right. Nonetheless, though, they are nearing the final table, and I believe that live stream will start tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time at this same exact spot. So if tournaments are your thing, you can watch that. I want to thank our sponsors, of course, 888 Poker, DraftKings, Giant Sunflowers, and Crush Live Poker. Yeah, Matt?
There's about, I think, a little under 20 players left in that tournament right now, and one of the Poker Night alums, we have David Baker still in the tournament, and he's got about an average stack with, I think, 19 left, so hopefully he'll make the final table, and he'll be more than familiar with the set.
See, variance alive and well in tournaments. Anybody can make final tables. Look at this. As Baker makes a deep run.
That's the old David Baker, the original David Baker.
Right.
So, yeah, it was fun yesterday. It was fun today. It was good to give up my seat now for Dentale. Took my place, and Rep took the place of the 888 sponsored player, Cristiano. So there should be a little bit more action with Rep in there. He fires it off, and Dentale is always a big mouth and a fun player of the game.
Yeah, the game will be louder.
Yes.
And probably more action without Dominic in there and with Mike's voice in there. What's I know you and I talked off the air about this, but I think our audience might be interested in this. What's your thinking behind the short buys?
For the show's sake, I like if I was going to play in a cash game and it wasn't on TV, I'd probably buy in more. But for the sake of the show, it's better to have less blinds just for more action to try to get it in. Because like if you saw earlier today, we got it in really late, especially me and Shaun Deeb. He buys in for 20, and if I bought in for 20,000 also, we probably wouldn't be getting it in with Ace King and King Jack and King Queen, those type of hands. Today we got it in for 5,000 each with Ace King versus King Jack, and then next time he had Ace Jack, I had King Queen, and you really can't do that. We're playing 25, 50, 100 with 20,000, 200 big blinds. So I like it because I get to get it more in, and then we have more times we get it all in, then we get to run it out. It's better for TV. I think it's more fun to have runouts when you're deep. Shaun has a different idea. He likes to play really deep. He thinks people watching want to see big time strategy and thought process on each street. But it's good to have both scenarios going on all the time in the game.
I mean, I enjoy it. I mean, we've seen a few hands today where there were really good leveling wars and some great post-flop play. And then you counter that with, you and Deeb just gambling. Let's just get it in with ace queen versus ace king, or not even. I mean, king jack versus ace king. What's the history behind you guys slow rolling each other?
Well,
I kind of cautioned our viewers. I said, listen, it is always good and strongly encouraged to slow roll a good friend, but I wouldn't do it to a stranger.
That's very true. But if you play with Shaun Deeb a lot, we've played many hours of live cash game poker, whether it's mixed games, no limit, big bet games. We played a lot over the years, and probably over the last year we played more than ever because he moved to Philly. He even bought a house in Philly, so he plays at Parks and Borgata with me, and so he does a lot of. He's big on the slow rolls. I'm not so huge on the slow rolls. Like, I think it's funny, and I'll do it to him because he loves it. I probably won't do it to many other people, but for sure, it's expected coming from him. And the more the people see it, the more they know it. So I think people are getting up about it.
Thomas was all in here for 1850 with the ace queen. Does not get looked up and picks that up. Thomas in the purple shirt with the glasses on his head. To his left, Joe McKeon, the November Niner. I think it's fantastic, by the way, that we got 2 November Niners at this cash game table this weekend. And Canuli, by the way, who's wearing the black hoodie, and McKeon in the orange, have put in a lot of hours. First off, you played with them a lot. What were your impressions of their game?
I mean, they're both very good players. So there's not ones you want to have at the table for, to make money off of, but from an entertainment value, Joe is very funny, and I think the more time on TV Tom Canoli gets, he's going to be a little more entertaining. But both really tough players are going to do a lot of 3-betting and put you in weird spots and put pressure on you. So they're both great players, and it shows. They made the final table of the main event, and it wasn't just luck. I mean, they deserve it, these guys.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I said, I mean, I think one thing that was only shown true this weekend is that while it takes a tremendous amount of luck to make a final table, I don't care how good a player you are, it was obvious that it's neither one of these players made it as a fluke.
No, these
both
guys are
talented.
2 of the best players in the East Coast in the tournament circuit. For Joe's one of the best tournament players in the East Coast, and Tommy's one of the biggest winning no-limit cash game players on the East Coast. And there's also 2 other East Coast players, Josh Beckley and Patrick Chen, that both made it. And they're all in the same circle, guys that run around the Borgata, Parks, Foxwoods, those kind of places, Maryland Live, and play a lot of no limit. So it'll be interesting to see those 4 guys at the final table in November.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, me and Rep went through 3 together.
Matt Glantz, David Tuchman here for Poker Night in America. 25.50 no limit hold'em with an optional $100 straddle. Pretty much every hand is straddled. Same lineup except for 2 players. One of those players that's no longer here, Matt Glantz, is alongside me. And, of course, Dominic Cristiano, the 888 qualifier, has stepped away. Don't know what Thomas's other card is. If it's an 8, it's really good, but he checks, so I'm going to guess it's not an 8. I'm quick like that. Dentale with trip 6s now. He's got the best hand there.
And Travell couldn't wait to fold there.
Could not wait. I've watched him a lot now. He's been on Poker Night in America like 3 or 4 times. He's a character. Very tight player, though.
Super tight, but with his image, it's great because the people don't know that. He's going to get paid off a lot. And a lot of these guys in the tournaments that play with him a lot, they know by now that he's tight, but I just played with him for the first time yesterday, and I thought for sure he was swinging it in. So I made a couple of calls late, and then I found out from other guys that really you shouldn't be calling him down late because this kid is really one of the tightest there is around.
Yeah, he's got a lot of bling, and I think sometimes you judge a book by its cover.
Exactly.
If a player can play against that, they can find a lot of success at the table.
Yeah, I think I only had about 3,000 or 4,000 in front of me at the time today earlier when I had ace queen, and I think I 3-bet it, and he just called with jacks for about 1150 or 1200, and we didn't get the rest in an ace flop, but he wasn't willing to get in 3,000 pre-flop with 2 jacks, so that tells you a little bit about his game, how tight he is.
Yeah, you had ace queen there, right?
Yeah.
I do.
Especially against you, I mean.
Yeah, I was going to get it in late for sure. I mean, certainly I would have got him with 10s or 9s, so for him not to get in the jacks there is really probably overly too cautious, but that's the way he plays, and there's a lot of different ways to win at poker, and he's a big winner. So
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players. It's kind of funny. People at home might think $3,000 is a lot of money, but it's always in relation to the blinds.
Always.
And in a 25, 50, 100 game, $3,000 is basically 30 big blinds. Jack's certainly good enough to get it in with 30 big blinds.
For sure, and I think even on that hand, it was either small blind or the button. He was either small blind or big blind, so it's even an easier spot to get it in with those kind of hands.
We are in the event center at Turning Stone in Verona, New York. If you've never been to upstate New York, beautiful this time of year. I avoid it. I would avoid it in the winter. I would also avoid any area about Rochester. Absolute hole. But the Saratoga region, the Syracuse region, gorgeous.
I'd blame Squishy.
They're still talking about Siegel from yesterday. They missed Siegel. They want him back. Everybody loves playing with Mike
That's
Siegel.
actually a positive moment. You can't
I didn't think Siegel was the worst player at the game yesterday, though.
Won a big pot, yeah.
I'm not going to say who I thought it was, but I didn't think he was the worst.
He actually has a good poker mind. He's not a no limit hold'em player. He plays his game is stud high. He's one of the best in the world in stud high, and he'll let you know that. He also plays the mixed games pretty well. So no limit's probably his weakest game, but he has a good poker mind. So he did a lot of things that you wouldn't expect. But you saw yesterday from the live stream, he's a pretty tricky player.
Yeah, no, he definitely, there was a couple of plays that he made that I thought were really good. I mean, he repped certain hands in certain spots. He got rep Porter to commit his whole stack. I mean, let's be honest, he lost a lot of money yesterday, but could have very easily won. I mean, he got aces all in versus queens.
Yeah, if his is held up versus reps queens, he would have been a winner for the day.
But you could tell from watching the way he plays that his no limit hold'em experience probably somewhat limited compared to the other games he plays.
Yeah, for sure. So here's a spot where this is a dream spot for rep to be in the straddle and pick up 2 9s, especially when action in front of him. You never give the straddle any kind of credit. It's like an extra big blind. So
unfortunately for him, though, it's got to matter like, okay, do you want to gamble? Because Thomas raised. Thomas is pretty tight. Hansen 3 bets. He's been pretty tight throughout the day.
Yeah, but rep's not a folder.
No, Rep. We saw that yesterday. Rep does not like to fold. What's the play though at 9s though? I mean, it's a little bit ambitious to 4-bet that, isn't it?
It depends how deep he is. I think Rep started with 10,000, so he probably has somewhat less than 10,000 right now, which you definitely don't want to get 10,000 with 9s. But straddle versus the small blind, I think Bart probably has under 5,000. So I'm not sure what the effective stacks are.
No, Bart's got more than that. He's got all his orange.
Okay, he's a pile of orange on top.
Yeah, he's got a pile. But nonetheless, though, Thomas doesn't want to get it in light.
For sure.
Bart was trying to isolate him, obviously. And kind of an interesting. That's not a hand I think that Bart usually would 3-bet against another player on the button. I would imagine he'd want to see a flop.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try to set mine most of the time, but he probably just want to get a heads up with Travell. Because get a heads up with Travell, and he's playing that tight. If he misses the flop, when Bart leads out after 3-betting, he's going to just pick up the pot so often. And 6s aren't going to flop that well very often, so it's probably a good spot to 3-bet. And he's just got unlucky that Rep was in the straddle with a big hand there.
Dravenstone says, regarding upstate New York, I miss being able to buy a 2,700 square foot house from the early 1900s for $70,000, but I don't miss the winters.
You could have come after me that hand. What happened?
Couldn't re-raise you.
Yeah, having gone to school in upstate New York, there's very little about upstate New York that
You said you had a reload on.
that I miss. But I will tell you, coming back here now that my wife is from the area, we come back here every summer. It's beautiful. In the summer, it's gorgeous.
It's nice to come here in the summer.
Yeah.
So now Rep has 2 10s in the big blind, the hand after he had 2 9s in the straddle. It's not bad, especially when you're up against the 9-10 off.
He 3-bets again. This time he 3-bets. Last time he 4-bet. And both times he works.
It's not random.
No, we all redrew our seats afterwards. The 7 of us just happened to get the same seat.
So it looks like Richard shut down a little bit since the beginning of the day. He was gambling it up a lot in the beginning of the day, but he got caught bluffing a few too many times. I think he shut down a little bit.
Yeah, you could see the kind of emotions running through him. He had hands where he didn't get paid off, had a couple of hands where he got caught bluffing, lost a little bit of money, missed a big draw when he had ace-jack of clubs on a 2-club board, didn't hit the ace, didn't hit the club, ended up bluffing a lot of money off to Canuli.
You think these guys are skinny?
And that kind of set him on a path to sort of like poker suicide in the sense that we blinked and he was down 25K. But he has definitely settled down since. Picks up queens. He's going to raise the 350, Dentale in the straddle. Dentali's a pretty tight player.
That's like 30 pounds overweight. I said, bro, what do you want me to do? The charts they use, yeah. I'm a little short midget.
Matt Glantz, David Tuchman in the booth here. If you have any questions, you can tweet us at Tuck on Sports. You can also send them through Twitch. There was a question earlier on asking you about mixed games on the East Coast. When are you going to get more of them?
We got a ton of games on the East Coast. On Tuesdays and Wednesdays, you got big mixed games from 75, 150 up to 200, 400, sometimes 300, 600 at Parks. And on the weekends, you got all types of games from 100, 200 up to 400, 800 at Brigada.
Are the mixed games better now in that area in the East Coast than they are in LA? Or no?
Oh, for sure. In LA, there's only a pretty much game by appointment. Those guys like Jesse Martin and those guys have like a 200, 400, 6, like triple draw and hold'em only mix, limit hold'em, and Rep plays in those games. Rep's in the 2-seat in this game, and he flies down from Seattle to play in those games, but they don't have them nearly as often as we have on the East Coast. If you want to play mixed games for a living, you want to be on the East Coast right now.
So basically, no limit in PLO West Coast.
No limit.
Mixed games East Coast.
I mean, there's no limit games are probably better in Florida than the West Coast now.
No, really better than LA?
Depends how big you want to play. The bigger private games are in Florida right now.
Right.
The super high games are in LA, but that's not for the average viewer. And if you were to play 10, 20, oh, we got a big hit in here for Hanson.
I'm saying like take the train up to Albany.
Bart opened. Is that true?
We don't even know yet. I mean, he will open, but the graphics haven't updated yet.
So it looked like Bart opened, then he got called by Richard.
Yeah,
the cutoff.
I always let the graphics catch up to us. I figure it takes us a second to get there, but it'll get there in a second. There you go. Hanson opens to 175. Anthony 3 bets to 400. Porter decides not to 4-bet the king queen. Hanson looking for a reason to get involved with Anthony. I can tell you that.
What's going on over there, Mr. Deeb? You look very serious.
Waiting for the wine. Thirsty. I'm not even in a pot. How can I be serious?
He just calls.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm really good friends with Bart, and I can tell you that he really trusts his post-flop game. And I know that he would much rather play deep stacked.
It's not that bad anymore.
He'd much rather play deep stacked and.
I just know that you guys are gonna fold in my shove. So
he'd much rather play deep stacked and trust and play post flop than play pre. Put a lot of money in pre and just kind of gamble. You know, he doesn't want to get it. He doesn't want to get ace king in against like jacks.
Right.
You know.
So I don't see the way that Rich is playing. Even if he bet the turn again, I don't think Bart was going to fold.
No, Bart's not.
Yeah, he saw enough of that. I think it's going to go check here on the river.
You never know. Anthony sometimes likes to fire at these things.
He does like to fire, but I think he got caught too many times. And if he bets, I think Bart's going to look him up anyway. I think it'd be a big mistake for Bart to bet here. It looks like he's going to bet.
He puts out a little blocker bet. He puts out a little blocker bet. And I think, you know what, though? I got to tell you, if Anthony raises this, I think Bart's going to call.
Do you think so?
I do. I think he's setting him up. I mean, I don't want to say it's I mean, it might be a value bet. He might be trying to get called by ace queen. Yeah, put it there's no Bart's not trying to get sixes to fold.
Right. It's pretty hard to value bet
it is
one hand exactly to call.
I think he's doing it though, or he's trying to induce a bluff.
I think because Anthony.
I love this.
Wow, if he raises and Bart calls him,
he does it. Bart just looked like he ate something. Either that or somebody. I think Shaun Deeb just farted. That must have been it. You're not betting 300 to fold this.
I hope you're right for Bart's sake.
If he folds this, it's awful. And I love the guy. I love the guy like a brother. If he folds, it's terrible. Honestly, I would have much rathered he bet 300, get the raise, and then snap. Because that's what I thought. That's what I thought he did it for, right?
You're right. You called it. You know Bart's game. Great call. Great play.
Nice play by him.
Very nice play by Bart.
The only thing that would have made it slightly better was if he snapped. Yeah, if he just snapped it.
It seemed like he wasn't expecting to get raised though, with his facial reaction, and he didn't call right away. So
I mean, he's got to realize if he's.
I'll give him credit.
He's got to realize if he's putting a blocker bet in there, it's either going to do one of two things. Maybe you get a hero call from ace queen, maybe you get a fold, but you might be inducing a bluff, right?
Yeah.
Do not give him that chair.
Nice play by him. I like it.
No, I know.
Not a good idea, buddy.
So if you bottom of the screen, he's trying to get the Dior's chair to get in a spot, like a nice swivel chair where all the other guys have a straight, ugly flat chair. He wants to be the king. It's usually Dentali's mentality to be one up everyone at the table. So that's what
he's one of those guys who probably likes to like raise his chair a little higher so he's
exactly.
taller.
Show the muscles.
Yeah.
What do you mean? The hand's gonna make it.
So you can see Rep there repping his Poker Academy, pretty new site where he's doing some poker training. I think probably 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh, that's cool.
Then you both. We just get we the garbage swings.
A lot of good training sites out there, for sure.
And a lot of guys at this table doing good training sites. I think there's 3 of them: Alec, Bart, and Rep.
Yeah. What's Alex called? I don't even know.
4steppoker.com, I think. He has his shirt says it. Whatever.
Okay.
Something about
Alex great at poker. I don't like the name. It's 4-step poker.
Not only is he great at poker, but he's great at explaining things.
Yeah.
He's very fluent.
I thought he was excellent in with analysis and insight yesterday. Rep was the pre-flop 3-better, isolating Anthony. And that has been the MO since the start.
Yeah.
And this is not a slight on Anthony. It's just, right out of the get-go, nothing really went his way.
Yeah.
And poker players are like sharks to blood. They sense that, and they feast on it.
It's not the kind of hand you want to raise, call 3-bet out of position with his ace-9 off, and that's what he did there. And it's very, very hard to win a nice spot with that hand when you're getting 3-bet.
It sounded like it's the same card.
I think a lot of them I look at have marks in them.
That one's got
So it looks
one
like
on each
Thomas
side.
is up a
That's the
lot.
only one I've seen
He bought in for 20.
Thomas?
Thomas Canoli. So in for more.
Oh, Canuli, yeah. Canuli's, he bought him for 20. He's up 15. McKeon, by the way, only bought him for 10. He's up 13.
Okay.
Deeb bought in for 20. He's up 7. Torelli bought in for 13. He's up 3.
So everyone's winning?
No.
That's a nice game.
No,
Everyone's
Hanson's down 7. Hanson's down like 7,000 now, 6,600. Thomas is down.
Anthony's the big loser.
Oh, by far.
Yeah.
Anthony's down 32,000.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
That much? I didn't realize
They were
that much.
thicker and they were a different color.
Canuli, by the way, how's this for a 2-day score? Between last night and today, guy's up 30K.
Well, they have different
Really?
styles.
Did he get most of Jared's chips last night?
Yeah, he got a ton of Jared's chips at the end. Jared made a move. To be honest with you, I didn't think Lesnick played terrible. I just think he had huge pots. And I thought he made mistakes in all 3 of those
Everyone
hands.
has different quality. But
And the final one was against Canuli, where he flopped the flush draw. He turned a pair to go along with the flush draw, and he made a move. And Canuli had second set.
Okay.
All the chips went in with the river card to come.
Well, Jared
Canuli
is
set
very,
held up.
very tough to play against because he's very unconventional with all his bet sizing and his lines. He doesn't play like any other no-limit player. It's very hard to put him on a hand, but at the same time, he's not always playing the optimal lines, so it can hurt him in spots.
Yeah.
But at the beginning of the game, for the first 3 or 4 hours, he was dominating yesterday.
That was actually the kind of case, I don't know if you know. So main event this year, I had Lesnick on my right. And I will tell you that for the first few hours, he gave a lot of the players at the table headaches simply because it was, he'd raise 5x pre. Sometimes he'd bet 2x pot. He mixed up his play and made it very, very tough to play against. But he did admit, this is Lesnick's a PLO player.
Yeah.
He's not a Hold'em player. Doesn't play a lot of Hold'em at all.
I actually did know that he played at your table at the main event. You know how I knew that?
How'd you know?
Listen to your podcast interview of him.
There you go. Look at that.
Another great podcast by you, which was very informative, and especially with you asking the tough questions about multi-counting. So it was very interesting. I know a lot of my friends wanted to listen when you I think out or somebody tweeted out that you were doing that and asking them those questions. So that was very intriguing.
Well, we got along and everything, and we talked for like 40 minutes about like the World Series and strategy and all these things, but.
And then you get into the
I don't
stuff.
Yeah, I don't think I can't have him on the podcast and not ask him that
I
question.
respect that for sure. And he answered it very well. He's
If anybody doesn't know,
what he could.
He said, "I have done it before."
Yep.
He answered. He told us why he did it. He said he did it because he wanted to get action against somebody.
too difficult for the.
He also said that
Maybe that's true.
you shouldn't do it.
I think he knows it was wrong, but at the time he probably just saw the dollar signs in his eyes, and it was just too much of a temptation.
I think you should be.
But overall, I think Jared's a nice kid, and that he's always fun to play with.
Like 1,500 on the flop.
And
Yeah.
playing online, there's a lot of gray areas in morals that people have to deal with all the time. If I was going to play online, which I haven't since Black Friday, but if I was going to play online now in big stakes, I would just have to assume everyone's multi-accounting or cheating or doing things like that, just because when you're playing high stakes, there's just too much money involved to be that naive to think there isn't those things going on. It's no different from live poker or anywhere else. You just always have to be aware of what can be happening at the time.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I think a lot of people, I tell people all the time, I go, if you are playing poker, have a great time, but protect yourself.
Exactly.
Because you never know. There are people out there that are angle shooters, and you got to be aware of it. You know, in terms of Blesnik, I'm not going to make a judgment call on it. I'll leave that for our viewers and for people who listen to the podcast. And by the way, that's that podcast is free. You can listen to it at crushlivepoker.com. It's called Under the Gun. I do a weekly podcast.
Thank you, Jill. He doesn't say it.
That
but I
said,
will.
Thank you, Joe.
as you mentioned, he was a young guy. And
She didn't serve it yet.
my guess is the vast majority of us did a lot of stupid things when we were 20 years old.
Right. And people think this poker special. It's really not special in this case. In every kind of business, in all walks of life, there's people cheating and people doing immoral things. So it's really no different. It's just that in poker, you hear about it more because people bring it up and want to protect themselves more. In business, it's not a public consumption kind of thing going on all the time where poker is and everybody knows each other in the community. But I mean, look, Tom Brady deflated the balls. It's no different than, it might not be any different than multi-accounting as far as on a sport.
I mean, I think Tom Brady is worse than all of them.
How much is it?
I mean, that might be because I'm a Jet fan, but
Yeah, right.
I might be slightly jaded.
But if you think about it, it's all sports, all businesses. There's people cheating all the time. So it just poker gets a bad name sometimes just because it's gambling. But if you think about it, it's no different than any other walk of life.
I mean, in all fairness, I mean, I hate to admit this, but I played hockey growing up. I played hockey in college. And if somebody had told me that I could take some magic pill and play in the NHL for 10 years, when I was 21 or 22 years old, somebody said, hey, take this magic pill. It's not legal, but hey, you could do it. By the way, Thomas is all in. Deeb is behind. Thomas has got a pair of kings here. Deeb needs an ace and only an ace. And there's the ace.
Now Deeb can slow roll.
I cannot win.
Here comes the slow roll.
Yeah. Hey, you win.
Bro, I know you win the hand, bro. I know you win, bro.
He just can't help himself, so I had to slow roll.
Of course he was an ace. Of course he was an ace.
Okay, perfect.
But yeah, I mean, if you told me that and you said, hey, it's not exactly legal, but you could go play in the NHL for 10 years and play the game of your dreams and make money doing it,
Oh, they have 5 of those.
I'd be hard pressed to say no.
I think every young kid in your spot would do that.
Of course he was an ace. I knew he had an ace. I knew it was gonna look like a
So how many slow rolls is that in the 2 days we've been here on Turning Stone for Sean?
Yeah, they're not good slow rolls,
They
though.
haven't been that great yet.
I had a slow roll with a guy. It was actually kind of funny. So I'm in the hand with the guy. The guy crumples up his cards, slams the table.
Yeah, I knew there was.
Because he thought I gave him a bad beat.
Behind versus me, buddy. You learned from
Started
that
putting the
Glantz, by
cards in
way.
the muck and then reached back and turned him over.
Well, that's pretty good. I got to use that one on Sean one time in the
You
future.
Yeah.
were behind. You should.
I never thought about that one.
7 deuce of clubs. I thought that was a
You got to
really
really sell the anger, though.
That is good.
Guy just always just gets there.
Yeah.
But this, I mean, I'll tell you, this SOB, though, he does it when the pot's hurt. He doesn't do it when it's like a fun little pot. He does it when he knows it's going to be a painful one.
You forgot.
I forgot.
See, that's the thing is, I'm known for so long. I'm surprised.
You really thought he had 7 deuces?
A lot of guys commenting on Shaun Deeb's.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is a friendly game, guys. And it's one of those things where, hey, you're playing with friends. That's what it's all about. Have a good time. I encourage the slow rolls with friends, but don't do it with a stranger.
Six.
Get more.
Well, exact count. Give him exact count. Count it down.
So we got a kind of
A little less than 6. 9,
big pot could have developed there
I had like 59,
with Alec raising under the gun with ace 9 suited, and then
57.
Travell who just got felted 3-bet him. So you never know if Alec's going to think that Travell's getting out of line. A little
Hey,
tilted there.
We've been watching Torelli for a while, and obviously we listened to him yesterday, and he's an extremely bright guy. We know that he crushes no-limit hold'em games all over the world. What was it like playing with him?
I mean, Alex. First of all, Alec is a great player. Fundamentally, very, very strong. Knows what he's doing. He's probably has the most live no limit experience of anyone at the table, maybe other than Thomas,
I don't think
Cannoli, and the thing about Alec is he was doing the live stream all day yesterday, so he got to see everyone's whole cards. He has a huge advantage today going in there and knowing everyone's tendencies, especially if someone like if Jared was in the game today, Blesnik, basically because he was making so many odd sizing bets and doing so many weird lines. That would be a huge advantage for Alec to come in the game after watching him for a day. But everyone who played yesterday, Alex got a big advantage over right now.
You got 5. Was it
I believe
4
Travell Thomas rebought
famous?
for 6,000.
Oh, really?
So Alex got jacks in the straddle. This could be big.
Yeah, we're just double checking exactly what the buy-in was, but it looks like $6,000 for Thomas.
Take him home. We have a cooler with us.
So a raise from Canuli with the Queen 9. I believe Deeb is called with 3s. Action on Torelli.
Alec just called out of the straddle with jacks.
Just calls. So we'll see this one 3 ways. There's a set of 3s.
Oh, there's a pretty good flop.
Wow.
For Alec.
Oh,
This is not-
set over set.
This is not going to go well for Shaun, no matter what happens.
Wait, Canuli's open-ended.
Oh, wow. This is just a huge flop.
This is enormous.
How great is it that Alec just called out of the straddle to find this flop?
Oh, he's totally under-repped his hand. I mean, if you're Deeb, you think you got the nuts, the way the hand played out.
For sure.
I mean,
anytime you flop a set, you're going to pretty much think you flop the nuts.
I mean, Canuli was the pre-flop raiser. I mean, he could theoretically have jacks or 10s in his range.
Yeah, it's more likely that Alec would have jack 10 point of view than having jacks or 10s. So really, Deeb's more worried about Canoli having pocket jacks or pocket 10s in this spot. So this is going to be really interesting. What would be the best if one of these guys slow rolls deep for the huge spot here? I think the Twitch streamers, the guys that are watching on the Twitch would really like that to see that at the end of
What's
this
the whole
spot.
point? I mean, if you're going to slow roll somebody, it's got to be when it's painful.
But Deeb is my hero. He might river quads here or turn quads, knowing how he runs.
So a bet of 300, then a raise to 8? No, okay, here we got it. Money's starting to go in now.
So Deeb makes it 3,300, and inside Alec's head, he's jumping up for joy right now. He has no idea what a great spot he is in, other than he's going to get Canoli out of the hand here, I think. So if he just calls, I still don't think Canoli's going to call with 300.
It's tough because he doesn't close the action.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, actually, if he just
No,
calls,
if
he
he calls, he
right?
does close the action.
If he does just call, he closes the action. Now, earlier on, we saw Torelli slow play the nuts when he had ace-9 of spades. That cost him a lot of money because Hansen had flopped top set. Now, this is with a Jack-10 3 board and as much action as we've seen so far, you wonder what Torelli's going to do, although he's got the board crushed. I mean, there aren't really 2-pair combinations your opponents would have in a raised pot. You know, they're not going to have 10-3, and so you're thinking Deeb's either got a draw here or he's got a set of 10s or a set of 3s.
For sure, Torelli could go either way here. He could call or he could re-raise here, but I think he's under-repped his hand so much when he just checked out, just called it out of the straddle, that either way that he goes right here, it doesn't matter for Deeb. Deeb's certainly getting in. I don't think Canoli's going to call even just the 3,300. Just too big of a price, and I'm not sure they're deep enough.
And this is, of course, there are a lot of times people ask me, with jacks, do you like the 3-bet? Do you like the call? It really depends on the situation, but there are a lot of times where I'll mix it up. And one of the reasons being is when you hit a jack, it's so under-repped.
Yeah.
And against certain players, when you 3-bet with jacks, you hate getting 4-bet.
I mean, this is the textbook flop you want when you're going to call out of the straddle with these two hands. Canoli can't call here, but he can shove because he can be the only one that reps jacks or 10s.
He's going to call this.
Okay,
He does close the action. He closes the action because Torelli just called.
Yeah, Torelli didn't re-raise. He just called there.
Turns a 10. Canuli is now drawing dead.
So Canoli's done with the hand. Sean's going to bet.
The only thing I'll say, now that the 10 pairs, I know you got a full house. You got to start putting your in a range of hands. You go, okay, in terms of made hands, what can 3s beat?
The only it's going to be a little tough for Shaun because he thinks that if Alec had Jack 10, that he's going to re-raise there on the flop. He's not going to let another card come off. So it's unlikely that Alec has Jack 10, how it played out. But
Deeb just checked it back. He went check, check, check on the river, on the turn. It checks through on the turn.
Too bad the straight card didn't come for cannoli there.
Oh my gosh! if an 8 comes off there,
So it's just gonna go bet, fold, call here. Alec didn't bet. Wait, is the flop's changing?
yeah, it's changing, but it's not.
Okay.
We know what it is. I mean, you understand what I'm saying. It's just one of those things where, when your opponent starts putting a ton of money in on the river, what can threes beat in terms of value hands?
Well, they both checked to him. So I don't know what Alec would check here. After Deeb checked.
Did they both check the Deeb? No. I think the action's still on Torelli. The dealer's looking at him.
They kept going well.
Okay.
Looking for something to do.
The board is, by the way, and I don't know what's going on with their graphics. Jack 10-3, 10-7.
I sort of think Alec bet 8,000. And Deeb's gonna have to make a crying call. He hates it now. He literally hates it.
Let's hear him.
Really high variance. Where do you play?
You also live in.
No, three's full. Should just fold the river. So sad.
So usually when you flop top set and then a 10 comes on the turn to pair the board, you think that's a good card. But in one case, because Alec's most likely hand was Jack 10 pre-flop, just calling out the straddle when he put so much money in on the flop, it really hurt him.
Yeah, for sure. When you start thinking of the 2-pair combinations, you start thinking of the hands. When you've got a hand like pocket threes, you go, okay, what kind of hands could my opponent have that we can get a lot of chips in that I still beat? And since there are no really other 2-pair combinations, you don't beat any of their sets. And Torelli's not going crazy with like Jack.
Right. Unfortunately, though, if Torelli 3-bet the flop, they would have got stacks in. 20,000 would have went in because Deeb's going to give him Jack 10 is so much more likely just calling out of the straddle than Jacks or 10s.
Yeah.
So he's never going to think he's beat there.
Oh, and by the way, and if Torelli raises flop, we're getting it all in too.
That's if he 3-bet the flop.
I see. Yeah, for sure.
If they 3-bet the flop, it was going all in there.
Definitely. Dentali's going to raise with 2 queens. I mean, it's so easy from the booth. I mean, we can see the cards and we know, hey, if you knew your opponent had exactly this, then yes, you should.
Well, not even if you knew what he had, but just the turn card really hurt him.
Yes.
If the turn card came a black deuce, stacks would have went in also. So it was just kind of unlucky for him that the board paired 10. I think it was a fine play by Alec. He could easily 3-bet or just call as he did on the flop.
By the way, how you like Deeb's check back on the turn? How many players go broke right there on the turn?
The thing is, I actually don't like his check back on the turn.
Really?
I think if he bets 5,000 or 6,000 and then he gets raised, he can easily fold his hand. He's never getting raised by worse. He's never getting check raised by worse on the turn. He could check back the river if he wants, depending on the river. But when he check backs the turn, it's not really a spot where Alec's going to bluff the river, but now he has to pay off the river because he checked back the turn. So now he pays off more, where I think bet 5,500 on the turn and forwards the check raise. As sick as that seems.
I mean, if Torelli check raised, Torelli's pretty sneaky. I mean, who knows? He might honestly, Torelli. It wouldn't have shocked me. Let's say the turn goes check, bet.
And then Alec calls.
I wouldn't shock me if Torelli checked the river as well.
Yeah, if he checked the river, but I think Shaun's going to check behind on the river if he calls the turn. If he calls that bet on the turn, what else does he have besides Jack 10 on that board when they come to Jack 10?
Possibly.
10. Starting to feel like I get a little
Dentali all in. This is another action flop here.
Joe's not folding. Joe wants to beat Dentali so bad.
Oh, doesn't everybody? I mean, it's probably why Dentali does well.
They have a lot of history.
Everybody wants to beat him.
Yeah, well, Dentali and McKeon for years have had history on Twitter so bad. So Dentali might slow roll him here.
Show the hand. Shaun, who else?
No slow
Dentali all in before then, and there's the queen. Dentali didn't need it, but got it anyway.
Oh, this makes Dentali so happy to beat Joe McKeon. Joe are they friends? They're friendly banter, or is it more venom? They are friends. It's a love-hate relationship where it's going on and off every month. But just about a week or two ago, Joe had enough and he blocked Mike Dentali on Twitter. Tensali got very upset, and I think he unblocked him yesterday after the cash game. So they're friends, but next week they'll hit each other. If you follow both of them on Twitter, you'll see a lot of banter back and
Who
forth.
doesn't have an issue with Dentali?
I mean, yeah, he pretty much has an issue with everyone. You're correct about that.
I mean,
he likes to argue with the floor. He likes to argue with the other players, but I love him. He's funny.
He's
hilarious
great
in the
for
game.
TV.
Hilarious in the game.
He's great for the game, and from my point of view as a commentator, I love him in the game because it's so much fun. But I kind of just
I outplayed him with the better hand.
I outplayed him with a better hand. Actually, the best line yesterday from Blesnik was when Blesnik bluffed Dentali. Dentali was like, before you could see it, Dentali was like, "You're not good enough to bluff. You're not good enough to bluff." And then finally, it was revealed that it was a bluff. And Dentali was like, "Oh, do you have a read on me?" And Blesnik goes, "No, I'd never read. I just don't think you're very good."
He's so funny.
And it was
Blesnik is so funny with the
It was
banter.
great, the two of them just going at each other.
He does the same things when he's not on TV. Just in a regular cash game, what we play mixed games, he's doing that all the time. He really gets the player. Yeah. Blesnik gets the player under the player's skin. It's great. He's great for the game because he needles everyone and gets everyone so tilted.
I think that's part of his shtick, and some people misconstrue it. They think, okay, this guy's a jerk. Part of his thing is, and I noticed this on day one of the main event, part of his thing is to get under people's skin. Because he realizes, okay, I can get seats 3, 5, and 7 to hate me. He goes, maybe they'll get their ego involved, and they'll try to get me.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's part of his thing.
It's definitely part of his game. He knows what people think of him. He knows when he agitates people. He never stops. So, he's always like one word or one sentence away from getting punched in the face by like an old guy at the table or something. But he never stops. He doesn't put on the brakes.
Shaun folded. I'm speeding it up.
Get a raise here from McKeon. Anthony called or 3-bet? Yep, he 3-bets to 800. Matt Glantz, David Tuchman here, Poker Night in America, live from Turning Stone in Verona, New York. $25.50 of the blinds with a $100 straddle. Thomas was the straddler. He has rebought for what I thought was $6,000.
Guy just sits right down and gets a double.
Oh, yeah. Is that an 8 or 9?
That's what it looks like to me, at least. That's what we'll go with that.
Looks about 6,000.
Right? That's what I thought. Although the orange chips you see, those are 1,000. The purple chips are 5. Black chips are 100. And those greenish ones are 25 each. Jack 6 deuce, 2 clubs out there. Anthony with the C-bet. Anthony's going to win it. Anthony has settled down, by the way.
It seems like he's made a small comeback from his since he's been buried peak.
Yeah, a little bit.
He might have won a few thousand back. I didn't see him lose any big pots recently.
Oh, he lost that one pot where he kind of took the bait from Hansen. Tried to bluff with the ace
That's
king.
1,200 on the river. It wasn't a huge
Yeah,
pot.
no, big deal. Still down 32,000, but to your point, he is making a little bit of a comeback.
That's what real. You do business? Yeah, sorry. 10-6. I call.
Rip has a theory about why she did it.
Poker Night in America's next stop, Florida. Then after that, we go to Canterbury, Minnesota. You can watch all the streams here on Twitch at Poker Night TV. You can also follow at Poker Night TV on Twitter for all the updates. Let you know exactly where we're at, when we're at there.
She had no fear in her eyes.
But some of the biggest names in poker we have every single month on these shows. It's fantastic. I mean, you think of like, Jennifer Tilly and Phil Locke, Antonio, Phil Hellmuth, Deeb.
A lot of all-stars of poker.
Yeah.
And a lot of old-school guys. He even had Mike Madison on the first Poker Night in America.
Entertaining people.
Come on,
She said,
son.
yeah.
2,000.
And then after the hand, she goes, I told you I'd show if I fold.
You're right. Yes, you're right. You're correct. You're right.
Says all she did was honor your request.
You're right. You're right.
Jack high flop, no
When I'm,
suits.
thinking about hands, I just say.
Looks like 10s are still in the lead. Sorry, 2 clubs out there. Hansen, we can only see one of his cards. We know he's the 5 of clubs. Good chance he's suited there, unless
It
he's
is
got a
good
pair.
chance. Considering no one else has a club except Deeb, so
Yeah.
more likely he has a club in his hand.
I'm just saying, she didn't set out.
Not going to help him, though. 10's still in the lead. Nobody's got a 9.
I did not say she embarrassed. If it wasn't a girl, would it be an embarrassment?
So Joe just has total air, so he's going to fire into the field. and he's not going to get called by anyone. He's going to win that pot. There's another pot that Joe's picked up where
I don't know. I don't know if Deeb's going to fold. Did Deeb fold that quickly?
Deeb folded.
He did. Wow.
It's just the worst card on the turn for him.
Yeah.
A jack beats him, and now a 9 beats him. Really, he can only beat a bluff at this point. So it's just another example of how good Joe is at poker at no limit. Hold'em just picks up these pots where no one else is fighting for him.
For a moment, just talk about the confidence that helps you at poker. You know, obviously, it's weird because the cards have no memory. Rationally speaking, shouldn't make a difference.
Right.
But we see, I mean, Cannuli and Joe McKeon are kind of like evidence to that. Both guys supremely confident right now, coming off just the summer of their lives when it comes to poker. And you see it at the table. I mean, the confidence is absolutely brimming, and it's paying off.
Well, I know Joe pretty well. So he lives 15 minutes from me, right outside Philly, and he plays a lot of parks. And I've known him for a few years now, and you could see the confidence in just his personality and the way he walks around. Even last year when he first came second in the Monster Stack, just from that was like his first big moment in tournament poker. And then this year making the final table as a chip leader, like his confidence is beaming. He just has no fear at the table and very confident. It's very tough to play against someone when they're feeling like that.
Not when the 7 hearts comes.
Is there something you do or something you can do when to kind of like in a weird way, like fake it until you make it? You know what I mean? Like maybe you're not running as well as you'd like to, but somehow you can just get your confidence to the point where it should be or where it needs to be.
I mean, you just have to get to the point in poker to be successful at poker. You have to realize that you're going to win sometimes, you're going to lose sometimes, and there's a lot of things that are out of your control in the game of poker. But if you're playing your best and making good decisions, you really can't worry about the rest. The variance, you have to be able to overcome the variance mentally, and you just have to get it out of your head that whether you're lucky or unlucky is really irrelevant. Over the long run, if you play poker every day for the next 20 years or 5 days a week as a professional, you're gonna, on average, you're gonna run around the same as everyone else. How often you flop a set, how often you make a flush, those kind of things. Now, some people are gonna just win the big pots in big tournaments and get luckier than you, over that span. But overall, if you really can't control your luck, so you really want to focus on what you can control, and that's just making the right decisions.
Hansen in the straddle. Rep Porter picks up ace king. Under the gun +1. He's going to raise to 300. How many hours a week do you play these days?
These days, probably about 20 hours a week, which is a lot less than I have in the past.
Yeah, you don't go out to dinner with them ever again.
Do you enjoy it more now that you're only?
Yeah, it's definitely more of a grind playing full time, but now I'm playing half full time, so it is more fun, and it's just more entertaining to play mixed games than it is just big bet, no limit or pot limit no more. Just there's always a little flavor and different people coming in and out of the game. It's not the same players, and it's just nicer that way.
Porter with top pair, top kicker, who's also got the king of clubs to boot, and this hand is going to be over right now. I was actually talking to Torelli about it yesterday in terms of like life balance, and Torelli's great at that, by the way.
He is.
We spent a lot of time talking about that, and I think it makes a lot of sense. And
I put on good.
Wholeheartedly, wow, Thomas called?
No, I don't. Medium rare.
It's not something we normally see from Thomas.
I don't think he called. He had either raised or fold. There he goes. He raised. So you see, he got stuck. He lost his first spy, and now he's getting a little more liberal. And he picked the wrong time, and rep 3-bet him on the flop, and that was the end of Thomas.
That's it.
And he gets up. No, there he is.
Right. Look, it's like the first bluff I make all day.
Right.
Literally the first bluff he makes all day, and he just picks the worst time. I would have actually preferred. I mean, if he had some equity, obviously I would have rather that. I think I'd probably rather just float there and see if he can take it away in the turn. You know, maybe some sort of card that comes up that's connecting.
That would definitely be more creative, but I think if rep doesn't have an ace there, even a big ace, he might lay it down just like an ace 9, ace 8 that's not too paired. He might have laid it down there, but obviously he had just too big of a hand, so it's just bad timing.
Who's this dude?
He didn't look. I guarantee rep didn't look. I know rep. He wouldn't say that. Like.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's Richard.
They moved.
Oh
no.
No,
I swear to God,
the table turned around.
The table turned around.
Yeah.
I like totally lost
That's
my mind
there.
there.
That's why I thought Travell got up when I said that.
Yeah, because you told me he got up, and I was like, "Where did? Oh, wait a second! I got so confused. I was like, some dude is touching his chips." Totally blew my mind there. Anyway, so what we were saying, I was saying, I have noticed in my own game, and I said this yesterday. I've noticed in my own game. I'm playing about 20, 25 hours a week now. but I've noticed that
But he gave you the action.
I make as much money from poker in 20 hours a week, 22 hours a week, than I do when I play 38 hours a
Do you?
week.
Okay.
Because I'm just not as sharp. I'm not enjoying it as much.
You must be more focused. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
for
just
sure.
more focused. So it's like I get 20 really, really quality hours, way better than 38 kind of sort of focused, maybe not quality,
Yeah.
whatever hour. You know what I mean? And it's been paying off.
That's great. You gotta do what works for you. Everybody has a different mentality and a different strengths. And some people, the more hours they play, the better they'll do. And,
Yeah.
And someone like you or me at our age, maybe it's more beneficial to only play 20, 25 hours a week. A young kid who can play 60 hours a week and grind it out it's probably going to be beneficial for them to put in more hours.
I mean, the weird thing is it's not even a matter of being tired. It's just enjoyment. Like I like.
If you enjoy it more, you can be better focused.
That's what I mean. I
Yeah.
I like going to the gym and I like hanging
Right.
out with my family and I want to do other things and I just noticed that if I play more than 3 or 4 days a week, I'm just like, eh.
And you're playing mostly the commerce of the bike.
Yeah. LA's casinos, basically.
Yeah.
I'm there some of the time.
You know, obviously when I travel, I'll play somewhere else. But generally speaking, LA casinos. Torelli, by the way, has bought in for 13,000, so he's up nearly 20.
Wow.
Canuli bought in for 20, he's up 11. McKeon, he bought in for 10, so he's up 8. Hansen is down about 7. We know Thomas is down about 5. Deeb.
This one's probably down 5 after he paid off that 8,000 on the river with the set of
Yeah.
threes.
Fast progression.
That seems right. Anthony, by the way, our big loser, he was in the game for 45,000.
You just had a hand.
And so he's down about 30,000 right now. By the way, we pretty much got it right. Travell Thomas actually rebought for 5,750. Kind of a weird.
That's usually bad news when someone buys in for an odd amount. It means like the last money in their pocket.
That's what I mean, right? It's like the guy who, you're playing a smaller game and the guy reaches his pocket and does a short buy for $320.
I don't mean Travell's last money in life money, but I mean the last money he has in his pocket for this trip.
Right. You almost want to be like, dude, keep the 50 bucks in your pocket.
Exactly.
It's okay.
Exactly.
That's not going to do anything.
Save the money for the bus ride home or something.
Is there anything worse? Anything worse than going to valet and not being able to tip the guy?
Yeah, but you don't have to worry about Travell. He's fine. He's financially sound.
I figure if anybody's playing in this game, they are.
I'm just kidding around with him.
Yeah. Anthony, by the way, big flop for him. Pair and a flush draw.
This is not a big flop for Rep, but Rep is not a folder, so it's going to be tough for Anthony. He's going to have to barrel 3 streets here. I think he raised the flop.
Porter picks up a gut shot.
I can tell you one thing: Rep will not be folding this street. So
folding, he's betting.
Well, Anthony didn't give him a chance to fold because he didn't bet.
Right.
He checked to him, but he should have bet that street.
Oh yeah, he's got it. Yeah, I mean, to me, you can unload the barrel a little there.
Now he's going to have to lose the pot.
Yeah. 7's good.
This big. Most of the time you're away by that.
I actually prefer having, when I've got a pair and a flush draw, if I have to choose which pair it is, I'd rather it be bottom pair or middle pair, simply because I'm less likely to be sharing that pair with my opponent who has a better kicker than me.
Very true. So you had more outs that way.
Exactly. If your opponent, if you got queen jack suited and you flop top pair, your opponent has you out kick with ace queen. Well, queen's not going to help you. But in this case, deuce 5, obviously, you can get your deuce, you can get your 5, catch a club.
Yeah.
Just a couple extra outs. They add up. What's your favorite game at this point?
My favorite game? I mean, I don't really have a favorite game. I don't really dislike any games. It's all poker to me. So it's just my favorite game is really whatever the opponents I'm playing with the table play worse. So when I'm playing mixed games, like sometimes it's going to be a draw game like Badoogie or triple draw. Sometimes it's going to be a limit hold'em even or limit or Omaha high-low. Just whatever I think I have the biggest edge in at the time, but it's always different. And it's just all poker to me. It's all just making decisions. It's not really about the game that we're playing.
Poker Staples in the Twitch stream. What's up, Staples? How you doing, buddy? This is a different Staples than we had in the commentary booth earlier on. Joe Stapleton was in here earlier. That's Jamie Staples, who on Twitch all the time.
Yeah, he's crushing it on Twitch. I hear a lot about him. I started following him on Twitter. He's a very interesting guy.
He is.
I don't think I ever met him.
We'll get the totals up for you soon, Staples. Our big winner, though, right now is Torelli, who's up nearly 20,000. Canuli is in second place, and over a 2-day span, Canuli is up about 30,000.
Not on you.
So funny how poker can be so results oriented in the short term, and this is not to take anything away from Torelli's game. He's a great player, but you're talking about spots where, I mean, set over set, nut flush over top set.
You guys like opposed to that or what?
Sometimes you run good.
Yeah.
Doesn't make you a better or a worse player than anyone else. Someone's always going to. But as long as you're playing the best, you're always going to work. It's always going to work out in the end.
Well, like you said, I mean, over the long run, it all tends to even out.
Let's do what show one.
The best players are going to win the most on the days they win and lose the least when they lose.
You guys want to play? An orbit of that.
No shot.
Come on, it'll be. Let's try it for one orbit. We're gonna have
Dentali's a free agent. He's got the Poker Night in America hat on today. Yesterday he was repping the 88.com.
It'll be so much. Try it, Joe.
No, the kid's worth $8 million.
Dude's like a total slut.
He's not gonna.
Slut for hire. What are they trying to? What game are they trying to play? Do 7?
That's a possibility. I'm not sure what do 7 was what I was thinking. So.
All right, I call.
Or was it show 1 card?
No, it's definitely not gonna be able to pick. But
you guys can pick.
Like you just showed your 1 card.
Okay, so it's show 1 card if you play a hand.
Wow.
This is shadow, right?
Bro, if you don't turn 1 card over, I'm gonna rip both of them over.
Yeah, they want to show 1 card.
You're not turning one of the cards over? I want to put the sickest beat on you with 1 card showing. And I want to just put the most vicious beat on.
I think this is a great game.
I think our best move is to be silent for a few minutes here and let them do the talking.
Game if you don't agree to play, that's gonna be the option. Everyone else is in besides you.
Oh, wow. How
So
do we not
what
show
do I
one?
have to do? Like,
No, this hand is not on.
Yeah,
This
this
hand's
is
normal
on
because
his
he's going to be picked up from the
He's
game for an
being a
orbit.
little-
we're gonna play 1 orbit.
Yeah.
1 card up, 1 card down.
What you mean when you play the hand?
So
Sure,
you
I'll
should be
agree,
able
I'll
to
agree.
choose which card.
No, it should be the first card down.
Deal the first card up.
Yeah, dealer should deal the first round up, and that way he's forced to do it. and He can just fold yeah.
I'll do it if Travell does it.
I ain't never said I wasn't doing it. I'm
Yeah,
doing it.
Travell's doing it.
You're doing it.
Mikey.
Six flop.
Jack 10 8, 2 spades out there. He came with a pair of 10s open ended.
Please, wait. Please, put a spade out there.
So McKean's not showing. Either is Canuli. So it's just Dentali.
It seems like Dentali was under the assumption that everyone was going to show 1 card.
Okay.
It didn't happen.
I'm not a genius, but I'm going to say right now, that's a negative EV play. Okay? If you're the only one playing the game. I do think if Dentali can convince the table to play the game, benefit him, because I think that he's probably the worst table of reading cards.
No.
Thank you.
The best time in the game is when Dentali takes a bad beat. And I love Dentali. I'll never root against him, but I do kind of root for him to take bad beats because he really blows up. And when we're playing tournaments or cash games, it's the same. He can never take a beat. So it's great to watch him, and it's great for TV when he takes a beat.
Does he go on tilt after that as well?
Oh, he goes insanely on tilt.
So he's one of those guys where you actually might put yourself in a negative EV spot to give him a bad beat, knowing that he'll just spew off after the fact.
For that, not only for that, but just for the entertainment value alone, it's just great. I mean, you saw how he acted yesterday when Samantha, the girl, bluffed him with a big pot. He couldn't believe it. He came on the break. He came and found me on the break and was cursing and going nuts, telling me how she did this to him, and he couldn't believe it. He didn't think she had it in him. He's just nuts. But the guy.
Jamie Kerstetter actually tweeted at one point. She said, the greatest thing in poker is bluffing Dentali and then showing it to him.
It really is. Especially from a girl's point of view, it probably is even better.
Face up. No, we want a dealer to be face up.
Just absolutely burns
No one
him.
makes a mistake.
Oh, there you go. 1 card face up for everyone.
So they are doing it.
So they are. So they got it started. This will be interesting. I've never even seen this game played.
I don't think it's a game.
It is now.
Your 10s are looking live, boy.
You gotta put it in the sensor though, so it's still.
This is sort of like Indian. Is it called Indian poker?
Yeah,
When you put it on your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would we play that?
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
Look, if all 10, why would
He
we
called.
play? Why would we
just stop, or you fold.
Do we flip it over?
God, this
No, no, do not flip it over.
Cards when they fold.
Do not show your other cards.
That was my card.
Oh, okay.
Dealer's doing it for us. Might as well do it for him.
Oh, what's his name? Was like the Seagull.
So
Yeah.
I can tell you for sure, Sean's going to be the player at this game.
I feel like you're
Any
not
game that
gonna
you
pay your
develop
card.
that no one's ever
Yeah,
played
it's-
before,
yeah.
Sean's always going to be the first one to figure it out. So he'll love any new variation at any time. He knows he's the sharpest, smartest guy at the table, and not just this table, pretty much any table in poker.
I think that's what pure poker is. I mean, growing up, you and I are probably the same. We played like you played dealer's choice, right, with your friends,
Right, yeah.
where your buddy would just invent a game and you have to figure it out on the fly.
Yes.
To me, that's what poker players are. You know, okay, if you're a guy and you figure out, I know how to master no limit hold'em. Okay, but if you play all the games
Yeah.
and you're quick on your feet, like Shaun Deeb is, you'll be better at every game, including no limit hold'em.
He is the sharpest guy in the shed.
Does anybody have
all
a
the
pair
time.
here? Yeah, okay, Torelli's got a pair of 9s here. He bets 450. Is his 9 showing?
I got through the club.
That's the only part of it I'm wondering.
No, you don't.
No,
No, do not show the other one. It ruins the game. Yeah.
Don't do that. This might turn into a
No,
fun
it's
game.
cool to see one.
I think that's more, but I think all we can do.
It's interesting. It's a fun little game.
Nah.
I think we gotta keep this. I think we gotta keep this rattle.
Top pair and 3 flush. Like,
Rep's also another one that will figure out the game really quickly.
Yeah, he strikes me as kind of a game theory
Okay,
guy.
let's keep the trail on.
Both Sean and Rep will have a big advantage in doing this, and
Okay, keep
this
the
actually
trail.
will hurt the youngest guys, even though they're great new limit
I
players.
was
The
trying to let
youngest
you guys learn the
two
game
guys,
slower.
Joe
I'm fine
and
playing
Tommy,
big.
might be the least
That's 'cause you win
seasoned and just more naive in these kind of situations. So it'll hurt. It benefits them to just play straight no limit hold'em.
I think it's more fun that
But
way.
I'm sure they're willing to gamble and have some fun. So this is great for everyone.
Yeah.
After the flop.
I'm stuck. I need to get back even.
All I know is so far.
What did you fold? I'm sorry.
5 of spades.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm up to them anyways. I was trying to
Just
help
like
them out.
playing
And there's also a stud element to this in terms of like, you now know not only the cards in the flop, but you know another 9 cards that have been exposed.
It's sort of like poker, where you got to remember the up cards, see what cards are burned that you can't hit
For sure.
on the turn river.
You know what the sick thing about it is that
So Lux, I'm just looking at this Twitch stream now. Now I can see people typing, and I see Lux Eterno says, "Glantz, why do you say you have to love this guy?" And he's referring to Natali. And I just love him because he just blows up and he gets out of line. Look, at Parks, we had to throw him out for a year. He's a good friend of mine. We had to throw him ban him for a year because he got out of line with a floor guy. But I just like having affinity. He just can't help himself. You can't really blame people for when they can't help themselves. And he's not doing. It's not an act. So, I mean, it's just the way he is.
Set of 4s here for Deeb.
Got a pair.
Now everybody knows he's got a pair of 4s. Now nobody else is a pair, up or anywhere. So everybody knows that Deeb is ahead, and that's really interesting. See, that's to me this is kind of like it's fascinating. It's like everybody knows that Deeb's got the best hand,
But Alec's not going
including
anywhere.
Torelli. But Torelli's open-ended.
But now Alec knows, say a king comes, Alec knows he has the nuts versus Sean in this game because Sean can never have ace queen.
Right.
Whereas in regular no limit hold'em, if a king comes, he always knows that it could be the second best.
Yeah,
hand.
the best hand Deeb could have is actually what he has.
Right.
before I have you double me up again, relax there.
Get really weird. This game can get really weird.
Both didn't cash in, so.
Joe McKeon, my buddy. Let's have this on film.
I'm
This is Joe
really
McKeon,
interested to
he's
see how
my
Deeb
buddy.
plays
I
this
do
now.
like him.
So Sean checked the flop with an intention of
Yeah, he's gonna raise, and he does. Wow, big raise, 3,000. So
This game is
$800 bet from Torelli. Deeb makes it 2,900. Back over to Torelli. He has no backdoor.
So it's really tough for Torelli to call now because his hands sort of face up, like because he has a queen up, so he knows he's
the best hand he can have is Queen Jack.
right, or he has king queen or ace queen or queen 9. There's not too many hands he can have, so it's really tough for this game to get that kind of deep action where there's many streets of bet.
Although I want to throw this at you. I always think about like straight draws and stuff like that, where you've got your actual outs and then your bluff outs. Well, if he's got a queen up,
That's what
he could sell king queen. So if an
Right,
ace
right.
comes, he can represent.
Right.
If a 9 comes, he can represent. And obviously, if the 8 or the king come off, he makes the nuts.
Right.
That might be part of it as well.
Like if he knew that Sean had a set, he would definitely call because he knows he's going to get paid off. But if he thinks Sean only has 4s or ace 4 or even
I already
like
know Sean
5. It's probably not worth it. Because he doesn't know if he's going to make money if he hits one pair.
Well, Deeb limped in actually. Deeb's not in the blind. So 10-4 and Jack-4 are probably not in his range.
Right.
So it's like he's got here a set of 4s or
Ace-4 suited.
Or Ace-4 suited.
Or 4-5 suited.
Right, he's bluffing.
This is the wine pot?
There's a 325.
Because of that, if
he calls.
Because of that, if Alec made a turn, it might be hard for him to get off it.
And Deeb knows right now he's got the nuts.
Right.
Torelli's best hand he could have is Queen Jack.
And someone's going to get.
This is actually I love this stuff.
It's just going to be how Alec figures out what's going on here. So basically, he only loses to one. He's only drawing dead to one hand, to 4-4, right? Because he doesn't think Shaun's going to limp in with 10-4 or Jack-4.
Right, but so, when Deeb check raises and shows a 4,
right.
You know he doesn't have Jack-4, you know he doesn't have 10-4. He's repping a set of 4s here.
That's what he's repping, but it's going to be interesting. Is Alec thinking, well, it's a new kind of game, and is Shaun trying to one up me here?
Well, he definitely could.
So if I hit a pair of queens or 9s on the river, am I good? So maybe I want to call. You know, he's got it's a lot more added to it.
Well, and if the ace comes off, can I rep? If a 9 comes off, can I rep it?
Hold up, we got a bet on.
No Queen Jack for Alex.
Are we betting on Shaun's other card, right, Mike?
Yeah, we got $25. $25. Come on.
Was it 325 rep for the wine?
$25 what card is it?
This is no good. Shaun
Shaun had.
smart
This
for
is for the camera.
We
Shaun
got
had
one more.
Jack
150 for the last one.
He knows that he can never have two pairs.
He had
on the
four. He had 4 nothing. That was all a bluff.
I thought you said you know exactly.
Good read to tell you.
Bro, I'm telling you, he had 4 nothing.
You said it. Just reading the game.
Dude, I'm not. He's hysterical. He did this. He did this
great.
all day yesterday. He didn't get one right.
That's funny.
Not one.
What do you say?
I was going to agree with you.
Oh, so now
Only 4 Jack.
I mean, just randomly, you think you get one right.
he didn't have 4 Jack. He had 4 shit.
Stay in this game for.
Well, at least you know he didn't have 4 Jack. Dantali said he definitely didn't have 4 Jack.
I gotta say the opposite.
The funny thing is, the interesting thing, the way that hand played out.
No, I mean.
If you have Queen Jack there,
Plays so much better than all you guys. I have to win.
I don't know how much your
So
hand
you think
changes.
he couldn't be a pair?
Well, he's
You
not
think he had
folding
jacks
for it.
and fours?
It's certainly not. Your hand doesn't change. Either you know, Shaun's got you pretty dead, or you have him crushed. But he's going to call. He's going to see the river in that case for 4,000.
This will be the hand that.
I suppose, yeah, but I mean, you realize that Deeb's probably got a lot more 4s in his range, pocket 4s, than anything else. I know it's hard to flop a set, but when you factor in that he limped in, you see a 4.
I don't know if he has more pocket 4s in his range, but that's what he's repping.
Right.
So because he has probably more 4-5 suited or Ace-4 suited.
Just a game.
When there's a 4
So
on
is
the
it just a
flop.
game of chicken, though?
Yeah, that's basically that's what it is.
If you have Queen Jack, you're just
Right.
calling, and then if
That's what it
Deeb
is, a
moves
game
all
of
in,
chicken. Yeah.
if Deeb moves all in, you're just going, do you have 5-4 or do you have
Right.
4s?
And you don't want to get in a game of chicken with Shaun. That's the problem.
Well, you know this. I mean, he plays far bigger than this.
No, the money is not a factor for either of them. This is a small
Yeah,
game for them, and that's
good
what makes poker night in America so fun, is because it's not a huge, enormous game where every little street matters, every bet matters.
Easy
Where these
for you to
guys can
say.
gamble and have some fun. Well, I'm
Right.
saying for the players in the
Yes,
game.
generally speaking.
If we were playing, 250,000 buy-in and we were playing 500,000 blinds, there wouldn't be this laughing and this camaraderie going on. There wouldn't be this slow rolling and having fun.
So we got a raise here from Torelli, whose 1-9 is up. Canuli has 3-bet here. I'm not sure if he's showing the king or the queen. Thomas folds the ace-10. I think it's a good laydown considering the action is not closed, and it goes back to Torelli, who could make a play. The best hand Torelli can have here is the 9s.
You don't like it?
I don't think it is either. I think it's stop.
This is the one that's kind of interesting too. Torelli,
I thought the hand with me and Alec was really interesting.
Torelli can't really 4-bet this because Canuli can play perfect against him. Canuli's showing a queen.
Yeah.
Torelli's showing a 9. He's out of
He can't
position.
3-bet, right?
You can't 3-bet because you know. I mean, I actually think Torelli's hand is face up.
Oh my God. So now Canuli can make an easy fold. There's nothing he can do. He just has to fold.
Yeah, of course. But I think you could even fold kings. I mean, Torelli's just got so many.
Nines are.
He raised and then called the three.
There, nines are such a huge part of his range, right? Pre-flop.
There's one joke that everybody's going to get stacked every other hand.
But it's weird because Torelli couldn't. If Torelli 4-bet, Canuli can play perfect. He can call when he's getting the right odds.
So it does, I think it does take a little of the action out of the game.
Oh, of course, yeah. Is he showing the 9 of hearts? No, I'm showing the 9 of hearts is up there. Forget it. Never mind. For a second, I thought it was 5-4 with the 9 of a different 9.
But it's a strip deck.
Yeah, Canuli's just waiting. Just throw your hand away.
See, me now I think it's a sick game. Everyone else
I
like
think
it's
this is
boring.
a really sick game.
I think it's pretty interesting.
You won 2 pots.
But
I would
we're
take
down
a
with it.
I just wanted
No,
to.
I don't think anybody likes the game.
You like it?
I just
I think we should bring all the
realized
people
we're on
get a button and
Twitch.
stuff, like,
I'm a
As
little slow.
opposed
I'm a little
to-
slow to this, so I wanted to tell my 13-year-old son that we're on Twitch because I know he watches all the video game streams on Twitch.
Right.
And you know, I know Twitch is like a big thing to him and his friends. So I figured
Oh,
I'd give him
cool.
a text. It took me 2 hours to realize that, but
What's your son's name?
Harrison.
Hey, Harrison. What's going on, man?
I'm just gonna lead every time with 9x there. Like, what are you
I
gonna
don't like this game.
It's so sick, actually.
I can't be hidden anymore.
That Twitch is huge. People, I didn't realize it until my son started showing me, but Twitch is so big. It's unbelievable how many kids, teenage kids, are watching Twitch video game streams all the time.
Doesn't Amazon own Twitch?
I'm not sure.
I think it's Amazon who bought them. Yeah.
I'm missing hands.
But I mean, poker is so small on Twitch.
Oh.
Like, some of these games I've never heard of. These war games and these the Xbox games and the PlayStation games. They got millions of viewers.
Yeah.
For sure, the hand.
Hopefully, poker will. Be
I got
like
into the
that
wrong
soon.
commentary business. I should have been doing commentary on like Call
StarCraft.
of Duty,
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
like 20 grand.
Madden or something.
Seriously, how much is it?
Oh, this is going to be
for
great
you.
fucking TV.
Seven,
Please record this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sweat.
Record it, please.
slightly over 20, Tommy.
Slightly over 20?
I think they got like 2 more hands. It's just like 1 card up thing.
Excellent game.
Apparently, Amazon bought Twitch for $980 million.
So Joe just moved in because he's showing a king, and he moved in for such a big overbet over. What is it? The tally was in for 100. It's just that everyone has a lower card, so he knows the worst case scenario is somebody has a pair,
I mean, it's a much easier game.
and he's
to solve.
Yeah,
flipping.
exactly.
But if they call, at least he's flipping, but they probably can never call.
You sick bastard.
And it just so happens they both do have pairs.
It's on you.
It'd be pretty sick if you had kings or aces.
So but the thing is, Canoli knows that Joe probably would never move in with 2 kings.
Did Canuli call?
He
Canoli called.
because Canoli figured out that Joe would never move in with kings. What's the point of moving in with kings when they're
Well, I mean,
they're
unless
showing a card?
Unless you get in a leveling war.
Right.
Unless you get in a leveling war, and that's you.
But it's so easy for him to play post flop
surprised
when
I'm
they're
not
showing
gonna
the one
hit.
card.
Right, exactly.
Maybe this is wrong because I literally.
Are they running it more than once? A lot of outs here for McKeon.
We can both make
A jack, a king, or an ace.
Yep, 10 outs.
He doesn't mind.
Club is a bad card for him. Obviously, says Canuli's got the 9 of clubs in his hand.
And you guys pay for the other bottle of wine as well.
But Jack would give them both a straight.
Yeah. McKeon obviously would take it with Broadway, though. Ace, king, or jack, and there's the 9.
That's a good
And Canuli is going to win. I think they're going to do 2 runouts here. And I'm going to guess
I'll take Joe on the second run out.
Yeah.
There's too many cards left.
There are way too many cards. There you go. Plus the 9 hit
Well, the
already.
club draw still.
Yep.
He's got a 9 left.
No. Only a 9 now. We only got 1 9 in deck.
One out left.
1 9 left.
9!
No, not a 9. They chop it up.
What am I supposed to do with this hand?
I don't know.
After I play it like this, I limp in. I'm like, what am
I think it'd be pretty sick leveling to move all those kings or aces, just knowing that
Right.
your opponent would think, well, you'd never do this with aces or kings.
Right.
You always have ace king here. I'll call because I'm getting the right price. And you're drawing almost
And the
dead.
thing is, if Joe 3-bets there, or raises or 3-bets, whatever, those guys could never come over the
I've never
top of
seen
it.
a 100
So the pot will stay small. So it might be right to just shove there. I think Joe made the right
It's
play.
so great when he has teams.
Well, we just saw that with, with the king queen versus 9s two hands ago.
You would have.
I mean, you never want to be in a spot where your opponent can play perfectly against you.
I don't give a fuck.
Joe, you don't understand. When he said I called, Joe's soul floated out of his body.
I would put one variation to this
You
game.
didn't know.
What's
He
that?
has ace 9.
Add a third card.
Yeah.
Each player has to pitch one, show one, keep one.
That'd be interesting.
So it's kind of pineapple-ish, a little pineapple-ish, but the player gets to choose which one it is. Instead of it being random, I think that would be a lot of strategy. Which one are you going to show?
Well, if you yelled that down to Shaun down there, I'm sure he'd start it up.
Let's do it.
We're about
Get 3 cards, show one, pitch one, and keep one down.
So me and Tucker are in a stadium right now. It's like a basketball arena or a concert stadium where we're up in the booth about, I guess, 60 feet up in the air above the table. So we can actually look over the ledge in stadium seating and see the table and let them know.
Yeah. It's we're in this event center.
It would be nice to get a camera up here. If we can get a vantage point from up here so the people watching can see that.
So it's a negative free
It's
roll.
very interesting to set up here.
It's a negative free roll.
Turning
It's a nice event center. Yeah, it's a nice place.
I mean, this is a stadium that probably fits 10,000 people for a concert or something like that. That the tournament and the streaming table is on.
It's funny too. I went to school in upstate New York, and I went to Turning Stone Resort Casino when I was a kid, but it certainly wasn't a resort back then. I mean, I came here, there were like 7 blackjack tables, 4 roulette tables, and that was it, and a little diner.
Yeah.
And we drive here from school and play, and I loved it. You know, just 'cause you have to be 18 to play, so it was like get my gamble on.
What a business.
But the
Start
game
out that
is
small.
Yeah, the game is the place is. I have not been here in years, and it's changed night and day.
We were playing a fun just 1-2 no limit game with the crew in the poker room on Friday night, and the room was absolutely packed. It was about the most packed poker room I've seen in a while.
Yeah, the game's it's nice actually. I jumped in the room last night after we did the stream. I had dinner with a couple of guys at Steakhouse. Lost credit card roulette. You can look at my picture online on Twitter. Steakhouse is good. I don't know if you've eaten there.
Steakhouse is great.
Yeah, went up there, had some steak, and then me and my buddy went to the poker room, played a drop of PLO, and then went to bed.
Just watch me like trying to figure out what I'm doing.
I ate at the Steakhouse the last 2 nights with Shaun and his wife Ashley and their little baby Evan.
No, I know.
The 1-year-old Evan.
People
Who looks like a miniature, half Ashley, half Shaun, and he's probably going to wind up being a pretty smart gambler when he grows up, I'm guessing.
Hopefully, he looks more like Ashley.
She says he looks much more like her.
When you have a 9 and a... It's different when you have the card.
Yeah, I'm actually a little disappointed I didn't bring my wife and my kid. I think it would have been fun to see my kid with Evan.
Yeah.
It doesn't count if you play a hand when you have the...
They're only about 8 months apart.
That's just taking...
Yours is older?
Yeah.
It's like 2, he's almost 2?
He's just turned 2.
Just turned 2? Got it.
This one and then 3 more.
Miss those days. My kids are
I think you like
13 and 10.
No, you don't like you're over changing diapers?
Way over that for a long time.
Yeah.
It's not boring. Done correctly.
I just don't have like the creativity kind of like lacks in it a little bit, right?
Yeah.
It's just kind of like too mathematical.
My kid's gotten to the point where he's manipulating me now.
Right.
Because
they get smart.
When when he sometimes to change his diaper, just easier to give him the iPhone. So he knows how to manipulate. He knows how to go on and like go to YouTube and like find like a Donald Duck video. Now he'll come over to me and I'll go, because he knows if he gets his diaper changed, occasionally gets the iPhone, he'll go to me and go, "Daddy, poo poo, poo poo," and I'll be like, "Dude, you don't have anything in your diaper," and he's just doing it so he can get the
That's
iPhone.
great.
I'm like, "Dude, really?"
Fat lost dog.
Oh yeah, he's totally like, yeah, exactly. He's totally playing me. First couple of times, I was like, "Okay, let's go change you," and I was like, "What are you doing?"
I know those days.
He's like, "Sucker."
So I'm reading the chat now. If you guys want to shoot off some questions about any of the players in the game, I know them pretty well, or you want to ask me something, shoot.
Yeah, ask
I'll
Matt
try to read
personal
them.
questions. The more personal, the better.
Can't promise I'll answer them, but
Come on.
I'll definitely answer the personal questions about the players in the game.
There you go.
Tommy, berate him, please.
They both folded the
Hanson
king.
getting busy here.
Winner, boys. They both folded the king.
Pre-flop.
Oh, yeah, that's also...
And again, it's a strategy here. Hanson knows hand. He, at worst, he's flipping against nines. He knows that.
So it's interesting that Shaun called out of position with this hand.
Yeah. Well, the best hand that Deeb can have right now is King 9, and he probably doesn't. Now he still could have nines.
Right.
All in. Oh, right now.
All right, so we're starting to get some of these questions. Aaron Rosie said, "What did Glantz do before poker, and how was the transition family-wise?" For after I finished grad school, I was a clerk on the options floor of the stock Philadelphia, and worked my way up. Became a trader for trading options and derivatives for 10 years, and kind of fell into poker and as a hobby, and then started doing it as sort of like a small business. And then for the last like 14 years, I'd say now, I've been doing it, and it was a tough transition family-wise, but I had a very supportive wife, which made it very easy for me. So, you know, I'm lucky for that. If it's really, really impossible if you don't have a supportive wife in that spot.
Check here. Let's hear 'em. More questions in a second. The turn's an 8. Now, Deeb could have 9-8 in his hand.
Right.
Hansen could have Jack-Jack and could have very easily checked back Jack-Jack on the flop.
Yeah, I don't like Bart's check back because it's just with the information that Deeb has a 9 on the flop, you just have to fire.
Yeah, Jacks should be.
It's not like if he fires, Deeb's going to represent King 9. First of all, he's showing a 9 of spades. King of spades is on board. It's not like Deeb can have King 9 of spades. So very, very, very unlikely that he would get a call on the flop. So
Yeah,
I think
I
in this
tend to agree.
form, he should have bet.
By the way, Hansen could also have King-Jack. He could rep King-Jack. He could rep Jacks. He could easily have King-Jack when he's staring at a 9 because he knows he can't get re-raised.
Right.
I tend to agree with you. And Deeb almost never has King-9, exactly.
So DB1122 says, Glantz, I play with you at Poker Night in America in Pittsburgh. Can I get in Poker Night in America, Florida? DB, I don't know who you are by those initials, but I can tell you that Florida is already booked. I know there's like 22 players going for Florida for 3 days, and a lot of big names, so that should be pretty exciting, but I can't get in there. But I think we're going to Pittsburgh in November.
I give him
Maybe up there.
Probably the best game to slow roll.
Oh yeah, when the other guys.
I think I missed a few questions on there, but I don't even know how to scroll back.
Hansen looks constipated. What is he doing?
Yeah, it's true. Like you're always right.
Hot Walter. Matt, I think I heard a while back the park should be moving poker room to casino building. Has that happened or is that the plan? It's kind of been the plans for the last 3 years since I've been there, and I wish it did happen. It was supposed to happen a couple times. It never has happened. I don't think it's going to happen at this point, so pretty disappointed. I'm sure you are too, and hopefully one day it does happen.
Deeb checked like 7 minutes ago. Hansen is trying to think if he can do anything here. As Jacks, he's got the nuts, and he's got to know that.
See, I think Hansen feels like he's overmatched by Deeb in this kind of new game that he's never played before. So he's really apprehensive to do anything. So, and I think Deeb's confidence is really bought.
You have ace 9, right?
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, so Deeb bluffed. He must have moved all in.
Oh wow! Okay.
Deeb bluffed, called, and Hansen called.
Apparently, that was a tank. That makes more sense than him checking and then tanking.
That's why he was tanking.
By the way,
so
it's a pretty bad play from Deeb. What is Deeb?
It's really hard for Bart to call, and I mean
it is hard for Deeb. It's hard for Bart to call, but it doesn't make any sense
yeah.
for Deeb. What's the best hand? By the way, the turn was an 8. The river is a 7, but it doesn't make on the turn. The best hand Deeb can have is 2 9s. He wouldn't move all in with 2 9s because he doesn't have King 9.
He might have been. Bart might have put in his head that he had an open ender. He had 9-8 and just was calling with the verse 9-8 on the turn.
No, the turn was an 8.
Oh, the turn was an 8.
Turn was an 8 and the river 7. So, but he's not moving all in with it.
Right.
He's not moving all in with showdown value.
Really weird spot. I wish I could have heard what they were saying at the time.
He did say, Deeb did say, I don't have a king. Okay.
And like I don't always continue with ace 9. I play it that way.
Yeah, you might just fold pre-flop.
I don't think the button check.
So Mike,
that makes more sense. I apologize for the graphics mix-up, guys. The way that hacks. So it went check on the flop. By the way, the check on the flop was genius. If you could do some bluff.
I don't think that was his plan, but it worked out really well.
Well, that's why I was like, "What is Bart? Why is Bart taking like 6 minutes to like check it back with ace jack?" Like, by the way, he's now Hansen just went from down 7,000 to up 5,500.
Good for him.
Are you kidding me?
And it's a big confidence booster for him to beat Shaun in the hand because he never beat Shaun in the hand. Remember the hand Kings versus Aces in the big 10K pot limit hold
remember it well.
this summer?
Well, also early on today when you were there, Deeb tried to bluff him and then hit a 4 on the river.
Oh yeah, the 4 deuce.
4 deuce
King, yeah.
against Hansen's ace king.
Mike Talley 94 says, Matt, my buddy John, who always wears a Patriots hat, said he knocked you out of a tourney yesterday. Is he lying?
Yeah.
I don't want to say he's lying because I don't remember if the guy had a Patriots. I don't even remember who busted me, to be honest. So he's probably telling the truth.
No, that is the first card off the deck? Oh, never mind then.
Which
I thought it was him for some reason.
you were like, stone
Yeah.
I mean, unless
You were actually safe when we
Deeb
got
is
to a flop.
leveling Bart into calling specifically with Ace Jack, he never has a pair.
I mean, there's
Yeah,
been, like,
it
4 bluffs
doesn't
on
make much
already.
sense, I guess, and that's what Bart figured out.
So unless you have history with your opponent where you know he's going to go next level and he's going to always call with Ace Jack because it doesn't make much sense, and you get crazy value from your 2 9s or your 9-8. Unless you're doing that, it makes no sense whatsoever.
I mean, I got to think about the game. Oh, well, Dentali's finally got a big hand. So this is what I root for. See, I don't root for Dentali to lose, but I do root for him to take bad beats, as I said. So
No, I don't want him to lose. Yeah, bad
this
beats
is one
are way
spot
worse.
where I would love to see him take a bad beat because he'll go nuts. It'll be great for the show. Oh, a king on the turn would just be so great here.
Make that happen? Can we please somehow make that happen? It might. Check, check. Turns to 9 of spades,
Wow,
though.
spade.
Torelli's now open-ended. Torelli is open-ended with the spade draw. It's the best card in the deck for him, short of a king.
See, but it's hard for him to bet because he's showing the 10 of spades. So it's like when Mikey has a jack or a king or an ace in his hand with the king, it's not like he's ever getting it through like when both cards are turned face down.
No, definitely not.
So it's like an entirely different game. Someone on the chat, Daniel says rep forward to king this hand. So there's only one king left that we can hope for in the river.
Hey, let's hit it. I'm okay with a red 8 right now. Or I'm okay with a 3 of spades. I don't care. 3 of spades is fine. And this
But I could already.
I have no hate for Dentali.
If Dentali loses the hand, I could already tell you what he's going to say. He's going to say, "Enough of this jerk off game. I can't take this shit." He's bullshit. We're playing regular poker. He's going to go nuts, but he's going to win the hand unless
Yes, you're correct.
unless he folds.
You know the problem with the one thing with this game as well. It's interesting. And we saw the last 2 hands play out. Last hand with Bart and Deeb became very interesting.
Right.
This hand as well. Torelli's in a spot where against a lot of players, once he sees weakness, he might have turned. He had such a big draw. He might have check raised the turn.
for sure, but he can't in this spot with that card.
The
showing.
best hand he has is Ace 10.
It's just too likely that he has the queen 10 of spades or 10-8 of spades.
He's not check raising with Ace 10 ever.
Right. So it's you can't do those things in this game.
I mean, if you're never check raising with Ace 10, then you always have Queen 10 of spades. Your opponent can always call you and play 100% perfectly on the river.
One card bandit.
Yeah, flip your first card up. Yeah.
Where did we start with?
Tommy's.
Run down there and tell him my
or,
suggestion.
No, Mike was.
3 cards,
We're gonna yell down.
pitch 1, and turn 1 up.
Anybody got red?
I could text him. I can.
I got one left.
Can I?
For the next 20 drinks.
Hold it at 9.
The only problem is they're on a half-hour delay, so it won't happen for a half hour, even if they like the idea.
Well, it'll happen right now, but we'll only see it in a half hour, yeah.
Keep squeezing that card. It might change.
God, why do I like you so much?
I'm fun to play with.
Tuck wants you guys to get dealt 3 cards. This is my text going through.
Yeah.
1 face.
No. Get
Yeah.
dealt 3 cards. You
Pitch.
player pitches 1.
Yeah.
Player chooses to turns 1 up and keeps 1.
Okay.
Player does it.
Representative,
Pitch.
it's on you.
1
Pre-flop.
Back.
All pre-flop.
Pre-flop. Then flip 1 face.
But it's the player's choice. Which one goes up? I think that's where the game really becomes interesting. Which card do you choose to go up? Porter with kings. He makes it 500.
All right, the text is sent.
So in about 30 minutes, we're going to see Shaun Deeb get a buzz. He's going to reach in his pocket.
So the showing the 1 card makes the game smaller. Other than that case where Deeb just got out of the line and tried to bluff with ace 9. Like pre-flop, there's not going to be that many big confrontations.
Only the best at turning.
I think that was a matter of Deeb thinking Bart doesn't normally play this high, and he could bully him.
Yeah. So he just definitely holds over
But Bart,
Bart.
yeah, but Bart plays 150, 300 OE.
What happens when that flops?
So this is one of those spots where kings versus 5s. If Thomas flops a set, he's never going to get paid off that huge in this game because it's showing a 5.
And Porter always knows.
But
Porter always knows he has the best hand because a red 5 is showing.
But when a 5 comes, even if Thomas doesn't have the set of fives, he's always going to have to rep the five in this game.
You've
Rep
got to
the set.
yeah, you've got to balance it. I
That would
think.
be-
I mean,
that
I
would
would
be
imagine you've got to balance it occasionally. So if a five comes off, sometimes you have 6-5, and you rep the set, and then sometimes you've got a set of fives.
Well, I mean, like, I thought it was more like you had straight combos.
There's some big commotion down at the table right now, so I guess we're going to find out in about 30 minutes.
It's like PLO, like, you know?
A big funny hand or somebody getting a fight, something down there. But we'll have to wait for that on the stream because we're 30 minutes delayed up here, just like everyone watching.
Yeah, we are watching this this stream at the exact same time that you are at home. We're also doing it live. A lot of times you watch a show on TV and it's edited. The commentators know exactly when to kind of like shut up so you can hear the table talk. We don't know.
Yeah.
He limped with his last one.
I've done a lot of live streaming, and I have yet to be able to predict when people can talk.
This game's pretty difficult.
Or people do talk, I should say.
Like, rep, I really couldn't call any bet you made. You know that, right? With my hand?
Last one?
Yeah.
Sargon133 says, I hate this game. Would never play.
And if you have ace king, I'm screwed. So it's like I cannot call and play against you after the flop.
So Deeb opens, and nobody's going to give him any action, it looks like, unless Canuli wants to come around. Canuli does. See, if I'm Canuli and I'm showing my 4, if I'm 4 flops, I'm repping the set.
For sure, you have to rep the set now with this kind of game.
Problem is Deeb always has the best hand here now.
So now with Canuli showing a 4, Deeb can, especially Deeb can bet 3 streets because he's never going to have the 4 deuce offsuit. The worst, if he had 4 deuce of hearts, it's possible, but the deuce of hearts is on the board.
Canuli could have 4-6 though.
Right, but that's the same thing as 4s. 4-6 is the same thing as
good
4s
point.
versus Deep showing an ace or a queen. Showing a queen.
I actually had it.
Going back to what you said, I mean, I think some of the guys who haven't
How did you
played
get away? I
as
didn't
much
look at my
other
cards.
games
I have ace queen.
are a little bit uncomfortable with this.
I didn't even look though.
I'm just waiting for someone to take a big beat, like Dentale or Travell, and then just say, "Forget this, guys. We're going back to regular
This game
poker."
sucks.
Yeah.
Well, you know, everyone got some time to think
now,
about it.
Now, could we play show one card when you fold?
No.
When you win the pot, you got to show one card.
That's not. You just said show.
Why don't we have the last person who folds shows both their cards?
Generally speaking, I'll go off what
Whoever, if
Matt
someone
Glantz, who's
folds
alongside me here, said earlier.
whoever
If you are
wins,
playing
the
with
last person who
inexperienced
folds
poker
shows
players
both their
or
cards.
amateurs, and you have poker and you have experience,
Yeah, not the person who wins.
the more time, the
Oh, I
more
get it. So if
weird
someone dies,
variations
they
you
flop,
You have to show both
instill in a
cards.
game,
Okay.
the bigger your edge will probably be.
Yeah,
Very
this is
different.
basically
sure.
the epitome of what you're the epitome of what.
I feel so much safer.
If you're just joining us, you're watching the Poker Night in America live stream, 2550 No Limit
They
Hold'em.
really have to know what
We're at Turning Stone in Verona, New
They
York.
really have so much.
You have that black 6 and it comes all diamonds. Yeah, it's tough.
Okay, we're back to regular no limit hold'em now.
Ah,
2 cards now. I think that game, like I think somebody said it on the chat. This game's fun to switch it up to play, but not so much to watch.
Yeah.
Genger Smile just put that on there, so I think he's right.
Yeah, I know.
It's a
I know,
neat
not
idea,
much fun not having 2 unknown cards.
but more 2 cards down is probably a little bit better for the show.
get a raise here from Thomas. Yeah, I mean, the problem with that game, obviously, it becomes almost impossible to raise with small suited
Yeah.
connectors and small pairs because you can just get hammered by any
Right.
big cards.
Okay,
Made it as didn't make it as exaggerated as possible.
so I guess the Jack of Spades is the burn card. The Jack of Spades must be the burn card, and the dealer flashed it over the middle of the table. So then it picks it up. That makes sense.
Good read. Well, that sucks for Dentale. Fives are still the best hand here.
I don't. We didn't agree on it.
Back to normal no limit hold'em, 2550 no limit hold'em with $100 blinds. Big names at this final table. Big names at this table, I should say.
So Cannoli flopped a flush draw. He called the bet of Thomas on the flop, I believe.
2 November 9ers here, one including, of course, Tom Canuli in the black hoodie. On just the right side of the screen, you can see the orange shirt. That is Joe McKeon, who's our chip leader.
I wouldn't be surprised if Cannoli let out here, even though check on the flop, because he can't really call a bet. Now, the only thing Thomas can beat is a stone bluff, which Cannoli has, but I don't know if Thomas is going to make the call. But he is stuck. It's more like he's going to make the call than he would have earlier before he lost his first buy-in.
That's important to know, obviously, if you're Cannoli or anybody playing against him. How likely is your opponent to call this? I mean, with Cannoli leading out here, he's basically just repping a 9.
Right, and if he gets called here, he's going to give up on the river because he knows that if Travell has a 9, he's just going to call on the turn. So he's not. I don't think Cannoli's going to bomb the river.
Thomas is pretty tight.
I'd like to see Thomas call here just so we can see what Cannoli does on the river. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
So Cannoli outplayed him there.
Travell is one of the tighter players at this table. And we continue on. Once again, tomorrow, final table of the Empire State Championship. I believe the original David Baker is still in that tournament. And that will be live streamed here at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Plenty to straddle. T-Meister's not straddling.
I stacked too bad this one. You know what? I'll straddle. I'm going to get it in somebody. If Shaun raises, I'm probably just get it.
I never raised.
Because I'm a freaking too. Little T want to try to bluff me. Little T.
Like a little T on your soul there.
300.
I really want to own your soul. I want you to flip over like King 7 there. How sick would that be if you really, because you never really expect to get called. You never expect to get called ever.
Your call can't be good.
No,
There's no way your call.
No, I know, but like you just randomly spaz out for 20. I'm just like
yeah, for like 400. I'm not that crazy. I'm having at the very least a card over.
Yeah, but you never think anything calls you. That's the problem.
I agree.
Appreciate the tweets, guys.
And that's what was in my eyes.
I've played with you before, and I know you're headstrong enough to put in 20 there. With
I've got mixed tweets. About half the tweets are hate the one card showing, and some people like dynamic.
Yeah.
I think for one round it was fun.
For one round, yeah, I agree.
Kings out through half the deck. I like my chances more.
But then I think the novelty might wear off pretty quick because you might not see as big pots as we're used to.
The Hammer tweets in, says, whenever Dave says Cannoli's name, I think of dessert.
Yeah, me too. Whenever I see his name, I think of dessert.
That would freak me out.
I'm never folding King 10 if he shoves.
So Deeb opened, I think, the 300 rep called pre-flop. They both missed the flop and the turn. They both checked it down and down to the river. And basically, whoever bets is gonna win here.
Oh man, that's ridiculous.
Maybe that was like the stoneware saying what I did.
Does Deeb think he needs to bluff? Or do you think he has showdown value?
Like literally the hand I could ever even
I think
fathom
rep has to bet when it's checked on. So
I would have done
obviously, if Deeb bet, it would be kind of be like a blocker bet, so he could block rep from bluffing.
Do you call?
I think the new game is show one card if you win. So whenever you win the pot, you have to show one card because I saw the last 2 hands. That's what they did.
Well, I would have called with a 9.
It was not my worst card. It was my best card. That's Shaun Deeb. He's like worth 30 million. You win the main event, he's gonna be worth, roll it over.
Hey, I was afraid you had the Queen 10. You couldn't beat that.
So if you guys don't know by now, the guy in the orange shirt, Joe McKeon, he's the chip leader in the November 9 final table at the World Series.
Overwhelming chip leader. Hey, are you familiar with the guys in the November 9?
He has 35% of the chips, and then you got Thomas Cannoli in the hoodie, and he has 12 million in chips in the main event. He's like 6th out of 9.
He's 6th, yeah, exactly. Who's your favorite?
Well,
I mean, obviously McKeon's the
I have
favorite.
a financial interest in. I have a big piece of one of the guys, Josh Beckley.
Do you?
Yeah, so I'm rooting for him for sure.
Right.
I'm closest with Joe.
Are you going to hedge and bet on other people?
No. I'm going to root hard for Beckley. I'll be on the rail. I'll be right up front there.
How many chips does he have?
He is 7th. He's got the same amount of chips as Cannoli.
Are you helping coach him in the months?
He doesn't seem very interested in any kind of coaching, and he plays. He's playing great. He's been playing. I don't want to get in his head or mess anything up. So I think
fair enough.
I think from the way he feels, from what I've gathered, is he wants to just keep it going the way it is.
Jack 10. Jack 10 4 flop. Both Torelli and Deeb flop a gut shot to Broadway. Ace King still the best hand here. Well, congratulations. That's great.
If Josh busts, I will be taking off the Josh Beckley shirt and moving over to the Joe rail, even though I don't have a financial result. I'm definitely close with Joe.
Speaking of November 9, Ryan Feldman from ESPN has put in there. Tuchman. Patrick Chan, also November 9er, is here and says hello to both of you. He's happy spending his Sunday listening to your lovely voices. Wow, thanks, Ryan.
Patrick's another guy I'll root for. There's 4 East Coast guys, and they all play at Parks and Borgata, and I've seen them in the tournament circuit for a long time.
You know, funny story, actually, as randomly as this was. Deeb, by the way, with the Ace of Clubs as well as the Ace Queen. So I see both Ryan Feldman and Patrick Chan at the bike. And I say hi to Ryan because we're friends and everything. And I see Patrick, and I don't know why I said it, but I just felt it. I see Patrick, and I go, I think you're going to have a big summer. And,
really?
And shoot, 6 weeks later, he makes the November 9.
It's amazing.
I wish I had a piece of him.
No kidding.
I know, right? Good guy, though.
There's a lot of happy guys on the East Coast. There's 4 guys at the final table from the East Coast, and there's probably 20 to 25 guys that have pieces of all those 4 guys.
Should be a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun in Vegas.
Great rails.
I will be there for sure. I've been there in the past, working it. I've commentated on it. It's been it was definitely one of the highlights of my career, commentating on it. But this year, I think I'm going to go as a fan.
You going to join the rail?
Yeah, I'm friends with Max Steinberg, and,
okay.
and
I thought you were right above that.
I think he's a hell of a poker player.
He's a great player. Very creative.
I think I actually might go to. I think I'm going to go to Vegas because I know you can actually legally bet on the you can bet on them down there.
Right.
I think I'm probably going to throw some money on it.
From the little I know about Max, we have some similar friends, but I don't know him personally. But the little I know of him, he will work the hardest of any one of the final 9 to improve his game between now and November.
He's I mean, they're all smart guys. Let's not, He's very analytical. He's got a great team, and he's got his twin brother that can help him. And the two of them, they're going to put a lot of time into it. He'll come in prepared. That's for sure. I can get like 6 or 7 to 1 on him too.
Yeah, I think he's a great bet.
Yeah, he's 4th in chips, about 20 million.
So I like one of these Twitch guys' names, Jamie Staples Belly Button. That's pretty creative.
No wonder Rep remembered it.
You know, Ray's here from Porter with 4-3. Torelli calls. Canuli is going to 3-bet this to 1,500, so he makes it 5x. My guess is it gets through. Torelli was talking about yesterday how he kind of thinks a lot of players overvalue small pairs.
He'll get the divorce papers instead of a pair of
So I don't see Torelli calling this based on what he said yesterday. And sure enough, cards go in the muck.
Yeah, he's priced out.
Well, he was talking about it yesterday. He said he thinks that small pairs are way overvalued by no limit players.
I'd have to agree with that. Seems like you never flop a set.
Even when you do flop a set, though, it's so many things have to happen for you to win.
The other guy has to have a real hand, and you have to get paid off. And sometimes even when you flop a set, you lose. You look at I guess a great example is when Alec had jacks and Shaun Deeb had 3s, and they flopped set over set. So I wonder if the situation was reversed and Alec had the 3s pre-flop in Shaun's seat, he might not have had that call. He might not have played the hand.
Well, I think he's going to play it for 1 raise. I don't think he's going to call a 3-bet though. And we both guessed that D probably would have called a 3-bet.
You ever play like stud, the option game where
Dentale raising.
Stud and you replace 1 card, and then so like you see the flop, you bet on the flop, and then you have.
By the way,
the option
Travell Thomas just keeps blowing my mind because I keep thinking it's somebody different. Because now he's wearing a big gray hoodie.
Very rarely, but
Is it a bad game or a good game?
So Jimmy Bluffett asked Glantz, if you were a November 9er, would you play in this game, sir? And the truthful answer is I would definitely not play in this game. I think it's a pretty big disadvantage for Joe and Tommy to be at the table right now, showing off their their game. But maybe they're smart enough or devious enough to just change up their game so much for the show versus what they're going to do in November. But I probably wouldn't be able to do that sufficiently, so I'd probably just stay away until November, and then I do the TV shows after that.
I was going to ask you, Torelli and I talked about that yesterday, and I said, wow, I go, these guys are willing to basically put 16 hours of them playing poker on tape for their opponents, to view. But he pointed out something, and I thought it made a lot of sense, that this game today and yesterday doesn't even slightly resemble the dynamic that's going to be taking place in November night.
For sure.
The chip counts are different. The stakes are different. The stage is different. One's a tournament with antes. One's just a cash game. And for those reasons, I wonder if there's that big a deal. I mean, unless you're giving up some live tells.
I just don't think it can help. It can only hurt.
Okay.
So from that perspective, I just wouldn't risk it because it's the one time in their life they're going to be at this main event final table most likely. So,
Good point.
wow, big flop for Alec for Joe McKeon.
Yeah, McKeon's
So Alec
got a gut shot.
Yeah, Alec opened mid with 2 aces and McKeon just floated on the button.
Yeah, McKeon in position with a gut shot and the flush draw. Torelli without the ace of hearts in his hand. He's going to put a C bet out there with aces. McKeon's never folding. Just a question of whether he calls here
I think
or
McKeon's
raises.
almost always raising because he could win the pot here, and there's too many cards on the turn. Well, he doesn't raise. But there's too many cards on the turn where just Torelli has to shut down. Like a 7 on the turn, Torelli's going to shut down with any overpair. A heart, it's gonna shut him down. So I really like the raise on the flop. Joe's building the pot where he never is going to be that far behind anyway. And when he hits, it's more the pot's bigger, so he can get paid off bigger. But almost all the cards that make Joe's hand on the turn, Torelli's going to check to him.
Yeah, good point. A 7. Now he can rep an 8, obviously,
Right.
but I tend to agree with you. I mean, if he raises the flop, there's a lot of hands he reps. Not only does he rep the flush draws, but 7, 8,
He just
set.
Right. He just has a lot of equity on the flop. Like if the flop was queen, 7, deuce, 2 hearts, I might like the call better. But on this kind of flop where just Alex is never going to bet the turn when Joe hits the turn, I really like raising the flop there and getting more value when you have a lot of equity.
Is that part of your?
And sometimes you're going to win the pot there too.
When it comes to decision making, in terms of like whether you're going to raise or not, do you often think of, if I hit my card, will I get paid?
Oh, for sure. That's a major factor. So of course Joe hits the river like usual, like he's been doing the last few months consistently, and I'm happy for Joe. Don't think I'm not, but he is really on a roll, and he just makes hands. So
I said it earlier.
He's the first one to admit it, though.
Dude has not lost a hand since day 2 of the main event.
It's pretty amazing. So now he's going to crack aces, but if he raised the flop, Alec would have called, and then he could have checked back the turn, and the pot would be bigger right now. And
frankly, he could have bet the turn too.
Right, he could have bet the turn, but Alex was still going to call, and then he would have won a bigger pot.
Yeah.
Reps close.
What's the Torelli? Are you check folding? Or is it a bet fold?
I doubled up slowly.
He decides to bet.
I mean, it's easy to say watching the hands. It's bet fold, obviously. But the thing is, I don't even know if Joe's going to raise. Yeah, he doesn't raise. Seems like an easy raise when you see the hands. But Joe probably thinks he's not going to get paid off by worse.
Yeah, I can buy that. They're pretty deep. They're both really deep. And if you raise here,
right, there's bigger flushes that beat him. Obviously,
pocket
sets.
9s, pocket 6s.
Right.
I mean, is Torelli really? He bets 3,000. McKeon makes it 11,000. Is Torelli really gonna pay him off with 2 aces?
Right. And the thing is, I just really like the raise in that spot on the flop. And I think it makes the hand play a lot easier for Joe. And plus, he's going to win the pot some of the time. And even if he's forced to get it in, Alex 3 bets a flop when he has aces, then Joe, is going to have like 45% equity anyway. So it's almost a flip. The few times that Alex has flopped a set, whatever, Joe's got a gut shot and a flush draw. It's not like the end of the world.
But then you're not going to see me.
The Twinkle says hello from France. Hi, poker stream.
Ice grill. You're not gonna...
I like it. What is it? France. It is currently like 1 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning. I like it. 6 hours ahead. I thank Francis.
Let's get it.
Let's get it in. Sure. That I can believe.
No. Definitely not. I got my money on Little T.
So you got Shaun Deeb there repping his Ted's fish fry shirt. That's a fish fry up in Maine or not?
No, they're upstate New York.
It's in upstate New
Got
York.
six locations.
That's
family.
His family's business, and that's where Shaun grew up, working in his family's business.
Gets to talk about after November when I make this.
He didn't give you one, make you wear it? I got like 3 of them.
It's funny because you're just gonna,
He got yelled at by his either uncle, I think uncle or cousin this summer because he didn't wear a Ted's fish fry shirt to his bracelet final table. Parliament holding 10K this summer at the World Series. So he learned a lesson. Now he's going to be wearing it at every final table or every TV table.
Dentale with 2 pair. Now queens and 5s. Ace in the river changes nothing. Anthony has been. I almost forgot he was at the table.
So Jamie Staples Belly Button asked an interesting question. How do I become friends with Shaun Deeb? The answer would be to have a lot of money and play poker, and you will become friends with Shaun Deeb. That is a very honest answer.
In all fairness, he's a super nice guy.
Super nice.
I met him in 2008 in Kiev, and I was doing commentary for the EPT. We went and got some lunch. We became friends. We've been friends ever since. I don't think he's not one of those guys that's. It's not difficult to become friends with him.
He's very, very outgoing, very friendly, nice, you know. But he's just the thing is he's just a super, super talented poker player. So he just has all the confidence in the world, and he doesn't care who he plays against. He'll play against anyone, and he'll play as high as anyone will play. So he just loves to play poker, and he's very nice at the game to play with. Some people don't like the slow rolls, but I think people are starting to get used to him now.
Whatever, it's all good. It's no big deal. In the scheme of things, really, is it that big a deal? By the way, if you don't play poker, why are you watching the stream? But no. But if you don't play poker, and you still want to be friends with Deeb, you can always stalk his wife. Become, like join like a mommy and me,
right,
mommy and me thing with your kid, and make sure that your kid is friends with his kid.
That's pretty advanced there, Tuck. I don't know if I would come up with that one.
Game theory optimal friendship. Porter with queens. I've stalked many people in my life, so I know how to do it.
What do you want me to do? I can't fold every hand. I just do all that.
Yeah, do that. Did he have it, Tommy? Can you show me his worst card?
So he's struck 28. Asked, does Joe McCann own any other shirts?
He didn't wear that yesterday.
He owns a lot of other shirts, but they're all raggedy T-shirts. He only wears sweatpants, dirty old sneakers, and dirty raggedy T-shirts. That's his entire wardrobe. That's what he'll be wearing on the Poker Night in America tables. That's what also he'll be wearing for the main event final table in November. I drove him up here from Philly 3 days ago, and we had this discussion. I try to guide him the right way, like a son. He's like a son to me. Try to get him dressed up, and just nothing great, but just jeans and a collared shirt, a polo shirt. He just won't do it. It's just not in him. He just wants to be comfortable, and this is how he's comfortable.
In all fairness, that's part of the benefit. I mean, being a professional poker player has his pros and its cons, and there's a lot of difficult things that you deal with. A couple of things that are amazing about being a poker player is, number one, generally speaking, you can make your schedule. And number two, generally speaking, you can wear what you want to wear.
That's very true.
And those are great things. I have all the respect in the world for a guy like Max Steinberg who wears a tie and looks good, and he wears it well, but he's comfortable in it. And
right.
I don't think it's for somebody to be, wear something you're not comfortable in. Especially when you're playing for millions of dollars.
We got a pot building here.
Yep.
Richard Anthony's getting a little out of line this hand, and we'll see if it comes back to haunt him.
Yeah, he hasn't picked up a hand in about an hour. So.
I don't think he's going to get to see the flop, but we'll see.
No, Dentale is going to go with
two big hands here. Dentale and Deeb both have ace, king, and 10. So,
I mean, how crazy will Dentale get? I know Dentale is pretty tight. How out of line will he get with ace, king? Will he go all the way with it?
The thing is, if he's winning, he's going to just call here and see a flop. If he's losing, if he's buried, he's going to get it in. So
I think he's winning actually. Actually, I know he's winning.
See, and generally, that's what he's going to be doing with his mood dictates a lot of his play.
He's just going to call.
Yeah. So if he just called here, I would say he's winning on the day.
He's going to win. He's going to call. Deeb's going to come in, and that's going to bring in Hansen as well. By the way, Brian.
So the thing is, Deeb might not call here.
By the way,
Deeb knows Anthony gets on the line.
Our crew member Brian, who's working on our sound and working on the live stream, almost just flipped the entire table over 60 feet.
That would have been amazing.
Except that it would have killed somebody underneath us.
Yeah, other than that, but it would have been.
I mean, that was like. I mean, I'm not even kidding.
That would have been the worst of all the screw-ups we've had since day one of poker.
Like all the sound equipment next to us, the monitors, it all was like inches away from flipping
Sorry, I missed
over.
that.
Look at this play.
So Deeb moved all in. So here's the thing. Now, against Shaun, would never be folding. If you saw me play against Shaun, I wouldn't even fold ace queen in the spot. But because Dentale's winning, he might fold here. But if he was stuck, he would have already called.
Let's hear him. Let's hear him fold and bitch.
Once or twice.
Whoa, he calls. I thought Deeb doesn't do it more than once.
Deep slow rolls would be great.
I thought Deeb didn't do. Oh, he showed.
He doesn't want to slow roll Mike. It would be too ugly.
He thinks Mike might flip the table over and
Yeah.
try to kill him.
Yeah, he can't take it.
Why? I'm surprised. I thought Deeb didn't run it more than once. And frankly, if I think Deeb told him,
Deep runs it more than once sometimes.
he does. I think if Deeb told him I'm only running it once, I think Dentale.
Probably. Okay, so if Dentale loses both runs,
He's gonna lose.
If he loses the second
He's
run,
gonna lose.
it's all over.
Come on, give me a 10.
I feel
10
bad.
ball.
I
Come
feel
on.
bad because I love Dentale.
Give me a 10 ball.
It'll be good for the show.
One time, 10 ball.
Wow.
Ah, come on. Come on, 10 ball. Oh, and he's got like no outs now. He's got one out.
One out.
10 of hearts only.
Damn.
I'm glad Mike won a hand. I didn't want to cut him off the table over.
All right, so we're on for the.
Yeah, is everyone a down?
See, I was talking to Torelli about this. I'm curious of your take. I don't run it more than once.
Me either. Never.
And the reason I don't do it is because I think intimidation and fear is part of the game. And I went through all this and I said, hey, if let's say Dentale with ace king here is going to call 80% of the time, but he's only calling 60% of the time if he knows I'm running it once. I got more fold equity.
Totally agree with you. I have a couple more reasons. One is what you touched on before about protecting yourself. When the more times you run it, the more chances there is for someone to cheat, whether they're in boots with the dealer or
that's a good point.
The pot has to be separated, cut in half, and more chance for there to be mistakes. And I'm getting the worst of it because if I see a mistake, I'm gonna let the dealer know or let my opponent know. And if it's the other way around, I'm kind of getting a free roll because I don't know if they're going to let me know. So just to protect yourself, as you said before, I think it's always great just best to run it once.
That's a good point, actually, because there are some casinos that while they allow you to run it more than once, they won't facilitate it.
Right, right.
And I have seen this happen where a guy says, yeah, run it twice. They run it once. One guy wins it. And then when the dealer starts to try to run it twice, they go, what are you doing? That's it. We just run it once here.
And even if they do facilitate it, when the dealer has to chop the pot, you're at risk that there's going to be a mistake, whether it's off by 100, 1,000, or 10,000. If you don't notice it, you don't know if the other person's going to notice it, and you taking the work.
It's a good point. It's a good point. My number one reason, like I said, is I have just noticed that players are more likely to call, and my fold equity goes down a little bit, or even a lot, when they can run it more than once. And you saw tonight the 888 qualifier, Cristiano.
Right.
He was definitely, once he doubled up, he was scared. Didn't want to lose that money.
Lock it up, yeah.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not criticizing the guy. But hey, if I can get that guy to fold, if I can get ace king to fold when I've got tens, that's a huge win for me.
For sure. And if you knows you're going to run it twice, he might put it in.
Yeah.
That's also my number one reason, what you explained. But I was just saying as a side reason, I was
It's a
commenting
good
on
point.
what you said about protecting yourself.
Yeah.
But number one reason is for sure you get more folds by running it once.
King high flop, and Anthony's got the best of it right now, it looks like. Yep, he does. Very dry board, king 7-4. Nobody's got much of anything. I'm sorry, McKeon has king queen. Better kicker here. And this could get Anthony in trouble. He doesn't like to fold top pair.
It's really 7 people to the flop here.
Yeah, Hanson's thinking about making a move here with like no equity whatsoever, or maybe we got his cards wrong. I mean, the funny thing is the play looks pretty strong when you've got that many people to the flop. Because the board is dry. What's he doing this with?
This might not work out. Wow. Look at McKeon just folds top pair.
I think it was because there were so many people to the flop, and the board is so dry.
Right. Might be like an advanced play from Bart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
We just put the game on.
No, you're right. You have to show.
There you go, crushlivepoker.com right there. You might learn that trick if you watch his videos.
Well, I think, it's important. Obviously, Bart understands what his image is.
Yeah.
He knows how the table, maybe except for Deeb, because Deeb and he are friends, sees him. And you look at Bart. Bart, he looks like a straight-laced guy. Doesn't look like he makes too many moves. He's quiet. Does that once every 2 hours.
He might just realize that for someone to call or to continue with that pot, they're going to have 2 pair or better set, and then it's very unlikely someone has 2 pair on that board, King 7-4. So if no one has a set, he's going to win it almost every time.
Anyway, the best hand somebody has there is King Queen. Can King Queen really take that much heat?
I thought about it when he was raising. Like, that's what happens. I can think when other people are thinking. Like, something you'll learn.
Then Tali is telling the whole table how he knew, because of course he knew. after the
He's
hands,
the king of
after the hands are
yeah.
tabled, the dude is the best in the world. You know what? Why can't I get Dentali up here to do commentary?
He'd be great. He wants to do it.
Oh,
He'd
he'd
be
be
great.
gold. Are you kidding me? I've had Matisow. I've had JRB. I can deal with anybody.
I think Dentali might be on the Bergata Fall Open commentary for the final table.
Yeah, but you
I think I saw that on Twitter. Tab might put him on.
He better. This is not. I'm not gonna just.
You want him on in Florida?
I'll just put it this way, okay? There's a lot of really, really good commentators out there. If you've got a Dentali in the booth, just make sure you got a Tab. Listen, make sure you got a strong lead, because you need to put a leash on the guy.
That's for
okay.
sure.
You're just saying you need somebody to guide him. He'd be a lot of fun. Big flop here for Deeb as he. I'm sorry. I thought for a second it was 9-8-5 2 diamonds. Apparently it was just a 1 diamond.
12 bigs, that guy flatted, the other guy jammed.
I think Hansen still has the best hand. Yeah, he does with 6s.
Oh, yeah, of course you want the guy to fold at that point.
Yeah, and I'm rooting to get
I don't think Hansen
right.
Love it.
so quickly.
Instead, the 16.
No, he's gonna make the call.
The flop. Yeah. The turn was different, though.
It's 6 ball. Well, then it was
Pot's
straight
now
down,
1850.
Yeah, I mean, it was straight down as soon as I sat down today. So.
Yeah, that was the one up.
Yeah, you mean Andy all got red.
Wow, what a river.
Yeah, it's a great river for Hobbies for Canuli. By the way, I think you got to bet this
That's saying a lot.
because it's a great bluff card too. It's a card he would use to bluff.
And if you look at Cannoli, he just has that bluffy look, so he's going to get paid more often than most people.
Hansen's hand looks like a pair of 8s to me. Like if you're sitting at the table, looks like an 8, something like that.
The only problem is that card, like all the Queen 10s, Jack 10s got there.
That's the point.
So
If Canuli was bluffing with air, let's say Canuli had Ace Queen or Ace Deuce or something like that, he would use the Jack.
right.
Bart knows that. It's a good bluff card.
But even if like Bart could think he would bet there, he bet into 3 or 4 people, so he could bet Jack 10, Queen 10, all those hands got there. But it's a really tough call for Bart.
Yeah.
I actually think Bart's going to lay it down.
I think so too, but I just think to balance your range, I generally think balancing in live poker is
Right.
overrated. But to balance your range, if you're going to use a bluff,
Yeah, totally agree with you.
then you got to use it when you hit it.
Theoretically, it's correct, but from Cannoli's point of view, if he bet Ace Deuce on the turn and Hansen called, Hansen's likely hands Jack hits, so he's gonna give up a lot there, even though he has no equity.
Really, I think Hansen's got a lot of like 8s in his hand, something like that.
Yeah, I didn't think he would be able to call there.
Oh, I think the folder has to show his
Yeah, I
hand
thought
each
that would
time.
make you think
Oh,
longer,
okay.
not speed it
No,
up.
no.
Okay.
So who would you say, Tucker, the 2 days now, who are your favorite players when you would want to see back for the next live stream? I think I know the top 2.
Are you talking about just in favorite in terms of like pure entertainment value?
Pure entertainment value.
I'm trying to figure out if I'm driving or not tonight.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. The same thing.
I mean, Blesnik,
Okay.
Dentali.
Yeah, she's like on the fence whether or not to stay tonight or not.
You're forgetting one key guy.
I'm sure I'm thinking a lot about.
How about Mike Siegel?
Yeah, it's a lot like it's
fish
easy to
cake.
drive for us.
Yeah, Mike Siegel's
You don't
good,
think
but I mean,
I think Dentali, Jared, and
Siegel was great.
the
Siegel's
three-
great.
The three of them together were just
Yeah.
such a good dynamic.
Siegel's funny. He's a funny guy. I'd throw those 3 in there, and I mean, Samantha's good too, just because she's funny and stuff, and I mean she's so much action.
Well, she's great for the show just because she's a very attractive woman, and you know, it's just unique to have that
And
there.
she mixes it up too, which
And
is nice.
she mixed. She played a lot of strange hands.
Yeah.
So, and she, you know, she's willing to bluff Dentale. She's great for the show.
And it was for the sole purpose of outplaying Glantz.
But yeah, I'd probably go with those three. I mean, Blesnik and Dentale are a great mixture because Blesnik plays so many hands and plays them so unconventionally, and he forces a lot of players into really awkward spots. And Dentale is just so loud.
Yeah.
That they're both just very entertaining.
So I see some guys on the Twitch stream. One guy did say Rim Dog Poker said Fish Cake, Blesnik, and Dentale. That's what I would think would be the fan favorites. But you guys definitely type in who you'd like to see next in 2 weeks. There's another show in Florida, so definitely interested to see who you want to bring back. Who's the most entertaining? We know who their poker players are, and I'm not sure that's really
that's not
what
relevant.
people want to see, but they really want to see the most entertaining guys. So
I mean, I want to see good
throughout
poker
your
too.
guys.
I like to see advanced poker
For sure, it's good to have them mixed in with the entertaining guys.
100%.
You know the best part about this rep is if you don't win the hand, we get to see what you have anyway.
I'd like to see. You know who I'd like to see who I haven't seen on the show yet. Maybe I have. Maybe he was on the show and I missed that one. I'd like to see JRB mixed in with Dentale.
That would be kind of funny. Yeah.
I'd like Mouth mixed in with Dentale. You know, I like to see that.
Those two. If those two were heads up in a pot, whoever lost would go insane. It would be something to see.
Has Helmuth played with Dentale?
Helmuth has not played with Dentale.
You know, it's not really fair.
But we could get that arranged at some point.
So that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Really tilting if you check back call and then you have to show anyway. I think that's
fair enough.
It's way
You
different.
convinced me.
It's way different.
I was thinking of just in check. I think
Appreciate tweets coming in. If you have any questions for me, you can send them in through Twitch, and of course through Twitter at Tuchman Sports. Raging Alcohol says he wants to see Phil Locke and Antonio. We've had them on the show. In fact, Antonio was just on the show in Vegas, right?
Got a reply from Shaun about your idea.
What did he say?
You can read it out loud.
You know when he flipped over his first card,
Nah, that's stupid.
You can rehash what your idea was to the Twitch followers. They know.
So earlier on today, they played one orbit of Hold'em, but the dealer dealt one card to each person face up. So they played an orbit of that.
I know.
And my suggestion was to add a little bit of flavor to it. I said, why don't we give the players the option to choose which hand is shown, which card is shown. But in addition, I said each player should get 3 cards, pitch one, basically muck one, show one, and keep one face down. And team's response, nah, that's stupid.
He says it straight up. So Jimmy Buffett asked Blake Bond is going to be on correct in Florida, and he is going to be on in Florida.
Ooh, the Minnesota guy? Is he going to be on in Canterbury as well?
Blake Bond, is he from? He's from Minnesota.
I think he's a Minnesota boy.
He was deep in the main event with these guys too. I think he busted probably in the top 30 or something, and then he won another tournament last.
Blake's a good player.
Last few weeks, yeah.
Ace Jack 8. Porter's going to bet. McKeon's got a pair of jacks. I imagine he'll call this at least once.
You see how rep bets so fast there when he got checked on? That's it's not a good sign usually. Now he's gonna have to check back for sure when he hit a pair. Oh my God, Rep, don't do it.
Well, Rep does this a little bit. We saw this yesterday. He bets in some
yeah. Most players would check back there when they hit a pair.
I think I'm gonna go
now have some equity.
Yeah, I mean he still beats 9-10. Not a ton of hands that he can get. Queen 10 is double gutted, but that got there.
Yeah, I don't like that bet on the turn at all.
He plays that kind of weird style though. He'll check back the river if it's checked to him. I don't think he'll bluff one more time.
Well, now he has no equity, so he might have to bet here. His hand turned into mush on the river.
Well, he had no equity.
He beats nothing.
He had no equity on the turn. What's he beating on the turn? When he gets called.
So, if I would have liked to see Rep check back the turn and bet the river if checked to him, based on this, so he actually had some equity on the turn.
I think if you're going to bet the turn, you got to bet the river too.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that river specifically.
Yeah, for sure. But it's, I mean, when he bets the turn, he gets called. What is he beating?
When he's being 9-10
specifically.
Yeah, king. I mean, not there's any too many hands. That's why I don't really like his bet on the turn.
Right.
I was check shoving.
Canuli, by the way, came in for 20,000, so he's up 13. Torelli, by the way, came in for 13. He's up 10. Wow, I thought he had a lot more. When did he lose that big? Did he lose a huge pot that we didn't see?
Who's that?
Torelli? Did he lose $10,000 somewhere?
I think he lost a bunch in that one card game.
Oh, he did lose. He lost
The Queen 10 of spades to the Kings. He lost a little bit.
Yeah, Queen 9 instead of 4s.
Yeah, Queen 9 instead of 4s.
Yeah, that one card game wasn't friendly to him. So he's up 10. Hansen's up about 5,000 now. Speaking of Torelli, he picks up Kings. I think these players are playing for another hour. Is that right?
What time is it?
7:45?
Yeah, probably about another hour.
Got him a meatball over here. He was hungry.
Yeah, put it there. It's not for me, but it's for him.
It's for you too.
No.
This is why I should have went over.
Oh, he did lose. Thank you, Ariel.
It's just gotta be the worst seat in the history of seats.
I can't. What does it say? Ariel. He
I can't read it.
something. Ariel.
He won his
Hell
nose.
won his nose.
I don't know.
Anyway, thank you for the Twitch. The Twitch comment. He said he lost with the to McKeon's flush. That was where he lost the money. Thank you very much. So this is raised and called in 19 spots. Deeb is 3-betting. And Torelli's not going to have any of that. He's going to 4-bet.
Just tap it in.
Or did he just call? No, he re-raised. So you got a raise here, call in like 4 spots.
Everyone folded. I was gonna fold too.
3-bet from Deeb.
I don't think Deeb's getting off this so easy.
My cards.
Not getting with. I mean, he's at the top of his range here. I mean,
And Deeb has the button.
yeah, all in the call.
Is that a call?
Yeah, that's a call.
Is that a call? He says.
What do you want to do?
I mean, when Deeb squeezes there, I think 10s are one of the best hands he has. If he's folding that, it's a really tough thing.
Yeah, I just didn't think he was getting off. He's not much of a folder in those spots.
He picks up some outs here.
6 cards.
10 or a jack.
I can promise you, there's not at the 10 hearts.
Don't you breathe deep in when you
Looks like they're going to run it a second time. Two boards.
That's the other thing why I don't like running it twice. There's a lot of times it's a chop pot. There's no pain.
Yeah.
When
Pain's good.
When somebody wins and somebody loses a lot, the game usually gets a lot better.
Yeah, I'm with you. No, Deeb's going to lose both. Deeb's drum dead.
So Deeb's going to be stuck like 20,000 now at least.
Yeah, that was an interesting hand because you start thinking about it. You go, when you get a raise in 3 spots, Deeb is 3-betting and squeezing with a lot of
Give me
hands.
10, I'll keep some small ones. and you can get
So
big chips.
when he squeezes in 3-bets with the top of his range,
Right?
it's very, very difficult
No,
for
I'm
him
going
to
to
fold
take
that.
10 back in little chips.
Oh yeah, just give
And
me
then
the difference.
yeah.
And keep
He's,
whatever 10 is. I just keep this on the
I mean,
table.
he's not 3-betting to
Yeah,
fold,
it's like,
and
give
he
me
knows
a-
Alex
Compared
has
to
some
the
game in him, so Alex doesn't always have to have it.
This is for my
Right. No, I mean, I
Alex has ace king enough or ace queen. Sometimes he has
You
the ball.
Yeah.
So. There was just a lot of money in the balls.
Yeah. Deeb at ace.
A lot of where it's just like it's not going to get off it so easy. So, but he could have called. I mean, I don't know how. Could have called another 1,700
Right.
to try to flop a set or see what the flop.
Deeb in for 1,000. Now. A lot of money on the table. Torelli, 20. I want to say Torelli's probably up like.
If I had more, and I said no, I don't think he had it.
Torelli's probably up like 25,000.
Yeah, he's up a lot. He has a big advantage. He commentated the stream all day yesterday. He knows the players' tendencies, and he's a great player.
He's a freaking set magnet too.
Yeah, he's running amazing. So, all good things positive.
Yeah.
Going in his direction.
That's great.
Well,
So-
look, if he didn't do the live stream yesterday, and this game played for 3 weeks straight every day, he's going to win anyway. So, he's a favorite in the game.
Right. I
He's
love the
just
fact.
running better than normal.
So he does commentary with me yesterday. Neither one of us make many money. Today I do commentary. He makes 25K.
we knew you wanted some. They're really good, right?
McKeon flops the stones.
And Anthony's going to try to make the second best hand.
Yeah, well, Anthony, and this is one of those spots where you just got to realize, okay, you're open-ended with 9-8, but the queen is not a good card
Right,
for
the
you.
queen is terrible.
So Plus, there's 2 diamonds out there. So the 7 of diamonds isn't even a great card.
Oh. And I do when I go to Meatball Shop.
Give me the veggie.
Oh, if a 7 comes off, we're just in. How's this guy play?
Yeah, in Manhattan. Place is incredible.
Anthony might be getting a little bit bored of folding.
Yeah, when I'm there.
Yeah, that's kind of a big mistake. Just because, like you said, if the queen pulls off, he's never going to put another chip in the pot. You know, unless it's a hopeless call. So he's really only looking for 1 card, and he just happened to be drawing that as it is.
There's one in Brooklyn and Williamsburg.
And there's one in Aspen.
Williamsburg right on like 7.
There's the same one in Aspen.
Oh, really?
He kept going.
Oh, I didn't know they went that big. Those guys are crushing it.
McKeon picks up 975 and
It's incredible. And it's
he just continues to win. McKeon, by the way, is up 17,000. Torelli's up 25,000. Cannuli's up 12.
It's really good.
If you were to look at this table and you go, okay, who are the most experienced no-limit hold'em specialists? Basically, the top 4 players probably play the most. I mean, with all due respect to you, and you're a mixed game guy. You know that. You say that.
For sure.
The 4 guys that are on the top of this leaderboard, and anything can happen in one day, obviously, small sample size. But the 4 guys on top are the guys who play the most no-limit hold'em.
For sure. And the 1 amateur is losing the most.
Right.
It's like an 80K jump, right, Tom? 9K, it's like an 80K
Deeb doesn't even play that much no-limit hold'em.
No.
I think outside of Poker Night in America,
but
he doesn't probably play at all.
But he used to play a lot online.
Yes.
He has a lot more experience.
But even then, he played mostly tournaments. This is a guy, he's played more tournaments back in like 07, 08, 09. He probably played more tournaments than anybody in the world.
Deeb's the most creative player. He's the most experienced player. He's probably played the most number of hands, but he's also the player that gets out of the line the most, which gets him in trouble. So, you know, he's really, really tough to play against, but he has some big losing sessions now and then too, because he just gets out of line a little too much.
Well, he's such a thinking player here.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess I'm just curious how much no limit cash he plays.
Rarely ever plays no limit cash, but online he used to play a lot of no limit tournaments.
Both players very happy to get the showdown if they somehow can, and Torelli's going to win this with a pair of 7s. Small little pot.
Well, even if it's like at the very beginning, like before it starts, you might be in like your stack and like.
So it's 80K and then 140.
It's like something really small.
He's not like.
He'll probably know it.
I mean, it's
Got a lot of people commenting on the graphics and stuff, and we appreciate that you're enjoying them. I can tell you our crew is doing a great job. They are constantly working on ways to enhance the graphics package. Right now, the setup is specifically for tournaments, but as we move forward in live stream cash games, I'm sure that more and more nuances will be brought in there, such as position and other things. Just from yesterday to today, that nice overhead where you guys put the names in, kind of a nice touch.
You should hire a coach.
Yeah, you should absolutely.
Oh my God, I don't have any coaches. I don't do the coaching.
No, it's not like your rail. It's just every single person.
I don't do the coaching.
You know, I talked to you and I were referencing my podcast earlier on. You know, I interviewed Jesse Sylvia this week.
That one probably was really interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting. But one of the things I tried to focus on his November 9 experience, and the coaching he received from Vanessa Self.
I mean, he was already a great player before that, but I'm sure Vanessa made him see things he's never saw before.
He told me he told me, you know, he didn't really know her. They didn't know of each other, and he approached her, and she said she'd love to. And then he ended up going to Vegas and staying with her. And they basically woke up in the morning, watched poker on TV and old hands and everything. And all they did was just talk poker for weeks on it, for like 2 weeks. And he said it was invaluable having her in his corner.
She's one of the smartest people in poker, so she's one of the best minds, and there's no doubt that she would be helpful to anyone. You know, if I was a November Niner, I would get coaching from someone like her, or Seaver, or Timex, one of those guys.
Who would you hire? I'm curious.
And I think probably Timex or Seaver would be my top guys, and I wouldn't even hire him so much just for the final table. But just to know that getting all that information and seeing things that you've never saw before, thinking about things you've never thought about before, is going to make you so much a better player for after the final table, just for going forward. It's not even just helpful for that one event. I mean, think how much of a better player Jesse is even after his final table. He has that experience.
I
your high school basketball game or something, whatever.
Ring Dog Poker says Park's just clicking buttons. It's funny, but I disagree with you. He's very methodical and he knows what he's doing, and he has that look. He has that crazy look, like he looks at his cards with a disgusted look sometimes, like, and it's kind of his thing. But trust me, he's calculated. He knows what he's doing.
Rim Dog Poker is trolling, by the way.
Okay.
That's one of Bart's good friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a guy. He weighs 484 pounds, and he lives in Rochester. Yeah, just that hellhole of the world.
So Gaucho 21 wants to know how much these guys get for coaching in the final table of the World Series. All the deals are different, but basically it's just a percentage of the winnings. All the guys at the final table already received $1 million. So if somebody's coaching someone at the final table, usually they're going to get a percentage of what they win over that $1 million. So small, like 1-2%, maybe 3%. But it's a lot of money if someone hits big.
Yeah, Life Grind says Selfs is overrated. Most pros don't rate her. I can tell you that is wholeheartedly untrue. I talked to a lot of the top pros in the world, and for the most part, from what I've heard, most rate her very highly.
She's actually really, really good for a girl. Actually, Vanessa Selfs. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Vanessa. She's really one of the top minds in poker. Girl, guy, whatever.
She's fantastic at.
She's one of the best
at understanding how people view her and how they adjust, and then she adjusts accordingly.
Yeah, she's such at a higher level than everyone else, and she's always impressed me. And there's really not much you can say bad about the way she thinks about the game.
Can teach tournaments better because they've done it before. Someone who's a great player isn't necessarily a good coach.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, so that podcast is available at crushlivepoker.com. It's free. The one with Jesse Sylvia, and he addresses that. He actually said what he and Vanessa did was they figured out what the rate was, her rate. They figured out how many hours they were going to work together over a few weeks. And they basically worked that into a percentage where she got whatever it was, 0.5% or something like that, or whatever it might have been. And he said she actually got overpaid because she got paid more because his equity at the final table was 2.7 million or something like that, or 3.1 million, and he ended up winning 5 million.
So into this main event final table, Joe McKeon's the big chip leader's got 35% of the chips, and his ICM or his value going in is somewhere around 4.7 million, which is a little slightly over second place money. And someone like Thomas Cannoli in the 4 seat, who is 6th in chips, but he only has 12 million in chips, pretty small percentage. His value is around 2.4 million. So even though Joe has way more chips, I think 4 or 5 times more chips than Cannoli, his ICM is only worth twice as much as someone in 6th place like Cannoli.
I think this year is interesting. McKeon picks up Ace King for the 17th time today. I mean, it's just unreal.
Not to mention all the other big pairs he picked up.
Oh, it's just unreal. And then when he doesn't pick up big pairs, he just cracks them.
Joe's a little disgusting. He's really a bit disgusting lately, but you know what? It's hard to dislike Joe. So.
No, he's a great guy. I like him a lot. Torelli makes the call.
Yeah, he got it in with me, Ace 10 versus 7s, and no problem there today. He hasn't lost a flip like that.
It's not a flip. It's like Jason Mercier 4 years ago.
I think Seaver's the
All
best
right.
tournament player, but
and there you go.
Alex in trouble here. Yeah, can you get a better flop for these two
He's uncomfortable in all these situations that he will make correct decisions. You might not also make.
Right, you put yourself in spots where you're not used to.
A lot of people get really unlucky here and hit a 6 on the turn, so they have to chop. But I don't think Joe's.
Well, if it does, it'll come 6 king.
Yeah, right.
More help understanding some of the intricacies.
Yeah.
Or different parts of the game that you don't necessarily understand.
You should have your math coach and your play coach. It's totally different.
Now this year, November 9 is going to be very interesting. I want to get to that in a second after this hand. Heads up pro calling for a jack. Come on, Jack, one time. No way against McKeon.
Medium weak hands that in the past he would have made the other guy decide.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's medium weak and they're medium and he loses a bunch of pots in a row.
And that's the limit background. Getting that thin value over the hand.
Right, but that's one of his huge
Yeah,
strengths.
so now how shocked would we be if a jack put off in the river?
It's
I don't even think Joe would even know what would happen if something like that happened to him.
Well, that doesn't happen. I was going to say it's not even going to be like a queen or a 10 that might kill his action a little.
At least that's how it looks from the outside.
It's a blank basically.
It just always goes bet call here or check bet call.
Then they think his range a lot
There's always one bet on the river here, but Joe can either decide to check and try to get value, or he can bet to get value. Either way.
I like betting. I mean, I really like just betting here. And
I don't see
I mean,
I don't see
Torelli-
how Alex ever folding here.
I mean, he's not beating much.
It's just one of those spots where he's just not going to be folding too
No,
often.
I don't think so either. But it's just, I mean, he's beating ace 10. He's beating ace 8.
It's like he's going to say in his mind, if I'm not calling here, what am I calling the turn
Right,
for?
right.
So I have to
Exactly.
call, even though it sucks. And Joe didn't even bet that much, so he's like pricing him into have to call.
Yeah, he bets 2,100 into 2,800.
Red Sox Net says, "Don't be bashful, Matt. Joe is a lot disgusting." Yeah, I have to agree with you, buddy. He is pretty disgusting lately.
I mean, if you have a hand like ace 5 here, I do think you can find a fold.
I mean, there's not that many hands between ace jack and ace 5, though. There's two.
But there's
only-
also
there's
there's
only two
suddenly-
hands between it, right?
But at
Ace
least
10
with,
and
with
ace
ace 5, there's no value hand that
Look at
McKeon
Alec
has.
making the hero fold.
Yeah, that's a nice
Wow,
laydown.
how good is Alec playing?
That's a sick laydown.
That is really sick.
Very good
That's
laydown.
actually. Well, how bad does Joe run that he doesn't get paid off? Wow.
To only get 2 streets there.
I'm very impressed with Alec. The hero fold there.
Yeah, but that was first.
Ace 5 and ace jack I think are significantly different because you could come up with a couple of hands that McKeon can have there
Yeah.
that he'd be value betting that are worse than ace jack. There's no value hand worse than ace 5.
Right.
Is my point. So November 9, I think this is an interesting year because in years past, the ICM considerations, the huge pay jumps, the huge stage that is the main event November 9, you get a lot of tight. I think obviously it affects the game. Some players go in there somewhat tight. Some players go in there to like climb the pay ladder. This year, since all 9 players are guaranteed $1 million, and the pay jumps between 9 and 8 and 8 and 7 aren't that huge. I wonder
They're
if that is going
almost zero between
Yeah.
9 and 7.
I wonder if that's going to strongly affect play going in. Are the short stacks going to be more apt to gamble early on?
It's actually. I mean, it's going to strongly affect play versus what you normally see in tournaments, but it's going to. The way the payouts are, it's going to strongly not affect play in this specific tournament because there's no pay jumps. So it should play. It should play the first 9 until there's 7 or 6 left. It should play like there's 40 players left in the tournament. It
Yeah.
simply, so there's also just going to be no effect. They took that out because they wanted the big pay jumps from 13 down to 10 because they wanted to get the final table all paid to $1 million.
It might make the viewing experience of November 9 actually more entertaining.
Yeah, because everyone can gamble. And Joe, if it was a normal pay jump scale, Joe can really run over the table right from the start.
Yeah.
But he really can't be doing that with the payout structure it is until there's only 6 left at this time because the jumps are so small. The jump from 9th to 8th, I think, is 90,000, and when you're already guaranteed $1 million, 90,000 is very much when you're playing for 7.7 million.
I can buy that.
I don't. It's the 6. It's the card to the left.
No, I think it's 7. That's why you in such a hurry to say it's 6.
I said this is a tip pot before.
Good laydown by Alec Torelli. It really is.
7.
I was pretty sure the door card paid last.
Thank you. He had to pay.
I mean, he said. He said.
I mean, how many players
No.
flop trips with ace jack, and the board run out is ace 6, 9 7. They pay 2 streets and they fold.
I really think that Alec must have picked something up on the live stream yesterday on Joe and just saw it and then just saw the same thing and really was able to make that hero fold. And it's really impressive by Alec. He picked something up and he just knew. He just doesn't want to fold there, but he feels like it's the right play.
I gotta tell you, if I was a November 9er,
You were safe the other way.
I might give Alec Torelli a call and be like, hey,
That's true.
That's for him.
Tell me about Joe.
Make sure we see a flop.
hey, you commentated on him for 8 hours, then
Very-
you played with him for another 5 hours.
Very good point.
The guy with that hand was good too.
I mean, Torelli does offer coaching.
I had a chance. There were no jacks out at the time.
That was the whole
Right?
cool story about
He does. He has his own site. See, it says it right there. Foursteppoker.com, right on his sleeve.
He needs a name. Terrible name. Might be a great company.
I have to agree with you. The name's not good, but I'm sure the site's very good.
But yeah, I mean, hey.
I did it yesterday.
He might not be a marketing genius, but he's a good coach.
Right. He knows his poker.
Yeah, that's a pot, and I had the 8 blocker. That hand didn't go to a flop.
That's what Pops.
Dale Boone saying, "Where's Mike Tantelli?" He's still there. He's just been quiet.
He would like whatever. He'd have black.
I know it's kind of out of the ordinary for him.
He might be in lockdown now after he just skated with the tens versus ace king, where he ran it twice, and the first time he lost, he just saw all his chips flying away if he didn't win the second run.
And he would just fold. You know.
But Tantelli's a team player. He's wearing the Poker Night in America hat today.
I still don't have a Poker Night in America hat. I don't have a Poker Night in America shirt. More importantly, I don't have a giant sunflower hat or a giant sunflower T-shirt, which is what I really want.
Yeah, I guess that was 11 thing.
Somebody from that sunflower company, contact us, please.
And the whole table bet on him? Or did
I'm a
like
big
one person
T-shirt
really
guy
bet?
and a hat guy. Look at that logo for the giant sunflowers.
It's pretty awesome,
sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Juan was winning and winning and winning for a long time.
I don't know if he was laying quite that. I thought it was like 4 or 5%.
He might have ended up playing
11 10
Matt,
is 4.
thank you for joining me in the booth. I want to thank Alec Torelli for joining us yesterday. We're back at it tomorrow at 12:30 for the final table of the Empire State Championship.
I got to tell you, I think you and Torelli together are just perfect. You guys complement each other really well.
He's a lot of fun to work with him.
It's like the TNT broadcast.
He's good to work
Tuchman
with.
and Torelli. I like to see more of that because I watched a little bit of it last night after we were done, and you guys are very informative and very well. It's a very good combination.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Diamonds are cheap. I want to thank Joe Stapleton, Stapes, for coming in as well. Still here. He and Todd Anderson are walking around holding hands.
I'm going to bet
like
nobody makes a flush this hand.
Yeah. I've seen flush over flush over flush once in my life in commentary, and I've probably commentated on like 30,000 hands. And not here, but how about a set of sevens?
Well, he's not going to make that much on this board. I don't think anybody else. Oh, well, actually, Rep's not going to be folding the flop.
McKeon's got jacks too. I don't know if
He's not going to go further than the turn, especially with Rep in the pot.
Yeah. Yeah, Rep's actually got a lot of equity here. I mean, he thinks he's got backdoor diamond draw.
Yeah.
Little does he know all the diamonds are dead. And obviously, he's open-ended here, looking for a 3 or an 8. Deeb has flopped a number of sets today, just hasn't really worked out for him. He hasn't gotten paid off that much.
Well, the 4s worked out when he against Queen 9, but that was the only one I remember.
But even that hand, it might have gotten a lot. It's unfortunate that hand happened during the one card up.
Yep.
Because in an open
that hurt him.
That might have, yeah. Who knows how big that pop might have gotten.
Yeah, there's no way Deeb would just call here. He has to raise. It's kind of a drawy board with all those people in it.
Well, and you know what?
But Rep is not a fold. But Shaun raised a lot.
Deeb is, he's down a lot of money today. He likes to gamble, as you mentioned. Yeah. You even mentioned sometimes he pushes a little bit too much.
Yep. I don't see Rep get it. Rep does not fold, and he's going to want to snap one off here on the turn, or he's going to be done on the turn. Most likely.
If a diamond, a 3 or an 8 come off, it could get real ugly on the turn. Oh, it is a 3 of clubs now. It is the 3 of clubs, and that might slow both players down just a little bit.
And the thing is, those cards are pretty live to fill up on the river. Because we saw a lot of cards pre-flop. I think we only saw 1 4.
No queens, no 3s.
No queens and no 3s. So Shaun is pretty live. But the flush is going to slow them down, though.
Well, I mean, when Deeb is raising, a lot of what he's raising with are flush draws, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be better if it was a 3 of spades on the turn. For sure, for action. Well, he's not folding.
Rep's not folding this. There's no way Rep's folding this.
Well, that's a great shove by
Really?
Shaun. He knows he's going to get stacked anyway with the flush. So maybe he gets the one hand that beats him to fold the straight.
I just don't think any. I don't think any hand better than a pair of 7s is folding.
Rep wins the first one.
And they chop it up?
Yeah, and they pair.
They chop it up there.
No, I like that shove by
Do you?
Shaun.
Tell me why.
He's going to get stacked anyway if Rep has made a flush.
What's
There's only 8,000 left.
What's he getting value from, though?
he is getting. Well, no, I'm saying he's getting one hand to fold better than him sometimes a straight.
He's never getting a straight to fold.
You know, it's not an easy call there when it looks like easily Deeb could have a flush.
But you're telling me Deeb's going to move all in when the flush card comes?
He's tricky like that. He would sometimes, and some people would fold, but Rep is not a folder. But Rep could fold there.
I just don't buy. I mean, hey, you know Deeb better than me. I just don't buy. I don't buy Deeb moving all in for $12,000 into like a $7,000 pot.
No, he
when
moved,
he makes
in,
the
he moved
flush.
in for 8,000. It was 8,000 effective, so it was basically pot bet.
Pot bet, okay.
Yeah, so it's possible he gets one hit, and if he's going to lose it all anyway when the guy has a flush, he's not betting to get called by worse. He's betting to get one hand better than the fold.
So he's turning a set into a bluff.
And it's funny that
so he's turning a set into a bluff.
He's pretty much, but the thing is, Rep actually had that one hand that had him beat that could fold.
And he called.
That's the sick part, right? But he thought about it.
I just don't think I don't think he's ever folding. So that was your first instinct. He's not folding this.
Rep is not a folder.
Well, Deeb knows that.
Yeah.
You're playing against the player, so if Rep's never folding a straight, he's never folding a flush, he's never folding top set.
No, it definitely.
No, he's not folding. He's more likely to fold a straight than top set. Because at least top set, he knows he's got outs.
He could improve, right?
Yeah.
It's not the turn card I was rooting for.
Yeah. A club straight card.
I'll talk to Deeb about that one. I always ask Deeb about his hands, and I'm curious because I don't know if I like that shove. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I just don't know.
I guess my hand's the same. It's like an 8-eye flush. Whatever.
It's an awful card, obviously.
Sarah, you're back. Did you drink your whole bottle on your break?
He's pretty sick though if you got him to fold it straight. Don't you think?
What's that?
I said pretty sick if you got him to fold it straight.
The thing, and it's like, he just has a pot size bet, so he's like hoping to get called by worse. Where like maybe Rep can have ace queen with the ace of clubs, something like that.
Yeah. I thought maybe it was. I actually I thought for a second it was an overshove. I thought it was like 1.5x pot, but if it was only a pot size shove,
I think it was exactly pot.
Yeah.
That guy looks like Santa.
Ryder back says, I hope Matt Glantz makes the foundation from Mars so we don't hear him commentate. I hope so too, but I'm out of the tournament, buddy. But I can tell you, commentating is not my my thing. I'm trying to do the best I can. I'll continue to try to do the best, but I'm more of a player, less of a commentator. So.
Dude, what's up with the hate? Come on, guys.
No, I don't mind. I agree with him. I wish it was Alec up here with Tuck.
Dude,
those guys are great.
You do a great
job. Those guys are
don't
fantastic.
Listen to him. Don't listen to him. And that's the beauty of the poker commentary. I've worked with so many different people and to get different perspectives from everybody else.
Yeah.
If you only get somebody up here you agree with, it just doesn't, By the way, I don't even care what Dentali has. I love the fact that Hansen is putting pressure on him. Dentali doesn't really want to get mixed up. Okay. Although he looks like he's going to check raise this. We can see he can't really have a big hand. Now is he counting out like how much he has profit? And then he's going to fold?
It's very possible.
I've seen guys do this.
I think he's bluffing. Like he's bluffing that he's not going to do it.
Oh my God. Honestly, there's nothing more tilting to me. I love that.
He does that all the time.
I'm sorry. It's a play that I learned in like 1986.
Exactly.
The guy who counts out his entire stack, acts like he's going to move all in and goes, "Oh, I fold."
When the top in a pot heads up, he can never just fold. He always has annex. If he has to fold, he has to do something before folding. Fake raise, fake call, or something. He just never wants to fold right away.
Dentali, by the way, up $7,000. So and yesterday, by the way, he was up 14 yesterday. Finished the day down 4,500. Today he's up 7. So I know he wants to book this win.
New rule, guys. In the tip pot, if a 6 comes, no matter what, the 6 pays. Sound good? I'm okay. You can disagree. Anyone know?
Can I order food by chance? Yeah, I just want to order it to go because I'm driving.
Blazin66 says, is Poker Night in America coming back to Pittsburgh anytime soon? Schedule is not released yet. We know the next two The next two stops are Florida, which is coming up very shortly, and then, of course, after that, Canterbury, which is in Minnesota. But if you go to the Poker Night website, you will be able to follow throughout the year. You can also follow them on Twitter, and they'll let you know, of course.
But Pittsburgh was the last two end of November's, last 2 years, so you could safely assume it's likely going to be there again the same
And
time of
from
year.
what I hear about Rivers Casino, people love it, right?
It's a great place,
Yeah.
great poker room, well built.
So I've heard people love it there. So I imagine, yeah. I mean, Mike, I'd be surprised if Rivers Casino didn't happen again. Obviously, I would assume that is it what's it, Sugar Bush?
Sugar House.
Sugar House. I would assume that's probably going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They were just there recently.
Were they okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you could get from Whole Foods.
The Rivers Casino in Pittsburgh is kind of cool because it's right next to Steelers Stadium and the Pirates Stadium. It's like all right there, so it's kind of like
that's
a
nice.
cool, interesting area. Yeah, those are it's good historic places.
I might travel in for that one. Just I'd like to go see. I'd like to go see a Steelers game.
There's a lot of yellow and black when you're driving in over there. It's pretty cool.
I'd like to go see a Steelers game. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I've never been. I've been to.
Sharper than I
I've been to like 17 of the NFL stadiums, and I've never been to Pittsburgh though.
If you just eat like Whole Foods, then it's like basically like nothing processed.
Kind of excited this year. I'm going to.
He likes sugar.
Going to Dallas for the first time. What do you say?
Red Sox and Nets. He's a guy from Philly. He likes Sugar Bush better. He plays at Park and Sugar House.
It looks like you don't eat a lot as well.
He likes your
Sugar Bush. I think it should be called Sugar Bush.
Eating a lot, not
Better.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's called Sugar House.
Torelli in the straddle with Ace Jack. Cannuli with two jacks. He raises under the gun here.
He ordered like 2 appetizers.
That's what I would do.
I just feel so
How different is the game? Not just because it's bigger, but how different is the game with 3 blinds?
You have to eat 5 to 7 meals a day.
The game, it's it's not that much different except that it's harder to call out of the small blind.
Yeah.
From a single raise or even just a limp. So it's really just it turns the big blind into and the straddle into the big blind, in my opinion. And the small blind just like almost never playable.
Yeah. I mean, I hate playing small blinds anyway.
Yeah.
It's just a tough spot.
Mike wants you to take your shirt off. He wants to see
Your first act after post flop, you don't close the
I know, yeah,
action.
we seen all that. He said about to be on TV.
That makes a lot of sense.
And I like what my name Aunt Earl says. They should hold it at Plymouth White Marsh High School. Because if they did that, I could walk to it because that's my backyard. Obviously knows that, but that would be a great place to hold a Poker Night
Plymouth
America
White
event.
Marsh High School.
My backyard borders on the cross field.
Last I heard, you were relatively fit.
Yeah, I mean,
Is this the school your children will go to?
Yeah, they're in the middle school and elementary school now, but they'll eventually go to that school.
Yeah, 50 push-ups. Yeah.
Like the team.
That's the 25.
Really tired.
Eating good is the key,
Yeah.
No matter how much. Yes, if I ate like you, I would really look. Meatballs.
No, but I only eat when I'm away.
It looks like they're ordering dinner now. A lot of good food here at Turning Stone. I'm pretty impressed with the restaurants.
You gotta have some balance.
Like I said, I'm blown away by what has happened to this place since I came here.
Yeah, and the staff was amazing. Frank, the poker manager, was amazing to all the crew and the players in the Poker Night in America. It's really hospitable.
I like the upstate grill too, like a nice little bar.
Good order.
The steakhouse?
No, not the steakhouse, but the bar right around the corner.
I haven't been to that one, but the steakhouse is phenomenal.
Oh,
Order like cheat days or cheat meals and stuff. Otherwise, it's like I'll eat like a carton of ice, like some type of ice.
just a reminder, we are back tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern for the tournament.
No, my wife and I will split like a pint.
Poker Night in America.
I don't think of those little things as cartons. I mean, like these
Yeah, that's a small ice cream cone.
He's talking about like a pint.
We do get the coconut.
Was there a point in your poker career where you had like an epiphany where you were like, either A, you figured out you could do this, or B, there was something that just clicked?
Give it away.
I don't know if there was one point. I think it's always been a growing experience mentally for me. Just like learning the games and learning what other people are thinking really.
Wow.
And I'm still learning. So it's like I've been playing for 14 years. Before that, I really never played poker in my life when I was a kid or growing up. Poker just wasn't a game. We played Risk. We played Monopoly growing up.
Dude, I
Never
love Risk.
poker.
Risk is one of my favorite games in the world.
But just throughout me playing poker over the last 14 years, I just feel like I keep improving, keep getting better, and I put time into it. Not as much as I used to. I'm a little older now, and if I was a single kid in my 20s, still playing poker for a living, and planning on playing for a while, I would be putting in a lot of time every day. You can always learn, no matter how good you get.
I was good at swimming.
That requires a certain level.
Not even a doubt. Dentale bets the 400 with the Broadway draw. Anthony's got an interesting draw as well. Same draw, but he's got the ace of spades, so might be able to rep that if a spade comes off.
It's funny. There's some funny comments in the chat now. So my name and Earl says, I'm pretty sure Glantz is troll proof. Yeah, you guys can say anything you want. I got pretty thick skin, and I dish it out so you guys I can take it. So just lay it out on the line. I don't mind.
Have you ever gotten a 10 or 15
Jamie Staples belly buttons asked if I ever played with Nicky Francos. Also, Nicky. Yes, I played with him dozens and dozens of times. Very, very good player, especially in the stud games. Top stud player.
You had your mouth open really wide. Think about what your hands were.
Red Sox net says Joe is a Risk World Champion.
No, Joe McKean is. He won the World Championship in Risk about 5 years ago. That's a true story.
There's a World Championship of Risk?
Yeah, you could look it up or Google it right now.
By the way, if you're Anthony,
It's fun. I mean, it's sort of like a game. Right? Like,
you got the ace of spades.
just like anything else.
I mean, I think Dentale is just going to call this.
Yeah.
But
He's not raising.
He's the kind
There's
of
no point in raising.
No, not at all.
He's going to Hollywood a little bit before calling. He loves it. He can't just call. He can never just call or fold. He has to do stuff. It's annex, but
it's like they built headphones for him.
You know, a lot of people do this because they want to. They know they're going to call, but if they wait a long time and take a long time to call, at least they look smart. If they call them, they lose. Like at least I was thinking about folding. Or
you know
something
what?
Like
you know
that,
what? This just in.
mentality.
This just in. Dentale doesn't look smart.
Sometimes I think about that.
Sorry.
I can't wait till Dentale listens to this broadcast. He calls me up. He's gonna be yelling at me. Why did you defend me? Why did you defend? Why did you let him say that shit? Oh,
he calls.
You're gonna tilt him from home when he watches this.
No,
It'll
I
be
don't
great.
think so. I don't think he cares.
I
I'll
know.
buzz
He
you.
doesn't. No, he doesn't.
I'll get Twitter
good.
hate.
He's a good guy.
And I always welcome the trolls on Twitter as well. I actually say, I'm like, listen, if you're going to troll me, just be creative with it.
By the way,
be funny.
Give him credit. That was a great call, Dentale. Great call on the river.
Unbelievable.
I paid for one of them and gave
Thanks for wasting 45 seconds of our lives, but fine call.
I mean, spades were there. Unbelievable.
Lux at Turnout says it best. He says he has to make sure everyone is paying attention. Look at me, look at me. It's very true.
I'm jealous. I'm just jealous. His arms are bigger than my legs.
But the thing is, Dentale is very famous on the East Coast around the tournament circuits. Everyone knows him. I mean, mostly because of his annex, because he blows up at floor people and dealers and players, and the whole room is watching him. Almost every tournament, there's something going on, so everyone knows him. And you know, whatever.
I don't mind the antics. I don't mind the antics, and I have fun with it. And I think it's great. And I think his you know, his chat and the way he banters with people.
Yeah.
I think that's fantastic, especially for TV. Like the fact that, you know, I don't like crossing the line and taking advantage of floormen and dealers.
Right.
Because
Well, somebody gets the blinds every time. Right?
there's a saying, you know, don't punch down, punch up. And that's kind of it. Just, you know,
For sure. Well,
you don't take advantage of somebody that when you are in a place, especially in customer service business where you have to deal with dealers and floormen when they can't say anything to you. You know?
Yeah. He actually got banned from Parks for a
he told
year.
me that.
He was crushing the Parks Big Stacks tournaments for the first year we had him, and then he got out of line with a floor guy and a player, and he got banned for a year, and he lost a place he could go to, and he lost a lot of money making opportunity for him for that year. So he was really upset, but he understood. He got out of line, and I probably won't do it again.
My guess is he probably saved money.
No, he's actually a very successful tournament player on the East Coast.
Queen 6-4, 2 spades. You guys did him a favor.
Especially in summer.
You took a straight flight here?
I flew to
The Red Sox now, he has got a story for Tally story.
How does it compare to Portland?
Where is it?
Like,
Oh.
cooler than Portland?
Red Sox Nets is my favorite moment with Tally was when I put out a C bet and he stared me down, talked for a minute, turned over bottom pair, and told me he knew I was bluffing. I'm not sure what happened after that. If he called or he folded or what.
Of course he folded. I know you're bluffing, but I just don't want to call.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's a huge collection of people who.
Riderback says he's actually smart for a Jersey guy.
Why are people so ashamed of that? That's one thing I don't get.
There's a lot of wannabe entrepreneurial crowds. You know, they all
People
want
sold up
to
80%.
So just like more independent.
I
people. They're
like
not
main event.
as
I
willing
was
to work
like,
for other people and
shouldn't
stuff.
make a
They all congregate.
You're not gonna play differently.
have
If
their-
Thomas picks up
35 or
10s.
75, like, you know.
No, yeah.
So what's the point of like high people? You're gonna claim the right amount of taxes.
Oh, really? I've never seen.
Like, what are you
I've
like
never seen a
embarrassed?
lot of
Like,
homeless
once
guys
you're
when I
embarrassed,
visit
like Joe
Boris.
is, because he's so broke.
No, I just don't.
So we're gonna have all these commentaries. The replays on the site. I think it's on the Twitch site. You can watch them tomorrow and the next day. It'd be good to have each day have one with commentary and one without commentary, where you can watch either one. So one, they don't even have to hear us; they could just watch the guys downstairs and listen to them.
Yeah.
But if they want the commentary, they can watch with us talking, because there's a lot of good stuff, especially yesterday, the first 4 hours with Siegel and Dentali going all for each other and stuff, and Jared. A lot of good banter down there.
Fantastic. Yeah, they're actually talking about, I think they're referencing the November 9 and the fact that Canuli and McKeon are playing in this. And Deeb is actually like, I don't think it makes a difference at all. He's like, what's the point of hiding? He's like, you know, a different game. You
I
play.
promise you, if Deeb was in the final on November 9, he would not be playing on TV right now. I could promise you that.
Yeah.
He could say whatever he wants.
Thomas with a pair of 10s here. He's going to bet and take it down.
Hey, Big T. I see where you're at.
Bro, that's the best thing I've seen in 50 years.
Lock it instantly. Not even thought.
Supreme Terrific says the broadcast on Twitch will actually be with commentary, and you can actually watch the beginning of today's stream, which is nice. Also, you can watch it over again. You can watch it at your convenience. You can tweet Matt Glantz and let him know how terrible he is later on.
So Supreme Terrific is someone who works for Twitch?
I assume that. I think that little sword. The sword means he's a moderator. Okay. Making sure that everybody stays in line. By the way, I preached the Twitch comments today significantly more in line. They got a little bit out of line yesterday. Not even toward us, but just in general.
Towards the players?
No, just in general, just in terms of like just
a lot of things with, because Samantha was on there.
Yeah, some things that might have been a little bit more inappropriate.
Yeah.
He runs pure.
Yeah, run pure.
So it's got enough of the blend that it doesn't feel quite as hipsterish as.
Yeah, I think our commentary is embedded into the stream.
But maybe on the pokernight.com site, you can have a version without the commentary. They could just hear the players talk the whole time.
They want that. I don't understand. That's terrible. If they started liking that, I'd be without a job.
They could like both. This could be the live stream, and then the replay you could watch with just the players. I think they might like both.
Deeb opens. Canuli 3 bets. Anthony called in between, by the way. Deeb's not folding. There's no way in a million years Deeb is folding.
No, that's for sure.
And this is all you.
Well, and also Deeb stuck, so.
Yeah, there's no chance.
And he'll tell you that wouldn't make a difference, but let me tell you, it makes a difference for everyone.
Does anybody play as well when they're losing?
Not
when they're
one
winning?
person in the world.
They have different bright shirts too.
Now, Annie Duke claimed that. I remember this ESPN broadcast where Annie Duke actually was interviewed and claimed, one of my favorite things about my own ability is that I think I'm just as good when I'm losing as when I'm winning.
Yeah, well, 90% of poker players think that about themselves, but it's not true.
Well, we know how Annie Duke is so truthful. She would never lie. Gosh, Deeb 4 bets. Canuli calls.
Well, he's suited, so he's going to call and see a flop. If he wasn't suited, he would probably fold.
Pretty big 3-bet. This bet's $10,000 already.
Anthony called too? No?
No, I think he's going to be out of it. Pot's 9,000. Flop 7-7-5. What is Canuli's, if you're in Deeb's spot, what does Canuli's hand look like?
Deeb does check here sometimes.
I'm sure, but what is more importantly, what does Canuli's hand look like to Deeb? When you 3-bet, when you 4-bet, you get 3-bet and then you 4-bet.
A lot of suited cards.
Maybe one day you'll start.
You know, like 7-8 suited, 9-10 suited, king queen suited. Some big pairs, aces. He could have aces there.
That's true. Now you have ace king though, so it's less likely. Of course. I'm just trying to think of like if I'm in Deeb's spot, what am I putting my opponent on? When he 3-bet and then calls for 4-bet.
It's not so defined at this point yet.
Yeah. I mean, I don't put him on like 8s as much, 9s as much, because I think he might be flatting with some of those.
But Canuli's sick enough to do something here. But I mean, in Deeb let him out of leash because he bet very small.
Canuli, Cannulli is a very, very intriguing player pre-flop.
Yeah.
Does a lot of 3-bets, isolates a lot of players. I think he really plays players well. We haven't seen him over the last 2 days really get out of line post-flop. He's fairly straightforward post-flop, and I expect him to fold eventually here.
I mean, that taught me everything I know about poker.
So he only out here.
As I say,
see if Deeb checks to him.
yeah, like I said, he really hasn't done too much out of the box.
It's really hard for Deeb to check call the turn, whatever the turn is, unless he hits the turn. The worst case card for Cannulli. So now Deeb could check.
Right. Although, gotta realize,
they could actually.
One of the hands that's in Deeb's range is Ace King.
Yeah.
And if Deeb is putting any serious money in the pot, he's got Ace King or Aces. He's not putting serious money in the pot with Jacks.
Right.
I mean,
95.50.
He moved all in. Yeah, it's just sick. What a sick turn card. I mean, even if it turns out, even if Deeb checked, it would have went in anyway at some point.
Well, the pot's just so big.
Yeah. He had less. There was 15,000 pot. He only had 9,000 left.
This is the first hand Cannulli has lost in like 3 months.
Double diamonds against Glantz earlier.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Ace King's gonna scoop that both times.
Whatever.
95.50.
That's another 9,500. By the way, this pot now $42,000. Deeb is in this game for 35,000, so he goes from being down 20 to up 7.
Yeah.
If my math is correct.
50.
No.
My math significantly better than whoever did the graph earlier on at Poker Night in America. It was great. I don't know if you saw it. There was a graph, a plus-minus graph, right before the break. So they had the rankings. They had the chip counts, and they had plus-minus. So it had something like, guy starts with 20,000, stack 12,000, minus 14. I'm like,
It didn't add up.
No.
Somebody's math was off. Yeah, we got to change. Hopefully by like November, we'll get the new software, and we won't have this ranking there you see on the screen. It's not very informative.
I know you.
And it says 0 for Deeb. Obviously, Deeb's got like 45,000 right now.
Even if the numbers are right, it's not. If ranking isn't even the right word for it. It would just be chip count.
Big swing for Cannulli, by the way. Cannulli was at one point up nearly $16,000. He's now down.
Wow. We'll see how he plays differently now. But he won pretty good yesterday too, right? So he's for the weekend.
He won, and he's got $1 million in the bank.
Yeah.
So I mean, are you really going to go on tilt?
He's got an interesting rail for the final table. Here's the Jeff Gross,
Antonio,
those guys, the big
Did they back
poker
him or
names.
something? Is that what it is?
They have some financial interest.
I
yes,
assume.
Yes. So they'll be all be there. It'll be a very interesting. Rast as part of that.
I think
group.
we can pull the curtain back and reveal.
Yeah.
There are some players that get backing.
Yes.
It happens.
And people, and also swap when they get deep in the main event. They swap like 2% with somebody else. And now, if you have 2% of the guy, you're going to go there and expect this is a big number now.
I was pleased. Like 3 years ago, I swapped 1% with Jason Somerville. I was like, "Go, Jace!"
Yeah.
It's like, this is awesome. Now, backing happens, staking happens. In fact, a good friend of mine started a staking company called Tasty Steaks.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I've seen some advertisement. I know Bart's wearing the Tasty Cakes banner on his
It's,
shirt.
like I said, a good friend of mine is a great web designer.
You sold some pieces this summer, I think I saw there.
Well, main event, yeah. But it's it's a great site. Like I said, it's they charge you nothing. It's completely free.
So what's their revenue model?
Right now, I mean, honestly, my buddy made it because Bart was actually selling a big package this summer. Was selling like 140,000, and he was going to hire somebody to build just to like keep track of it all. So my buddy was like, "This is stupid. I'll just build something." And he does this stuff for fun. He built it. It's a great site. Like I said, it's totally free. It's called TastySteaks.com. If you're looking for backing in tournaments or you want to invest in players. By the way, Brian Rast.
Yeah.
The 500K at Aria, he sold on Tasty Steaks.
Oh, great.
You could have bought a piece of him on Tasty Steaks.
And he came in second or
first?
Oh, he
won
won
$7.5 million.
Sick. Wow.
And you could have won a piece. You could have bought a piece of him
That's
there.
awesome.
So
I might have to try that site.
It's pretty cool. Like I said, check it out.
Next summer.
You don't play another tournament till then?
No, I play, but I don't play any ones that I would sell. Like
Right,
maybe next summer I play the 50K and I might sell for the 50K.
I think I might
Players'
play.
Championship or something like
I
that.
only play about 5 or 6 tournaments a year, but I think I am going to play WPT Legends.
Okay.
And I'll probably sell a little bit.
Never
on
played
Tasty
that one.
I will. I'll probably sell a little bit on Tasty Steaks.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be the first person to do it.
I would never do that.
It's not a huge buy-in.
There is
But there are 2 days. It's a re-entry.
There is a 25K in Florida next week. Maybe I could sell on there for
There you go.
for that one.
I'm actually missing a wedding. For the
I like this guy's Twitch name. I love Matt Glantz.
Hey, he wanted
He wanted me to read it. He
exactly.
got it.
You want a shout out? That's the best way to do it.
I'm new to this
Flattery will
Twitch
get
thing,
you
so that's
everywhere.
awesome.
plan on playing?
So you can just change your name on Twitch as much as you want.
Oh, you meant
I think so. I think you can probably create different names and stuff like that. I'm not sure if there's a way to actually ban people or not, because maybe you could just go out and make a new login, or you might need a new email or something,
Yeah.
and then set it all up. It's a pain in the neck.
Try to avoid that bullshit. I dealt with
So the tally actually has a decision this time. It's not like the easiest call, and it might not even be a call, but
There's 3 clubs out there. I
as
mean,
it turns out, he is pretty far ahead. But
I think again though, just like Bart Hansen did it earlier, I think Torelli is noticing the same exact thing. Dentali is up $7,500, doesn't want to lose, wants to book the win. There's only 25 minutes left in today's session, and he wants to leave a winner.
and there Torelli shows the bluff.
I could tell by the way you folded.
why she thought you were she was so well. I like
I was on
get
the fence,
interviewed
and
and
then he
like she's like,
confirmed it when he made the facial expression. The one I always
Dentali's in lockdown. I think that's so valuable if you're playing poker to understand when your opponents are on lockdown,
Yeah,
because you can just abuse them.
it's just knowing where the people's mindsets, your opponent's mindsets are, is so special in poker, especially in cash games like this.
Apparently from Supreme Terrific says you can be permanently banned from Twitch through your IP address. It takes repeated offenses though. So basically you got to be a complete douchebag.
Is that gonna work for me in this event? That was my opener at every table.
They don't mess around at Twitch.
Well, I mean, I think, part of the value of it, obviously it's a great streaming site, you were saying, for video gamers and stuff, and for poker now. I mean, between Somerville, Daniel Negron, who does it, Jamie Staples, it's just a great place to be, and that's obviously one of the reasons Poker Night in America is there. And the chat is fantastic, too.
There it is. I just gave it to you.
It doesn't. It just takes a couple of jerks to kind of ruin the chat room, though.
Yeah.
So, Queen 10-3, Anthony with a gut shot to Broadway, plus the ace of hearts. Hansen's got the flush draw. Now, if a heart comes off on the turn, could get a lot of money in there because Anthony's not going to fold anything.
No, for sure.
The ace of hearts.
He wants to win a big pot before the end of the night because we're
Oh,
getting
for
very
sure.
close, and he hasn't won many pots. He's had a rough day. He's running really bad.
Hansen check calls. Turns a 7.
Yeah, sure.
Hansen now has showdown value. Anthony now needs an ace, a jack, a king.
Hansen is only calling the turn. He's never folding, never raising here. Just picked up a pair
Yeah.
and already has a flush draw.
Well, this is kind of similar to the play we saw earlier with Jared Blesnik. If he hadn't picked up a pair, Torelli mentioned this. If you don't pick up the pair, it's actually more likely and makes more sense to check raise the turn.
Yeah, for
Because you
sure.
have no showdown
exactly.
value.
But now,
you got a pair.
Right. Now Bart's doing the Hollywood, but he's always calling here. He's never doing anything but calling.
Yeah.
And, he's going to be calling almost any river that is 7 or below. And there are some rivers like Jack or King where he's not going to call on the river, where he loses anyway. But that's a river where he's.
It's a great river.
That's where Bart's check calling all day. He's never.
That's
betting.
the best river in the deck.
And Rich finally gave up, Anthony, and he realizes he's got called down too many times today to keep doing it.
Yeah, and that's a really good check back, I think,
Yeah,
because
for sure. Pair the
Bart has
boards.
Bart has
Right.
a ton more 10s in his range
Mhm.
than Anthony. Because if Anthony had a 10, he likely checks back the turn. So Bart's the one who actually has a lot more 10s in his range, and I think if Anthony had a hand like Queen Jack or he actually checks those back a ton
Yeah.
too. So it's just to start looking at going, well, if you're not betting all your queens, you don't have that many 10s. What are you betting? It's almost like you have to have a full
That's a
house.
good point.
So I don't.
That's hilarious. It's better than getting like 220 though.
Yeah, the King of Hearts actually would have been the best card in the deck for Bart.
Better
Sorry.
than getting, like, 1400 like min cash where you're like so tilted that
Is this reality or is this real? Tia says, King of King of Hearts would have been pretty
emotional about the tournament because you think you have a
That's
chance.
why I like.
That's
pretty
like
good
the
card.
worst
So I'm getting some texts that people want me to put some stuff out there. So Dr. Mike, who runs the big 400 mix game at Bragados on Fridays, he wants people to come down. He wants more players. He said that these pots aren't that big. If you want to see real pots, come to his game.
Who's this?
On Fridays? Dr. Mike. He's a legend in high stakes poker. And then Joe McKeon from the table here, he just texted me. He wants to know if we can go eat dinner before we leave tonight.
Are you driving out tonight?
Yeah, we're driving back home to Philly tonight. I'm the chauffeur for the final table chip leader.
You're his bitch.
Prima donna. I'm like his dad right now. So
right, you're his dad.
Got to guide him for every little move. Yeah. So
you guys gonna get dinner before you leave?
He's gonna get dinner. I think we're gonna do streaming for another 30 minutes after. So I told him to hurry up and get dinner after they're done. And you know, he's got to pack. He asked me. He asked me some very naive questions this weekend. Like, for instance, he wants to know if his friend can check out of his room tomorrow. Does he need to keep Joe's ID for tomorrow if we leave tonight? Something.
Has he never been to a hotel? How old is he?
He's just a kid.
He's not that young.
No, that's what these poker kids, they don't know anything. They just know poker.
Yeah, but I mean, hotel room?
I get asked questions like this all the time from these guys.
Hanson turns trip tens. Nobody would smile. Well, I mean, Anthony's got 2 pair Jackson tens. Porter's got a pair of 7s, so 10s and 7s. Hanson's almost definitely going to bet this for value. Just a question of will he get paid off? The club does come as well.
Mailbox money. Mailbox money.
That's already done it for much less.
I mean, I guess when you're young and you don't travel that much, or if you go to a hotel room, which with your parents, you're not dealing with checking in and checking out, right?
Right. For sure. Here's Rep in a spot where it's
Can you let them know that you don't actually have to check out at all? You could just leave, and they'll still send you the bill. They'll still make you pay.
Rep made the call. Basically.
Yeah, obviously. Nice little pot there.
So
Hanson.
Dale Boone 55 wants to know if I'm driving back to Philly tonight to pick up chicks with Joe. No, Dale. Actually, I'm driving back to Philly to drop Joe off at his parents' house so he can go to sleep in his parents' basement, and then I get to go to my house about 15 minutes away to see my wife and my kids. And that's pretty much our exciting night when we get home.
Right person, right opponent.
Can you totally? Hey, do me a favor. Can you totally? Seriously, when you leave, can you just be like, just say to him, be like, hey, did you check out? And if he says no, be like, whoa, you didn't check out. You didn't pay. The place is
I
gonna be
already
after
made.
us.
The problem is when he asked me the question with his friend, they're both looking at me like, can we do this? Can we check out without Joe's ID tomorrow if we leave tonight? And I looked at him and I was like, come on, guys, seriously. I already made enough fun of him.
Yeah, I'm really worried we lost our side bet with Helmuth, but then I did some more research. And
we got to be a massive.
So CMS 707 says Porter dunk call there. Yeah, I mean, it's not a dunk. We can see the hands. Remember, CMS, you can see the hands. I can see the hands. Dave Tuchman can see the hands. Rep can't see his opponent's hands, so he's a bluff catcher. Rep knows that. He's not being any value hand, but he's beating all bluffs. So, he just called. Bart could be bluffing there. It's pretty much that simple. It's not a dunk call.
I mean, sometimes it's a matter of odds too. I mean, the pot's 1,000, your opponent bets 500, so another pot's 1,500, 500 to call. You're getting 3 to 1. Is your opponent bluffing 1 in 4 times?
Right. If you're a good poker player, if you're a top poker player, you've made many worse calls than that call.
Oh yeah. By the way, November 9er, Max Steinberg, and I've been talking about him all weekend. He made a famous call in the national championship. He called it Jack High.
And they just aired the WPT LA Poker Classic from this year.
Yeah.
And Claude also called with Jack High.
Happens. I mean, we all. I mean.
And he won. And he
Yeah, I was gonna
right
say.
at the final table.
As long as we fade that, then we're okay.
The more advanced you play, and the more you play, you'll notice that your bluffs, your value bets become. Your value bets get thinner. You bluff a little bit in different situations, and sometimes you make crazy calls. ace high, king
A
high,
couple months ago with Phil.
It doesn't matter.
We're at Philly for.
where you know your opponent's got like,
He
you
has
know,
to break it and be
the absolute nuts or nothing.
Like if multiple
He did, right?
He's gonna be in the Olympics. Yeah, he came back from this one.
Red Sox net saying Joe called Negreanu with Jack High. I guess
We don't know what
he's
it
meaning
is.
that Joe called with Jack. Oh, he's saying the hand he busted Negreanu.
Right.
I don't know if he's really calling with Jack. He called with a gunshot and a flush draw.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's considered Jack High.
Hey, Jack Guy.
I think
I-
we're
I
talking
think-
about river calls,
Right.
Red Sox, but he knows that. He's just messing around.
Anthony with a set of sevens here. Torelli with top pair. And I believe Dentali is open-ended. I think the flop is 9-7-5. Yeah. So Dentali is a pretty big flop here. Open-ended with backdoor hearts. Torelli with top pair. Anthony with a set of sevens. And you mentioned Anthony desperate to win
Oh.
one big pot.
If he loses this one, it's a heartbreak because I mean he is at risk this hand because
I am
Dentali-
so cheering for.
Dentali-
I want the run out to be Jack 5.
Any official thing. So like, there's not too many official things that go down.
Jack 5, yeah, that would be the most pain for everyone.
It'd be awesome. Jack, a lot of money gets in there, then the 5. Bink.
It's no suit period as well. No suit. There's a no
Don't just
suit
call
there.
Anthony.
Like,
Please
the suit
raise.
No, he's gonna.
Right, but the record.
Did he raise? Did he just
Please
call?
raise. Please raise. He didn't raise. Oh man.
Come on, man. Build
Gotta
that
build
pot.
build a pot.
Come on, Jack. Jack.
It's a cool bet. To
Don't get checked around. Oh, that's terrible. Man.
Dentali's gonna check this back.
I don't think so. He's got a top pair and a gut shot.
I know. I mean, he shouldn't, but he's going to.
I don't think he will.
No, he has no pair. What are you talking about? He has no pair and an open-ended straight draw.
Torelli has.
No, I meant Dentali.
Oh, Dentali. Oh yeah, but Torelli's gonna bet.
Okay.
He's
That could
top
happen.
pair and a straight draw and the two opponents he's against.
Right.
Dentali. He's not one Dentali. He's not gonna try to get Dentali. Wow.
Right, checks through.
I wouldn't expect Dentali to bet my hand for me, so I would have bet there in Torelli's spot. And really bad card for
Oh,
Torelli on the river.
wow. Really bad card here. Come on, Anthony. Just move all in.
See, that's the problem. He made such a big hand, and the pot's so small.
Yeah.
He didn't check raise or flop, and it really killed the action.
Let's see if Torelli. Let's see if Torelli can read his soul.
The most possible bets that can go in on the river is 2 bets now, and the pot's small, so it's not going to be that big.
He bets 2,200.
Yeah. Well.
Wow.
No, Torelli's hand must be wrong. He must not have the 9 of spades.
Really?
He just went straight up fold.
Maybe he had a read.
But
we gotta ask him.
But Rich has made so many bluffs today in like spots like that where
I'm with
you.
ya.
You just can't fold there, and he didn't even think about it.
You think the
we had to have Torelli's hand wrong.
must have? Okay.
He just didn't even consider it.
Oh, I don't care about that.
You know what?
I care about the
They're off right now because we're on a 30-minute delay. I'm gonna ask him.
9-5-7 rainbow.
And you still call the bet, right?
Like even if Torelli was going to make a great fold,
You have
he would
Alex.
think-
You have
he
Alex's
would-
number.
Oh, so you
Yeah.
flopped the maybe
Even if he was going to make a great fold, he would think about it. He's not the type of player just to fold a hand like that for no
Can
reason.
you text him?
Yeah.
Text him and ask him what he had that hand.
You're
on the
very
975
ungrateful.
board.
You have lower standards.
Hence the guy that gets there every time.
I don't get there every time.
Ooh. Brian Terpstra tweeted me from @Terp himself talking about credit card roulette. Pro tip, Tuck. Get a slightly bent credit card. I have an old one that was warped from being in my wallet. Never lost around with it.
Yes or no?
Do they naturally take the warped one?
No, they don't.
Do that.
The trip lines? You just fold the trip lines?
Yeah.
Wow.
Too rich? He's gangster though.
There's no
You gotta
way
pay him off.
You
I
would've
make a-
never-
I make
you
a lot of big
you would've
folds.
never- you would've never
I know, but
folded
with Rich, you gotta pay him off.
it. You would have never folded it on that quick.
You folded an ace to him.
Yeah.
That's a good fold.
Ace
Ace
jack.
of hearts.
I had ace jack against you.
Ace of hearts.
You
Did I have
folded
the
set, you took a chance.
I don't
Wow,
know.
I would have got
It was,
you.
I think so. I think I was thinking about that at some point during the hand.
Just be like,
It
oh,
was
you're gonna
ace,
see the ace
ace
of that.
9-6 rainbow.
2 aces.
No, it was ace ace six rainbow.
Yeah, but I'm saying that 9-8, the flush draw never came into play, right?
There was never a flush.
Yeah. I was just saying because you had the other ace. Your name
Money?
was suited.
9,595.
I mean, he might have folded the 9-6. I don't think he would have.
He-
But you would have thought
I'm
about
telling
it.
you, he would have thought.
He would've
He's not the type of player just to make a snap
There's no way.
decision.
Yeah, there's no way. I'm with you on that.
Like he probably
Certainly not with top pair, not
he-
with trips.
he probably had like 10 high or jack. Like he might have had the same exact hand as like a similar hand as Dentali, where he had like straight draw, where he just had no
10 type hand,
Yeah.
something like that.
Probably buy your hand to color.
I can buy that.
Really?
Porter raising here. Hanson's got aces. He's not going to fold. Looks like, ooh. Is Hanson 4-betting? 3-betting this? 4-betting this, sorry.
Wow.
I didn't think
He
about
just
it.
called you Shaun.
He is.
I'm wrong a lot.
Hanson making an adjustment here.
On the commentary the other day, I was wrong a lot.
Seeing that Porter is 3-betting a little bit light.
I don't like this 4-bet. They're pretty deep. I don't think he wants to get that much in. It looks like they're what at least 1,000 deep.
When he saw
Is
the
he
cards,
is he
100%
4-betting the fold with 2 10s? I don't like that
I
at all.
don't think so, but I think he's a little bit earlier on. He played queens a little bit passively.
He was in position, so he could play the hand in position against rep, and now he's going to get all worst hands to fold there.
Yeah.
And he's going to get in a really tricky spot if rep has a bigger hand.
I could buy it. If I say that one more time, I'm going to shoot myself.
That's tilting, right? Isn't that tilting though? The having these folds. I fold a lot. Sometimes I'm wrong.
Play bad, run good, says with credit card roulette, give the waitress an expired card. She'll just run a different card. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. They pick the card at the table generally.
He just really let rep off the hook there. Like he had rep stone nutted 10s versus 9s, and really just made rep play the hand perfectly. They're just getting off really cheap.
Right.
Well, he's only seen like 3%.
Out of position, would you like the 4-bet better?
Out of position, I like it better, but I think they're too deep with a hand like 9s or 10s. I'd rather just see a flop and try to, play. It just depends on stack sizes, but I think they're way. It looks like Supard has a ton of chips, but I think rep has like 12,000 in front of him also.
No matter how tight or loose you play. Yeah. My cards.
Although rep might be short, it looks like now rep might be shorter than I thought.
I just get it in pre-flop. I don't even get to it.
Yeah, you just get it in pre-flop.
I'm a tournament player at heart.
Any way to see how many chips rep has? Porter.
Great river player. I'm a very good flop and turn player too. But
it's so much easier to play when you just got it. Yeah, I know. It's so fun when you just don't you teach
that's
that?
happened a lot today.
He gives himself lots of chances.
Just a few minutes left in tonight's show. Back at it tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern Time with the final table of the tournament. And when I say 12:30, I'm being very approximate because it could be 1:30. It could be 2:30.
He wouldn't give himself a chance.
That last hand?
The plan is for me to be here. We'll see. If it's too late, I'm not going to stay. I'm driving back to the lake. I need a beer.
Yeah.
Stop wasting time.
We only get one more hand. What's the difference?
I just saved 7.
How far is the lake from here?
2 hours.
Yeah, we're going about 4.5 hours tonight.
I had queen 10.
I've only got like a week left. I got like 4 days, 5 days left of my vacation. I want to come enjoy it.
I had a spade.
Beautiful lake.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning. I go for a hike.
I think I had the queen of spades.
Jump in the water. Jump in the lake. Go swimming. I've got jet skiing, tubing. It's just so awesome.
This is ridiculous.
I mean, it seems ridiculous to lie. But the fact you folded queen 10 can't be good. Like, I know it's not the best hand, but like,
You're gonna win.
I just think I'm not seeing the flop enough.
really think he's.
Did Alec get back to you?
No, he's not good with text. He usually takes an hour to respond to text,
I
from what I've
watched the live
noticed.
stream for 6
He doesn't
hours
check them all the
yesterday.
time.
I know things you guys don't know.
Oh, you were watching the live stream?
He's married. How does that work?
I probably should
I don't know.
If I wait an hour to respond to my wife's text,
No,
it doesn't go well.
I mean, I don't know. He wasn't here. He just sat down like 2 hours.
Deeb raising to 150.
You sat down like 2.
By the way, not nearly as much straddling in this. The straddle hasn't been
Yeah.
as active. It's been on and
That's
off.
true.
No, I didn't.
What are you in for?
I was mostly.
Hanson calls.
Good question to ask.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So grinding daily says Shaun Deeb is probably the best player at the table, but Alec might be better, unsure. Sean Deeb's definitely the best player at the table. Alec is probably a better no limit hold'em cash player. So you might be right in both aspects.
Alex, people told me that you were very positive yesterday. I'm a positive person. I'm a positive person, but I did say a lot of.
And Joe's McKeon's probably the best no limit tournament player of the crew there. So, and also Tommy Cannoli's pretty big time no limit cash player too. I don't think he plays too many tournaments, but heads up cash and shorthanded cash he does really well.
Jack high flop. Deeb bets the king 5. Hanson's not going to get involved. He's going to get rid of this. Well, he's got a gut shot, but no backdoor clubs.
Was I out of line?
Oh yeah.
At one point
And he
when I
calls.
was,
Yeah.
my ass?
Cannoli with a pair of 6s.
That was less ambitious than against Glantz, though.
He's going to call as well.
Yeah, he did.
I mean,
He did.
just gonna win the pot.
I guess you're right. You had a good read. You definitely had a good read. That's actually sick. You nearly did.
I'm usually good at reading people just in terms of like actual body language. It feels like Hansen desperately wants to make a move on Deeb. Like he just wants to get him. You know? Unfortunately for Hansen, Cannuli's in the pot too, and that's kind of makes it a little bit more difficult. Deeb's going to fire again. He's it's a great card for him. He's picked up a lot of equity. He's got a gut shot. He's got a gut shot to go along with the flush draw. He can also catch a king.
There were some good hands. I'm sure that I would have critiqued my
I imagine Hansen will let this go now.
today as much as I critiqued other people.
And he does.
I made a few mistakes today that I would have critiqued if I was watching myself. So
There were definitely 2 or 3 things I did yesterday I didn't like in retrospect.
Like calling
That's
queens
positive
for
about
$1 zillion.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I played flawless. Positive and flawless.
Cannoli calls. Pot now 3,200.
Remember calling the queens for $1 zillion? Would you have done that again, right?
What?
Would you have called the queens for $1 zillion again?
Check.
I don't see why not.
One pair.
I mean,
Let's pretend the queen doesn't come.
One pair's good.
but if you know the Queen of Diamonds is coming to the river, shouldn't you call there?
That's a good turn card.
oh yeah, you hit too.
Yeah.
And you ran it once, right?
Yeah, he only runs it once
So
ever, and I won that pot.
It's crazy.
Yeah, just with my.
Are you surprised Deeb didn't fire one more bullet when the ace of spades comes
I
off?
think Deeb's just tired. He's been playing for 2 days straight. He knows the end of the night, and it didn't look, you know, it didn't look like a card that's going to help him. So it's not a very believable card for he can bet. So there's the chip counts, and wow. So Richard's now down 4,000, and Alex up the most at 21, and Joe, like every day of his life in the past few months, he's up 17,000 or more, and Dentali's now up, so he won't play a hand in the last few minutes of the show. Bart's up. Dominic won. He left early. I won a big $50. Tommy's even.
Hey, dude,
And,
that's got to feel like a huge win for you. I mean, you were down 10K.
I was down 10K. Yesterday, I was also down like 6K, and I wound up winning like 4,000, so not bad.
A tough day for Richard anyhow.
Richard, he just got destroyed. He just ran really bad, picked really bad spots to bluff, and just never really made a hand. Never made the best hand. He made either no hand or the second best hand a bunch of times.
Cannoli, by the way, over a 2-day span won 20K. Bart over a 2-day span won 9,000.
What's up? Okay.
Travell Thomas had a tough day as well.
Joe won over 20 for the 2 days because he won 17. He won like at least 5 yesterday, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a lot of fun, man.
Travell had a rough day. He never had a hand. He never made a hand all day.
He just he's in a tough spot. I actually mentioned early on. I thought this was one of the tougher Poker Night in America cash game lineups that I've seen. I've watched 4 or 5 of them already.
Yeah.
And I thought Travell was going to have a tough time against this lineup, specifically because of his seat. He had Joe McKeon to his left. He had Shaun Deeb to his left. He had Hansen to his left. He's got 3 on his left. Compared to other tables that I had seen, this was going to be a challenge for him.
I could definitely see that. I mean, it's not an easy table for anyone.
No, not at all. Not at all. By the way, how about Dominic Cristiano